Hello, hello, hello. No, yeah, I didn't have for some reason I couldn't find the EMEA thumbnail without the live wording on there, so there was no countdown, but I got OBS freaks out on my second monitor. That's okay. We work with what we got, yeah? Yeah, chat. I keep forgetting that that's Happy. The coach. I was a big fan of him when he was a player. Hello, hello, Tron. Hey, Paradox. Hello, Twitch chat. All right. Had a pretty quick day on Pacific today. And to be very honest, not the most exciting matches in Pacific today. Obviously, exciting story for Paper X, exciting for Paper X fans, but like, not a huge back and forth. Fairly, one team was distinctly stronger. Kind of hoping that is not the case here today for EMEAs, since it's lower bracket elimination matches. I'm not going to read out the first part of their default, but got your studies done as well. Now here to support Navi and hate watch Vitality. Damn. KC with the Icebox pick, bringing it up the Harbor, I assume. I think that's a good pick. Oh, you guys can't hear this.
For me, hangs over map 3.
Kind of works out because we had the walkout music muted.
Kind of unknown territory, to be honest with you.
And it annoys me that it is, because Navi have always been good at Ascent. Always.
Yeah, I backed Angel as the best Ascent caller, probably in EMEA, and he thought he was better on Fracture, but I think it'll be...
Yeah, sounds like Mini was helping Paper X a little bit as well, yeah?
Prefer if I was right today.
Good place to get help.
I think there's a real chance we do actually with Icebox and Split on here.
I think Icebox is heavily favored towards KC. And then
Navi got the Gecko comp on Icebox, if I'm not mistaken. And
it was decent, it beat Vitality, but KC,
how much stock
three in a row.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, no, I think Icebox KC is favored for sure. But I think Navi, have to know. I think they had to know that this was coming.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think they'll stay the same.
I'm not sure, especially after yesterday, you know, I don't know. I mean, who knows what they've been talking about overnight and what they have
there's
going
something
into
that we say about Navi, again, well, actually, even on the other side
Track by track. All the track enjoyers are having a field day, eh?
Initially this year.
Well, it reached its destination, so.
The ones to pull something out of the bag here?
It does disrupt, I guess, the little prep time at least KC would have, because they obviously didn't know who they were going to play until after the Navi game. And speaking of that, I believe Zaysha's shaved his hair off, so he's donning the bold buff coming into this.
You said he looked like me earlier.
I guess they need every follicle, I guess, to help them.
I think it's the stress. He's probably started. The hair started before he just committed, I think.
No, I reckon it's
So it's taken a while for Zaysha.
At some point, I think a monitor arm would be really nice.
Kind of like, I would dedicate
and then go back to
make sure we get
dual monitor.
It is going to be a very, very important game, of course. But let's talk about this Icebox. Why are KC so good here?
Why are they so good?
Yeah.
I think Martin on the Omen specifically has been firing every single time he plays it, to be honest.
Yeah, this has been a conversation topic.
The Omen players on Icebox are having a
kind of play around with
great wave, honestly.
You know, seeing the Omen on the board. Well, actually, only switch up's going to be Aves, actually. Coming onto the Tejo. So, still going to see Martin on there. Like I said, I mean, we were talking about this the other day, actually. It really depends who's playing the Omen. I think Martin's one of the...
I think that's a mistake. I think that's the same.
Oh, is it the same? Oh, maybe. Anyway, regardless, Martin, I think, has been one of the good examples to say you kind of give him some freedom to play it how he sees fit, and he's really found comfort there.
Yeah, I do think the Omen is becoming like that meta on
They
Xbox
did
right now.
play, yeah, they played this.
It seems like both
of
the teams are very comfortable with it, so it should be a good head-to-head. But I would favor KC.
Oh, it's going to be a fantastic series. So we need some fantastic casters to take us through this. Hazza and Cairo, take it away.
They played it, but it's not listed because it was played in the remake, I think.
But this time, it's for elimination. NAVI trying to chase the shadow of their former selves, whereas KC looking to...
Did you nap? Nah, I had some food. Played a game of TFT. I was actually listening to the Xenoblade Chronicles 2 soundtrack, trying to remember how much I liked that one. I was browsing some different soundtracks on YouTube.
Have been impressing, right, with this composition. No duelist. I'm excited to see what both teams bring forward.
You got to give more credit to Paper X. Oh, I mean, I do.
Both sides, but we start in KC's backyard, Icebox, the map where they
Granted, I don't think I was like half on board, half not. Like, it wasn't like I didn't believe in them fully, but what is this the snow effect when you're zoomed in? What is going on? No, that's just their effect. What? That was so weird.
It's not exactly their forte, but from the attack side, it looks like we're getting a different...
I hate that they're trying to make round RWR. Why don't you just say pistol win rate? I hate that they're trying to make RWR a thing. I mean, it's partly to save space, but I don't know. It feels like an artificial way of trying to make like terms.
To route him out of position.
But yeah, Paper X, I mean, they've got what it takes. The Death talked about Martine popping off an Omen. Huge start.
Defender spawn. At least they'll be able to stop the domination from the Omen. But KC, 2 kills to the good. Martine happy to overheat a little.
What did I have for supper? Had some tteokbokki. Korean spicy rice cakes.
Of course, as we know him to play the duelist, but I really like this early start from KC with Sadak. Now has the 0-point knife available again, collecting some of that early info. It's not going to spot Rooksik just yet, but as the snakebite flies over back of yellow and the turret takes contact, Sadak might just swing this solo. Same time though, you've still got many more tools to work with here. Avez having those salvos.
I mean,
and every single player ready to swing
all
on.
they needed to do is actually not get shot, and they did, but they
Such
still
a
got it.
strong start for KC to pick up on. They finished out on
Strong
the attack
start.
side last time.
Strong start for KC.
On this map. You can already see Sadak keeping everyone in check. As you say, this is a balancing act.
That's true. Sadak is an America's import too, isn't he?
Hard to come upon.
Forgot about that.
In terms of this opener, yeah, Martine's just TP'd into the edge of his own smoke. It looked like it was blocking the window. He actually gets in front. That was really nice micro. I think the thing is, though, is NAVI should be aware of the possibilities, right? Like, they're the ones who have done something similar in the past with their aggressive Omen. It's aggressive towards B. There's 5 of NAVI's players here.
It's a big read.
On the edge. KC have no idea. NAVI are closing in. There's a pack of players.
It's a lot, except they do the wraparound though. So successful. Dude, they don't get spotted on the creep in on the close side, on this side, and then they just peek out, but they play their life on B long, and they just get the wraparound. That's crazy, because I was about to say, like, ooh, jiggle peeking isn't what you want to do when you're death balling, but
is that paranoia to re-engage.
Rice cakes versus fish cakes? I'm a rice cakes guy.
Nobody will want to mess around.
Well, actually, I like fish cakes, but like I rarely choose the like some places let you choose like 80% fish cake instead of 80% rice cakes, but I wouldn't choose that. Oh, okay.
Isolated. Paranoia, no value. This could become problematic. Oh, it's getting out of hand. Sugetsu's found 3, and with 1 bullet left to his name, funneling bullets back into the magazine, getting out of dodge.
You gotta go. I mean, 20 seconds. It's gonna be close.
So we'll have something to work with. Both players on similar amounts of HP. And also has that molly. Time's gonna get really close here.
He doesn't have time to. Oh, he's taking the rope. I was about to say.
As well. No, he's not. It's just
okay.
the extra speed to get right in there.
No, that's smart. Well, I don't know. The time to go up there probably wasn't really worth it, but.
Viper versus Viper.
Oh, I think he might have been
I don't know if
spotted.
he was spotted there or not, but Ruxic feels confident on this re-entry to site.
I think he was. I think he's going to get half, and then he's going to reset.
Sui closing in.
Oh,
Does he have
no.
time? It's just a stick.
I mean, maybe Ruxic didn't see him. No, but I think he did because he didn't suspect the wraparound, so I think he did. But that's the key point coming out. You had so much time. You could have done half and reset, I think.
I want to bring this back to yesterday, right? How many times did we see NAVI get themselves into a position and then allow BBL to just...
Chipotle beetroot with soy TVP, kind of like a fake meat type of thing. Tamarind stew and flaxseed chutney, all with that's that is an absolute jumble, but it sounds all the parts sound good. So
between the lines, look at KC.
Dude, Martin is so aggressive. Yeah, but Elite, yeah, that was a setup. Dude, I love what KC does there. They send Martin, they just make it look like it's a full send, but Elite's there the whole time to trade.
At the very least, it's a 3-on-3, and Na'Vi do have the slightly better weapons. That's discounting Sadak, but his position in kitchen could be killer. And the shots will land.
Almost a little risky, but
advantage KC from this position. And looking at the defenders, they're split up and still worried about the captain.
Sadak's doing so much here for KC. And
this is rough. It's rough for Na'Vi because they are still so concerned. Oh, he's going to go all the way around. Sugetsu.
Sidestepping his own smoke. Na'Vi playing with borrowed time. Sugetsu looking to close the net.
Ooh, I like... Dude, this whole round was KC going for these high-risk, high-reward plays. Basically playing the mind games of, like, you just don't expect me to be here. It leaves you pretty open, but you also, like, you had a trade ready here. You had numbers advantage on Sugetsu going out the wide side of the smoke. Things like that, where, you know, it's not a... Even if he dies, it's not a throw. But it's a high-risk, high-reward play.
He's been accredited too heavily as a caller.
This is the limbs, yes. That was also a good transfer, yeah. Good spray transfer.
Again, Martin showing us the flexibility of his agent pool with the Omen.
I never realized Teo has his like hand like a finger gun. I think he's supposed to be. I think it's supposed to be up to like an earpiece, right? Like that's what he's doing. He's like calling for the. It just looks funny. He just has it up next to his cheek.
It's moved all the way up B long Ruxic, and they were also just looking towards mid momentarily. But KC slow rolling up towards A, waiting for those toxins to drop.
Bit of utility for sustain. While it does have the smoke, but Shao forced to peek into a family photo on the KC side.
They're thorough. It's a huge start for KC.
Pull of the trigger and they're down, while Ruxic has been highlighted on the flank. Struggled to see him getting too much value from this. Elite should have it under.
I'll be honest, I'm not a KC believer. Like I want to, but I never really got on board with it. But it's a good start so far. But the problem really becomes like, if Na'Vi can just figure out the assignment halfway through, the real problem for KC always shows up when there's a turnaround, like a timeout, or they start changing up, you know, they start countering your defaults, things like that.
They're just waiting for the reclear. You get it through the flank this time, but something that we'll have to continually keep tabs on. Because when you actually look at it and you take a step back at both of these in-game leaders, Sadak has never lost to Angel in his history. And the even funnier part about that is, he never played FPX.
Yeah.
Always found a way to dodge each other in those brackets.
Walanoop has brought out the op, that's towards A. KC now mostly towards B. But you've also got to be looking at Martin going towards slow, man.
Oh, paranoia as well. He's gonna chase.
Trying to escape here.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to get. Yeah, he wanted to greed for that kill, but he's too open. But the aggression's still Oh, and the pit goes up.
Shao still ahead of this and can interrupt. That's exactly what he does, and as the pit drops, he gets back to cover.
Shao versus Sugetsu. Shao gets him. Uh-oh.
That long line of sight, that's exactly where you want the operator, but misses the first shot.
They're not sure. They realize he's got... Oh!
But they've found Walanoop at the same
nice.
time. And now Elite has to try and find a safe space.
Wait, what do you mean, Paradox? Oh, did I mention your name in the reaction?
Plant security, KC usually have that affiliation with Harbor, but no Sage, no Gecko, nothing of the sort. You're forced to try and take that extra space. I like the idea for them to go for the switch up again in this fast B play. But as it now falls down to just Elite, a steady pair of hands who steered that BBL ship most of last year, now on KC,
could be okay. Like, it is doable for Elite, but he's got to choose carefully. Ooh, he's gonna go Heaven, really. That's on Nest. And then he plays down below, forcing them to have to check Kitchen, but he's spotted now.
It's just the fight that he looks to toy with. Shao does still have the wingman, and Koala does have a smoke. So Elite needs to be heads up with this.
Yeah, it's just straight up gunfight. Hasn't used any of the utility. Boss fight found.
NT. I think he should have reset once it was a 1v1.
Great way to break the ice. Navi.
I don't know. That's hindsight 2020 though, because sometimes just like, you know, it's the big brain play. It's the ego play of like, no, we're taking this fight again. So I don't think you can really fault him, but I think he's probably thinking like, maybe I should have reset. Yeah, so the thing is though, they were never that expensive to begin with, so I think raising their prices would be
consistency at the top level, consistently being able to play regardless of
would just be a lot of backlash.
Just to give you a little statistic, Kaza, one for the folks at home. Martin is 1 kill off 1,000, which is absolutely insane to think about. Something that we were speaking about a little bit earlier, but we'll have to see how much impact that's going to have in the game at hand. In terms of this round, full by both teams. Ruxic already reinforcing.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's B, like the way you reset, you can go high-low again. You can peek out close. You can peek out far. You can draw him in. Like there's a lot you can do there. And it was planted Heaven anyway, so like Koala Noob would have less time, but unlucky.
Towards Kitchen, actually. A little loose on the trigger finger.
Hero, dude. Hero definitely seems to have some like nerves every now and then.
You have the lockdown.
Notice, like when he's on, but other times he looks very fidgety.
Would do well to clear out that A side, and that's where the spike is. He's still a bit timid here. Utility invested. Suppression on Ruxic. He will be unperturbed by the situation, but walks
tries to find the timing there, because otherwise the lockdown's gonna get you. Dude, Martin is terrorizing them in mid, man. He gains so much space. Dude, and then he sends the paranoia, and I don't know if they know that Aves is here. I think they just think it's just Martin.
This is getting a little bit chaotic
that's
now,
rough.
being able to pick that one
And he's got salvos, so it doesn't matter if he's stuck in mid. He can still. I think you gotta call a timeout after this one. 6 rounds in, and you're still feeling a little lost.
Try and make things a little more difficult for the attack to try and digest. It does get the spike to half, but that's where Aves brings us back to reality. Angel dealt with. Last player sat in spawn. It's Shao, and Aves has him caught.
Clean shots.
KC back to winning ways. That's number 5.
Clinical is the words that I would use, and I think right now Sadak is completely.
I mean, their final tickets though. No, but that's what I mean. Like Korean esports tickets were never that expensive to begin with. They weren't like Worlds or TI tickets. You know what I mean? They've never been that expensive. I think Korean League ones, no matter how popular it is. Obviously, the size could get big, but I think even the most expensive probably wasn't anywhere above like 20,000 or 25,000. So, and I assume it's not in a different arena, right? So.
Import of Sadak, of course, now up against a regional veteran in the form of Angel. It must
yeah, this is a necessary timeout.
That's what you're thinking about at the end of the line. But in terms of the game right now, the big takeaway from that is that Navi had a good setup.
I think there's a lot of things actually Navi needs, like the aggression from KC, etc. But I think first and foremost, they got to lock down mid.
They can always just change up how it is exactly they're approaching each and every lane. It's making life very difficult for Navi.
And I think as well, like,
yeah, if you're at the Freak Up Studio and you're suddenly like, well, it's the finals, it's called GSL for a reason, and you raise the price, dude, they would get eaten alive. Also, it just wouldn't make sense because you wouldn't have extra costs anyway.
Navi right now, on their pistol round, I would really like them to try and
Martine,
push the
10,000
limits,
kills.
There you have it. A millennia
Martine's been
for Martine.
farming.
1,000 kills
1,000
in VCT
kills.
EMEA. A player only just joining since partnerships began, but great to see yet another face from Challengers. Suddenly become one of the most feared players coming into this playoff stage, it must be said. He has had a good start to this map. Well, though, it's come up time.
Why is his mic so quiet?
This time, he's trying to find a little gap in which to work with. And
Oh, it might just be his projection.
Here, and they've
I don't know.
heard Koala actually jump back. Again, Casey, like they've managed to avoid this mid play that Navi have set up as well. And I
You
think
know
that's
that
exactly
it's
what you're
multiple
doing in
people,
this round
though.
If you're KC, because
So you start to
know
draw, but look at how much
that
focus they have in mid,
Lionel
right?
side,
So
as we
that's what
said
they
many
talked about. They
times,
said
he
they have the
knows
turret too. They're like, we ain't
not
giving up
something
mid.
that you're consistently looking at them potentially being able to post, but one off of a lockdown, a thrash.
You're still ready for the flood in. Salvo plus paranoia. At that point, you just kind of wait it out. You only have pistols anyway. Oh, they're gonna go for Armageddon. Oh no. Really? I mean, you get one kill, but what else from that? They also did it in a way where you can't actually immediately follow in and take the guns.
These rifles certainly do, and I think they're moving through this with ease at this point. The only thing is, time is getting low, and that spike needs to go down. It's the only remaining pressure in the round, as you say. 15 seconds, less time. Once that spike goes in,
Yeah, that's...
it's a hit and hope. And I have to say, coming out of the timeout, you weren't fully expecting those ults to be invested, but this is something that we saw yesterday.
Do you think Navi making any roster changes to get balanced right here? I don't think so. I feel like if you did make any, it would be Hero, but I think even that is not really fair.
It does leave you scratching your head a little bit at what they think those win conditions are.
I'm blind, I'm flashed, I'm bolted, man.
Yeah, no, I have to agree. I just feel as if
I wish they would get rid of the chirp there on the replay talk thing. I don't know. I really hate it. I hate it as a concept, but I hate the little high-toned chirp at the end even more. Just the low tone would have been enough.
The A side is the weaker of the two, and there is only Ruxic here. I'm also just looking at Sarak's null command because one of the unique interactions with there being
I wouldn't.
the KO in play.
I don't think they should. Well, just because also like I don't think one player, you know, roster change like makes a world of a difference right now for Navi. It's like they do seem to be clicking a bit more as time goes on. So it's not that necessarily, but obviously you're still far from looking like a trophy-winning team, so that's the problem. But Navi is already a partnered team. I think it's okay to like want to make incremental changes, right? That's like it's funny because we're all talking about well like this team was built to go go to champions and stuff, but the only teams that should really be desperate for that are Ascension teams, and then like if it's in your home country. So like with Vitality, etc., like we get it, right? But other teams, if you're partnered, like you shouldn't just go for a high-risk Hail Mary every year on your roster chain. You should look to build. You really should. Right? Not every sports team in a league is always just like spending their entire budget just to rehash the entire team. Like you make small adjustments. You go from like 8th place to, you know, like 6th to 4th place, right? And then maybe you're like, ooh, we're a finals contender, like things like that. That should be your goal, really.
Even just the fact that Aves was so close to getting that Armageddon, and then that's actually what they used to counter the lockdown. Lots of thought being put into this. Another gun round coming up. Navi at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, also knowing the coaches, I don't feel like either of these coaches are like, you know, trigger happy with the roster changes, but sometimes it comes from management, so who knows?
Well, Ruxic lucky to escape with his life there, but we're back towards looking at mid, right? And Navi have dedicated Hero at least to watch on to this spot.
I'd say as well, looking at the comps for both, it also gets to in mid. Huge duel wins it.
Dude, Navi just cannot hold on to mid for their life.
Setup has almost completely collapsed.
It is
the
rough.
Control taken early, that now getting re-cleared. Navi will
Like that, I think, is
right
just
now,
the bottom line for this map so far.
Just gonna go ahead and
There's
take
other
it right
factors, but it all
back.
kind of stems from that,
Seeing the timing.
right? Like Navi's so scared of mid now, so both sites are kind of free.
Pulling players across, and KC slow roll once again. Just double checking mid. Yeah, they're gonna think that this is towards E, but unfortunately, utility on B pulls them back.
Basically, you've already bypassed this. Sadak gutting out the site itself, just making sure he has the space for the spike plant. All over from Koala. Na'Vi pretty quick in how they're looking to retake.
Same time, look at those that post-plant utility. Molly on Sugetsu, Sadak. I mean, Elite's got some of his own, and Avez even has the salvos. This is going to be really hard for Navi to get through.
It's a kill already, though, from Angel. That softens things up massively. Martin missing. Not a player yellow side. All of them backed up into main.
KC, they are... Oh, shoot. Avez gets taken out, but they have another coming. Is he going to get there in time, though? Doesn't look like he doesn't have an angle. Yeah, that's... They were relying on the flank. That was a fumble. That was a fumble.
Remnant of this standoff. A well-executed retake. And a very much needed one at this stage in the half.
Yeah, Bunny. I mean, I would say that if you're looking at if you're looking for like changes at the end of the year, maybe, but mid-season, I don't think so.
To come through later in the post plan,
Oof.
and there was so much utility that KC could work with rather than taking the jewels. I know Navi tried to go and look for them, but just use that utility and depend upon it. You don't need to fight.
Wallace still standing. The walk down mid to frisk KC. Oh, it's info again, but a quick trade. It's only Ruxic walking down long.
At the same time though, right? You get rid of the tail, that's clearing utility gone, and not only that, post-plant utility as well. That could be a really big pick when we
finally,
look at the
Navi,
for KC.
They at least have the advantage. They have control of mid, at the very least. You've already kind of given up on A, so
seems like both sides
they're gonna try to rotate early to see if they can remedy that, but they'll be late. Hero needs to not greed this. All right, everybody's here before the spike gets planted. You got Thrash.
Coming back in. Spike plant. Going to be successful here, but Navi are coming straight in. They're gonna
Stun
be
doesn't
quick
stop it, but it gives them time to creep in.
Immediately on the site, Shao picking up his first Angel right by his side. Looking like another successful retake. That's unless Sugetsu can do something to stop this, but Navi
okay. Navi's coming online. All right. New skin.
Successive round for the first time in this half as the defense continues to show signs of life.
Yeah, and I think as well,
I think it depends on the philosophy of the GM. I mean, that's true too.
To really extend their lead.
Incremental changes have negligible impact, like with Shao and Ruxic becoming. Well, for me, it's more so like, do you believe in the vision of the type of roster you're building? It's just not clicking, or like one person just needs, you know, like, is it just like a one person thing? Or like, obviously, if you think, okay, we tried this new idea of like, we want these types of players and it's just not working out, like maybe you start from scratch. Like that I can understand, but
you know, it's important to mention as well, stylistically, this comp already is very on brand with the type of Valorant that Sadak had been pushing for a long time.
But I think that's also changes you make in the offseason anyway, to begin with.
Most well known there as an X-Champs winner. He likes to play with all the chips on his side of the felt, you know? Yeah. When you are in that situation, you saw it a couple rounds ago, where he can move up B long, it's constantly going to be re-smoked, especially because Na'Vi are also running a similar comp here. Just complete information
Wish they would show us the timeout and which team, like, throughout this entire timeout screen.
Forcing them to try and re-clear, forcing them to commit pieces to the space.
You could do it even.
The changes that I've seen in the last couple
you could do it on the banner. You could have it here and here and have the team that called it blinking, you know?
Get the kind of setup that they want. And when this chaos does break out, it doesn't feel like,
I don't know, maybe the sponsor agreement was literally nothing else on the banner, but
having similar comps, right? It really does come down to the game plan and the calling structure and what the game plan actually is from both teams. Right now,
Casey well ahead.
Do you think Team Secret should move away from Jesse Vash? I don't think they need to, but I think Jesse Vash is a little bit stuck in his ways. But as far as I can tell, I think they are slowly preparing to do that anyway. Why else would you have 2G start to try IGLing this year?
Koala goes down on the other side. Elite seem to have the right idea. That was really well read. Yes, and on top of that, that's a massive point to lose if you're NAVI, because Koala's operator, very quick, we all know that, but it's also a part of the map that he can watch and allow NAVI to gain information through that. There's 3 for NAVI on A, and Casey are walking straight into
KC are starting to slow things down. Oh, got spotted.
The first of those players, but he'll be without the poison cloud to try and face it.
Oh, I mean, NAVI kind of got baited in on this.
The duel against the in-game leader on the other side and backtracking his footsteps. Shao into the utility dump. Martin.
I mean,
the
jump vandal.
Still hanging around here though. Playing from below the pipes in the maze. Sadak flashing in. It just feels like wherever NAVI try and go, they're isolated, alone, and now removed.
No,
from
they
the
show it in the
situation.
venue because it's. I think it's just the team. I think it's the team with the word behind them. I think the other team just has their pictures. I'm not sure. But like, yeah, it's like stuff like that. Like, it's not even. It's not clearly explained unless you watch literally every single broadcast and you piece it together. Damn.
A triple kill on the site from the young star. And a Red Bull clutch that carries on the Na'Vi streak and the comeback. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know. Casey just
whichever team's called the timeout is mainly. Well, no, again, like, but that's like, that's stuff that's good production in addition. Like, we're not shooting some, we're not shooting like a, you know, indie movie here. Like a,
it's incredibly frustrating.
Like an interpretive piece of art. We're running a competition.
Massive clutch as he has been dependable in those situations so far for Na'Vi. Certainly not the first 1v3 I've seen him pull off this stage. It won't be the last either. Towards B we go. Straight forward from KC. This has been a massive pain point for Na'Vi. The entry goes to Sugetsu once again through that mid duel. Exactly, and I'm glad you raise it because it's probably the 3rd time in the last 4 rounds that we've seen that first pick come through mid. It's an absolute oasis for KC, but
I mean, I don't understand how they're giving away so many kills, like all the way deep. Like, how are you being so vulnerable? I think Na'Vi. I think it's because Na'Vi feels that they need to fight mid, but they're just like, but they're too scared to really commit to it.
Has a little bit of an angle, but can't quite find what he's looking for.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Reverse engineering, the smoke plops down the molly and Spike goes in. Sugetsu still hanging around in middle. Shao does remove him from the situation.
2v4, there's no reason for a wraparound from KC on this one.
Have all too much. They want to fight this on the front foot, but the thrash into the smoke could be huge.
Dude, they smoked themselves. Dude, this was so good from KC. That's their own smoke. They put up their own smoke so they can fan out and peek out if they need to, so they don't get actually wrapped around.
Very slow, very methodical.
On top of that, it works well against the Thrash as well. That's good.
And they know exactly what Navi's setup is and how to counteract it. An unbeaten streak so far for them here on Icebox. Does it continue? Find out after the break.
Sadak traded his youth for hacks. What? Is RQ getting run over by the train momentum tomorrow? I mean, I hope not, just because they've been very exciting. So it'd be nice to have a competitive match. But I want to see Paper X win because I want to see rejuvenated Paper X versus rejuvenated Gen G in a BO5. I think it's if RQ can keep their mental in check, I think it'll probably be a 3-1. Could be a 3-2 Paper X. But if they don't get their mental in check, like if they either get too overly excited for like revenge or whatever, then it's like, then it's a 3-0, I think. So you want to see RQ get beaten by Gen G again? No, I want to see Paper X versus Gen G. What? I said Paper X. Gen G Heretics rematch in Toronto.
Welcome back. KC
Could be good.
finishing the half with a flourish.
Heretics got to get there first, though. Not that I have any doubts, but
on Icebox, where we'd seen strong signs from that Vitality game, but again, it does still feel like a bit of a red herring.
Yeah, no, I see.
Forth of wins and losses. They need to get off this roundabout, otherwise it's going to be
no.
Yeah, I think for me, Navi, the last time that they played this through, they actually impressed me.
Damn, did they play really for 3 years? Core was strong together, huh? The FPX core.
How that continues.
Nearly 1,000 days.
Move on towards the attack. Carmine Core feel like the big brother in this matchup in terms of they understand how the comp is being played out and how to counteract what Navi want to do. Last pistol on the defense. KC did a very good job at highlighting the flank.
Oh, doesn't get tagged.
Super proactive on this defender's side.
Carmine Core does find that a little bit weird, though.
But calling for backup, there's a brawl going down, and KC draw first blood. You see, it's a brawl.
Hero needs to get more than one here.
That flash is perfect,
okay, well they do. They chase through.
Martin trying to escape.
Martin tried to greet the one more kill.
Just that.
And then they back off. I mean, now, as long as Angel doesn't go too far ahead. I do like Navi's pistol a little bit, too. It's actually pretty good.
Moving up on long. Steps soon to be heard by Elite. His utility helping dictate the pace of the flow through mid as Sugetsu has bought a rotation. But the spike is soon to go down and the spam's not landing. Molly to deny the wingman. Nah, he's got it. Yeah, just about. No problem for the wee man. Martin still has that paranoia though. That's the other thing to consider moving into this. And well, as for Navi, the utility is looking pretty bad.
Paranoia used.
It's all about these gunfights, and Navi continue to win them through this round. Martin, though, still up and alive, and you know just how good he can be.
Good ping pong back and forth for KC, but
although Sugetsu now having to clutch up another 1 versus 3, and both players are low. This is doable.
Oh, he's looking, dude, but they're playing their lives so well. Both Xiao and Angel, they start to get low, and they're just playing for safety.
Every single pissed around yesterday against the team which led it statistically BBL. They're still going out in straight sets from that matchup in the upper bracket. So I'm looking now at
Elite's been quiet, relatively quiet for sure.
For old time's sake, from
and Snoggy, that's it is very interesting. I honestly think
that's why I'm not fighting, boys.
Sure. I really think the
well, considering we saw that statistic yesterday about how he's improved his first day.
I really think it's nice to see
helping support
Sen, Heretics, and Gen G like figure themselves out for the 2025 meta.
Walking into 3 players, never gonna
4 players.
Just backtrack. The comms there. Hero asking for the support, knowing that KC do like to get very active.
I think it's very cool.
This time though, it's a
really good way to
4 players to greet Navi.
You gain a lot of faith in their like core team and the coaching staff, but also like good narratives, etc. And it is cool that like Bangkok we had a completely new guard, but now it's them. And then what you pointed out of like EDG still kind of made it into Bangkok, but then now they're completely out. It's kind of a reverse.
Every duel that's come their way. Not really much to fall back upon here if you're KC either. It's a well-played round from Navi as far as they're concerned. And I think at this point, all the Sadak right now is been like, look guys, we're not going to win these duels, we're not going to win the post plant, so let's deny them the ultimate orbs, and I think it's the right call here.
Do you think Paper X will be good in Toronto? No time made a sense to back in rotation. I mean,
up on my list, my little Navi,
I think they should have a better starting point than a lot of the teams in terms of
Hero on his pistol, get one more on the way back out.
In terms of like figuring out what works for them in the new meta.
Still something to be thinking about.
But the real question is will they be also good enough to figure out what other people are going to do? Right? So we'll see. I think that part they might still struggle with.
It looks good.
Even better than it should be, guys.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're happy, right? Things are on track right now, and with this being A huge purchase for them.
Hero is still at 11 and 10.
Massively going to struggle if they lose this.
Well, they went back to the circle with the border.
Maybe we'll see this battle start. Elite, though, is the one who gets things off to KC's side, and they've traded things down to still an advantage in their favour. NAVI's response towards the A side. Martin ahead.
Vice is so good on Sunset, for sure.
Find the spike.
Oh.
There's more time for his teammates to come and support him. No.
No, he gets out and he gets traded.
Do that. An escape artist.
Paranoia
Houdini
worth,
on the
man.
inside.
What?
But NAVI back into that situation felt like they were so separated at times. We do see it in these moments where just slight lapses in concentration. I mean, even then, they had two players.
Straight up, Houdini.
They had heroes.
Are you on the Paper X train? I mean, I think at this point, if you're not on the Paper X train, you're just a hater.
It's like finding yourself in a position to build that momentum, start to move forward in the rounds. And
But yeah, I was on it. Chat, I'm just so done with it. I'm just so done with it.
And it slip. Just when you think it's the light at the
Bring
end of
all the
tunnel,
streams to
the
soup.
oncoming traffic heads in your direction, but
Like, god damn.
Never do anything for us here. It's another Turkish player to take on the 1 versus 3. Make that a 1 versus 4, as Martin is still somehow alive. Ruxic needs to go looking for a pick, and it needs to be clean, right? The unfortunate thing is that drone has identified exactly where he is, so he's not going to have much of a chance here.
Yeah, I mean, well done with the drone.
Shop window, can't find it. Martin denying any opportunity for them to build that momentum, and it's something that's happened a couple of times now, which is frustrating to look at. But in terms of what KC did well here, just reading the situation, this is just ridiculous from Martin, and so unfortunate from the spray at the same time. That's it, and I think
Loop thinks he's me, he's not, bro.
He thinks he's me, he's not.
There can only be one.
Dude, Martin.
Still though, a buy to come back into this. All hope is not lost. It was just a bonus.
No, I
You
don't
have
think
to
so. I think it's
remember
just
that.
YouTube or Twitch.
And it seems as if NAVI want to hit this straight into A.
I predicted, it wasn't so much a prediction, but they wanted hot takes, and my hot take of who will win, I think that it was who's your hot take winner for stage 1. I guess it is a prediction, but yeah, I predicted Paper X.
So much space early round. Look at Ruxic walking up tube. Taman close to the turret. I mean, could call for a smoke to come and support him from Koala. Still not spotted though. While he sits around in this position.
This has to be like one of the quietest Icebox games though. With no duelist on either side. A little bit too wide.
At least the base is here to try and cut off any rotations.
Oh, he's not succeeding. Dude, mid is a terror zone from both sides.
What does NAVI do to respond to this though? I mean, the ball is in Navi's court. They're just going to slow the pace all the way down, force KC to make an investment, try and trade out the space on the map. You can see Sadak is looking towards A. But as fate would have it, B is the site under threat. And there's only Elite here to deal with it.
Elite, some of the viewers, they want to see your old form. Okay, he gets one.
At least Kill has got
Wants to play it safe.
something to work with. All 3 players, though, all on the
Ruxic and mid, do they remember? Do they remember that he's still here? They do. Okay, that's huge from Martin. Sadak gets spotted. Okay, knows the killjoy is close. Navi chooses to push out into the site. That's a good call.
Join up with his teammate,
I don't think they know.
leader Sadak, as he moves through B long. But NAVI have moved forward. They've changed the goalposts, and now KC have got a really tough problem.
Dude, this was good
here.
repositioning from Navi, though. Yeah, he realized he's got to go save now. That was really well done from Navi. The moment they realized that Sadak is on the flank, they decide to just push into the site. That was good. That was a good call.
Performance is a word which we brought up quite a few times when referencing these teams, and I think it counts for NAVI just as much as it does KC in terms of the extra coaching staff that they've relied upon to get them up to scratch. to bring them to previous M80 levels if it's Koala, or all the rest just having the comfort of someone like Hero on this Killjoy or Cypher.
Yeah, Saisho thought I was insane. Saisho said that was that was like crazier than whatever hot take he had before, which was definitely crazier. Oh, nice check.
I think he's seen that one.
Dude, both teams, their instincts are just better on attack.
Martin does isolate the lurk, and with that, KC do go level in player numbers. There is a little bit more support on the B side of the map this time as well, though, and the plant is yet to go through.
Yeah, the delay coming
Salvo's drawn out.
To get Clears into position to flood retake is absolutely massive. But remember, Sadak is only on
ah, man. Just not shallow enough.
KC played in. Aves and Elite from up top, dropping in the stun.
Ooh, big
Koala
stun.
gets his though and gets out. 3 on 3, but the playing field is skewed in favor of Na'Vi.
Excuse me?
Seen up close, paranoia to the back of yellow positioning is so constricted.
Dude, Martin.
And that's where KC
How many does he have?
Vice grip. Can Angel do any better for us in the clutch? The salvos are up, and the time is ticking on down.
Oh, he's gonna get into the smoke.
Even more onto Elite. 6 points of health.
Oh, enough. Half wasn't done. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Oh, I thought he would have had time. That's a shame, man. I thought the ticking was already going to be faster. I thought he needed to get half there. Oof. That's rough.
Found ourselves away into the B site, away to get within touching distance of their opponents. Just goes the other way. And now you start to look at the economy.
Martinez 10 kills. I can't read my numbers.
If they lose this, it could be a massive swing round. The good thing for them is they have plenty of ultimates to use. That's exactly
He's
it.
19 and 12. Damn.
Angel's behalf away from a full house, so that's how they choose to use it. Koala investing the ult back towards his own spawn, I believe, so just faking out the possibility of a flank. But KC have already cleared this. They're set up for the right site.
Yeah, but the lockdown, what do you do against it? Salvos and fragment.
To break it. That's brilliant.
Yeah, fantastic. And now Navi are left stumped, scratching their heads. How do we get into this site?
There's another.
Gonna have to use the thrash.
Hey, this time it's thrash. Oh, they clear only close instead of a full send.
Come down to these gunfights.
But Martin, he's created the crossfire.
Set up. You've got Abbas here for contact. KC are perfectly in place.
Yeah, this is looking tough for Na'Vi.
That's massive.
I don't know if Shao gets a kill there.
Oh,
I mean, oh, Martin.
Martin out of nowhere.
He doesn't have a shrouded step. Smoke. To pretend like he might have crossed over. Yeah, he pushes away from the wall to make sure he doesn't get spammed.
Wants to look for his next duel, his next fight, and doesn't realize.
Oh, and Roxy checks the last second. Martin thought he was safe, man.
But it's Sugetsu again. It's Angel on the other side. Molly at his feet. But supported by Ruxic now, and this one should not be winnable, but
Sugetsu just says, not you, Angel.
Cross-held solo by Hero.
Oh, the respect given. Pit up.
He's the man you want to depend upon here. With the Viper's pit down, that's the biggest obstacle that he needs to try and get by.
I like that Hero's playing safe.
Thinking about that next player,
gets the kill as well.
He's the one that can shut it down for Na'Vi and keep them within touching distance. Just 2 rounds.
A lot of ults, though. Yeah, 3 ults, yeah, from the attacking side.
Right, and how expensive this round would be for Na'Vi if they lost it, but they put everything towards the middle of the field. Only one ultimate was kept into the next round. That was Angel's, and that was only because it never came up.
Koala Nu brings the energy as he always does.
It looks like KC are so well set up defensively, and then all of a sudden it completely falls apart. There was an extra couple seconds there for Ruxy.
Yeah, that wasn't even like a barrier delayed thing. It was just way too early.
They're down to Sheriffs, and now that's where we expect Navi to start to get close to their opponents now. They're in that eco cycle of defense. It makes it so much harder.
Absolutely. And this is just another opportunity to tighten up that scoreline a little bit more. You take a step back and look at the veto. In terms of these maps, you go on to split, but I don't think last time out was a fair representation of what KC can do there. Last 3 series, they haven't banned it. It's been floated, and then Ascent. Last 3 series, that's been left open for NAVI.
Ready for it. Ooh, wanted to get one. Just gets the tag.
Up and make sure that there's no one else hiding. That I'm making here though is that if NAVI can go ahead and win this map, the series all of a sudden looks very different. But it's rounds like this that we've mentioned time and time again that just don't feel all too guaranteed for them. And look at the setup. KC have guessed correctly. 4 players on A, 30 seconds. NAVI.
Yeah, but they guessed correctly last time too. Dude, Xiao's always getting the entry kill on that angle, on the wide angle. How are they letting that happen?
Yellow and black. And they'll send it home. 1 is all there is between these 2 teams.
It's little rounds like that for me. Which,
damn, dude, Navi's catching up.
Honestly, yeah. But
yeah,
I think Navi did a brilliant job. They kept it simple, used the utility. That's one of the margins that you can really exploit when you're playing against the low buy. And it's a confidence builder as well, because this is now a 1-round game. KC are coming up on some huge round-winning ultimates. But nice to
Angel's like, dude, this American man.
Kept up by the duelist.
Have to keep an eye on the lockdown and an Armageddon on
yeah, I mean the way that KC was thinking about the angles here and here, they're just, for whatever reason, they're not ready for that.
Ultimate. Still look towards him. I was gonna say that's
and this time Navi just ups the tempo. You love it. Repeat A, but now they've got extra lurk as well from Rooksik.
He just needs to hold on to this space towards screens. You've got so many strong ults to combine and cut back.
Ooh, he's gonna greet it. There is a turret in kitchen.
No reason to overplay your hand, and he's done a brilliant job at just managing
so they know
this space, which
KC's just gonna go fast though. They say, all right, you know what? He's gone through kitchen. We can go fast. Oh,
this is now an even bigger problem.
The Armageddon. Martin gets him, but they are scattered.
2 kills picked up from him. Martin,
dude, where's the timeout? And KC needs a timeout bad, but their econ's in the dumpster.
Round. KC came in with all of the tools and looked like they were happy to concede the A space. But then when push comes to shove, there was just nothing there.
Isn't he Canadian? Oh yeah, Koala's Canadian. Sorry, I meant like America's player, but I said American, so that's on me.
That's a big kill. It is, because KC are now, they have no cash. It's another equal round. Sure, we're starting to head into the end of this half, but this map, I don't think they should feel too desperate in using all.
Yeah, so for those who are asking, like in venue, it's whoever, they have it on the screen here and then they have it in the back here. Like whoever has the timeout text is the one that calls it, which I think is a good way to do it in the venue. But I just wish, like, you know, when we're, it's just, I think for broadcast, having clear information is nice. Some things you want to be subtle, some things you don't.
But to go back to the prior round as well, and something we'd already been talking about a bit, I'm really impressed with how Koala is starting to gel into this Navi side and what his, you know, that component looks like, not just in terms of the duelist,
why
but
is
also
my
as well. Because if you go back and look at Navi's recent history, and
why is my stream elements not updating?
It's completely different to
Sleazy's Tech Posture, thank you for the Prime sub. I saw that in the chat, but something's not working for my stream elements. Anyway, good AM. How's life as a CC? Any projects coming up? Life as a CC is okay. I mean, I would say I've been quite fortunate to have a relatively smooth start. Obviously, you know, still just budding. But there's pros and cons, but I'm enjoying the pros, so that's good. In terms of any projects coming up, nothing like large scale. I'm trying to just make sure I do things, you know, small, brick by brick, track by track, I guess. So we'll clear up all the foundational things, small, one by one. You know, keep weekly YouTube videos regular, things like that. Any plans for try? Yeah, I'm not sure. I hadn't really thought too far forward. But I might try to see
the same time, though,
oh, there you go.
that's the sheriff jobs to get to. But
I mean, I'll probably still do the like scrum interviews and stuff, like I did at Bangkok.
Control if Navi can't get a grasp on it.
This is also where KC want to play, up close and personal.
Ooh, that was shaky, man.
That would have given KC a huge opportunity.
Yeah, that would have made it a...
Navi are the ones that strip it back
Oh,
instead.
man, that could have made it a 2v2.
Any view to be used, not the same way that Navi had thrown them at some of their ecos. KC building towards something bigger in the next, but while all this is happening, I mean, look, you've got 2 more to build towards here on Angel and Hero.
Yeah.
Interested to see if they're the ones given the kill here.
That's even if they get the chance, right? Because Elite could easily just go and...
The Outlaw statistics are always crazy, but I'm never sure if that's because the gun is busted or it's because it's only ever pulled. I think it's a combination of both.
He'll go to 11, Navi.
I think it's a little bit both, just because we do still see it sometimes, like... I mean, because for instance, even if you use it in a busted round, then you have it in the follow-up round where it's not as busted, right? But there are still times where it still finds like good value. So.
Quite doing enough.
Dude, is that young Sadak?
Very nice. Obrigado. Anyway, Navi now with a lead. Can KC rely on their captain yet again to bail them out of a bad situation?
Oh, that was rough, man.
Something has to change.
Getting wrecked by Angel there on the spray, the crouch spray. Martine, that doesn't feel good.
Frustration.
I wonder what's going on with my stream elements, though.
NAVI who pulled the trigger first on it. Same entry that we saw from Martin in the last half. It's Koala to do it this time, but they've not accounted for Sadat. NAVI get the trades, though. Still worried about Kitchen and a player potentially being deposited there. That was Hero, and he's gone. But Sugetsu yet to make his move back side. This is huge, and the spike is still not down.
It's updated now.
Chance to deny that. Molly doing well. I mean, at the same time, trying to stall out using the Thrash, but the Viper's Pit has bought a little space in which to work with. Even the lockdown will buy more. Angel trying to reposition towards Snowman.
Yeah, trying to see if you can do anything off of those ults, but you won't. But the lockdown doesn't push you out entirely, so it's not too bad. Ooh, I like the high drone. Dude, Angel trying to get his kills. Oh, they think they got...
Oh, that's such a frustrating way to lose the round.
What was Shao doing?
Martine very nearly cleans the slate entirely. 24 kills now for him. And we will be going to the very limits of regulation.
that was not good.
To give KC 11.
Yeah, it is. And also, it's a Navi timeout to try and push themselves over the line. I can understand.
Shao was just watching I guess.
The angle after the spam.
I don't.
What do you think?
I was blind.
A little bit of communication, maybe. But at the same time, the point
Was that planned?
Like,
I don't know.
The angle because you get a pick, not realizing it's not the diffuser. I feel as if Navi just not paying attention to the smaller details.
Yeah, well, that calls for a timeout.
Where you could take number 12, get map point on your opponent's pick in this elimination series in the playoff bracket. Which I think
what's Navi going to talk about here, though? That last round was it's just a blunder round, you know?
Is not the same as what we've seen in years gone by. All of those changes made with the look into
might be trying to figure out what they want to just do to make sure that they get map point first, or even if it's not like some huge overall pattern that you've seen.
Your target at the end of the gauntlet. In this round, I mean, look, we saw big ults invested, and they do just about get the return. It's that null command, the only one in play. Still, Navi not too far off some of their own.
Couple of pings from KC.
You're 2 away from Armageddon.
A little bit more aggressive from the
I feel like they might try to go for that.
Martin's the only one really backing that up.
Okay, Hero's the only one that gets tagged, and immediately they refill with 2 people on A. So they want to know if that's going to call for a push out that KC's done before, you know, 3-man push out, something like that.
As the rest of the pack is just cleaning up on B long and keeping the attention of KC, holding it.
IK님 안녕하세요.
Is forced to re-clear it through Aves. all the information that they need, so it should be easy to start to lean heavier on the A side, where NAVI begin to make inroads. To that extent, KC are not fully sold on this situation.
And KC's kind of cautious, but I think they have an inkling. Yeah, you see Sada coming over as well, just because there's no follow-up from B. So they can play delay with the Viper.
A fourth shortly arriving, as the rest of NAVI will be. They've got utility.
See if this works out for Martin. Kind of a tricky little trick jump to get on top.
It's Elite that actually gets the kill, not Martin, as he tried to play aggressive. That Snow Command is denying all the utility that NAVI would want.
Yeah, I like that. I like that KC this time. They just go far back, and they just basically have firing squad lines ready. Angel still somehow gets one.
Spike goes cold. Does the round. Hero has to
10 seconds.
Here to even be within a chance, and with 10 seconds
oh, he's starting to run away. Yeah, I like that. Well done from KC. Dude, this guy's going at it.
Does still feel repeatable for KC. Perhaps not the ultimate, but at the very least the read. It's a number of times now where we've seen them get into position but fail to execute from that game plan. So this does feel very gratifying from their perspective to win the duels. Hero keeps it close, but still too far out of his wheelhouse.
Relax, guys. Everyone relax, please, okay?
And I think that's the big thing, talking about emotions. Relax and hear.
I was just screaming, and Martin goes, relax.
How easy is it to control the emotions of your team?
Okay, keep the guns away.
Won the mid-round.
Don't give them the free op.
They do it again here. In terms of info,
so pushes them back through the op, right?
Already lost to the clock. I like that molly lineup to try and get rid of the turret. It's gone. That mid control now lost for KC.
Trying to keep them away from being able to get full clear information on mid. So a lot of attention drawn on mid, and it works. 4 people focused on mid. Gives your team a timing to get into the site, and then you're opening up a second option here on B. If it plants for free, you have a double flank.
Brooksik and Hero starting to show themselves in Sui's direction. It's backed all the way
yeah,
up.
but this actually
Still
works
playing
out
from
because
yellow,
it was much more committed from the double here on B. But Navi's just can't make up their mind. They just don't have the confidence. Obviously, we see the minimap, they don't, but they don't have confidence about like what would be the reaction from our actions. And now they're late. Hey, you were spotted just now here as well. KC knows that after being spotted, you didn't commit to B.
But there's such a small lane to actually play into, so that fragment's already done a lot. KC are ready for retake.
Oh, paranoia, counter paranoia. It's a bit of a mess, but they'll get the spike down.
Will buy a little bit of delay for the attack.
It's absolute chaos as utility goes traded. So
Lockdown buys a little bit of extra time.
Have little left for themselves. Angel Salvos is about as good as it gets. There's still flashes and stuns on KC's side to come back through.
Shao finding himself another pocket in which to work. And NAVI supporting him.
Oh, Shao. That's huge. Oh, dude, he is getting so much value, so much time, so much space.
Or it will be overtime, and I think there's a nice little
we're going to OT. Okay. Started off a little bit one-sided, but we got there. Chobra, if you woke up one morning and you transformed into the coach of a VCT team of your choice, which are you picking? Language barrier non-existent. If I woke up, if I could choose which teams I could coach when I woke up in the morning.
As we've moved from that very first opening fixture of kickoff up until now, the elimination game in stage 1. Util sent both ways. NAVI not left with all too much, but Shao's positioning late is what wins it for them.
That's not the first time he's done that. No, found himself a little pocket, the smokes to support that, and KC just swing it dry. They had already used a little bit of utility trying to come in early. The lockdown
in Pacific, other than Nongshim for obvious reasons, but I also just really like the Nongshim players. But other than that, I think I would actually choose.
A little bit of pressure put on early towards this right-hand side. Spike posturing in the direction.
Oh wait, Pacific's actually hard. I think in EMEA I would choose BBL.
In the latter stages of the round, but the question being, how much information can NAVI
America's
collect in the meantime?
America's probably set, actually.
Oh my God,
Well,
the swing
MIBR is a
from
good
Rutzik.
shout.
Shred of a Vez. At the same time, though, NAVI have cleared
But
through
probably
mid.
Sentinels.
They've deposited a turret just to make sure no one else comes later.
China,
focus
it probably
completely
would have
on
been
this side.
XOG, although maybe now less just because they already
Line
won.
going in,
But
immediate suppression there to just stop
Pacific,
this retake in its
I
tracks. Tap of the plant
think-
from Sadak, waiting for the reply.
Hold up,
and here it
hold up.
comes.
Oh, how does he get one there, dude? Last bullet.
Knocked down, but don't necessarily need it. Winning out the deathmatch here, and the null command denies Hero his utility. So he has to depend upon his rifle, in which he
Oh,
has
finds
been
it.
hitting his shots and
That's
continues
huge.
to do
He's
so.
still full health. No
A
damage
similar
taken is
position in which
big.
from before KC
Sadok's low. You know that he went behind, but he didn't take the rope all the way, so you know he dropped.
On death's door, needs Sugetsu to trade off
They're
of it.
playing double, though.
There's one flash in which he could set his Viper up, but instead
Oh,
finds
dude,
timing.
the silent drop through the rope.
Misses one, but
Oh,
that flash is what puts
flash.
KC
Good
ahead
right
in
click. He backs
overtime.
up just to have the right
And
distance.
now,
Well done
Navi
from
needs to
Sadak.
defend.
Pacific, I think
This
I would
overtime.
choose.
The
I'm torn. I'm
Sadak
torn. I'm
self-flash
torn
as the skipper has sent
between
them onto
DRX
another
and
map point.
Zeta, but I think I would.
I mean, in terms of the opening engagement, it was good.
Oh man.
Casey doing enough to dissuade that quick flood. And Sadak really turning it on when needed, even getting the null command there to just...
It's okay. I carry you in overtime, guys. Papa, it's online.
He was saying
carry it
earlier
overtime.
that he had the youngsters
I
now
think.
to just put him in the backpack, but he's the one in these big moments,
I
these
think
killer moments,
DRX.
that is showing up and showing out.
So
for KC
DRX,
as they go
BBL,
into a timeout and look
XOG,
towards him and the coach slot for answers.
and
That's
Sentinels.
it, right? This is the last time that Casey, the last time out that Casey will have. From here on forward, they just have to hope that they get the reads right, the plays right. Want to finish it early.
He's talking about the
Navi will
0
still
point.
have one time
His
out in
motion.
overtime.
It was
That's
the
the
0
other thing
point
to
knife.
consider. That would be the other time that Eng and Zeiss get to come back into this one. With that being said, we're ready to send this one back in for another round. Yeah, and looking at Navi's attack here as well, it did look really strong towards the end, but my concerns still lie with how some of them felt a little bit readable, that you were relying
All right,
on
Martin's
moments from players
26
like
and
Hero, who now sits
19.
at the top of the sheet for Navi.
It's actually
The
quieted
scorecard,
down
21
a
kills
decent
to his
amount.
name. It might even just be a pace change here. I'm seeing 4 players at the B barrier, and with that smoke going
My
in
picks would have been
early,
GX Giant X, really? What's your reasoning for Giant X? Sentinels, Noshima, and XOG, all very strong charms in their own right. What's your reason for wanting to coach Giant X?
It's a completely rehearsed execution. The mosh pit landing backside, but Sugetsu following it up from close. Koala with a quick trade, but Sadak still alive. Looking to carry the rest of his team through OT, but it's Aves that finds the next kill.
Oh, that's a big kill. Equalizes 3v3.
So the other side of the screen,
Wait.
Koala up top,
shoot.
but Aves knows it and nails the shot.
Spike didn't get
Such a
planted.
big kill. And how do you even get that
Oh,
spike
that's
back?
rough.
It's
Oh,
really
Rooksik
difficult,
though?
but that timing's
Dude,
insane.
sneaks past the
Individual play
drone.
from Rooksik,
He
more
needed
coming
one
up.
there.
A lead there, and now Hero once more. Can he
Oh,
find a way
boy.
to do it yet again?
Oh boy.
The 19-year-old
Oh boy.
falls.
That's
It's a
so
lead to
rough
best
for
in.
Hero, man.
14 to 12, and in overtime, KC have Icebox.
Ah,
They do
rough.
have Icebox. It's
Rough,
their own
rough,
pick
rough.
as well. So the next one off split, we look towards Navi to bounce back. But that was perhaps a little bit
I mean,
more
it does
labelled
feel
than it
like
needed to be.
just
We'll see if
one
the
or
next
two
map
more
is the
rounds of
same.
messiness from
That does
Navi
bring-
is what costs him, right? That's rough. That is rough.
I'm cooking them, bro. I'm cooking them.
I'm cooking.
I read this stupid guy like my bro.
What is this guy on Gecko doing? Why he picking? Guys, chill out. Don't get overexcited, please, guys. Don't scream and shit, okay? Let's be focused.
No. Listen to Papa.
I feel like Martin's struggling there in the comms. Oh man, I think Giant X had just so much potential. Cloud is one of my favorite players in the world. West Side. Oh, okay, that's true. Yeah. It is a very potential team. I guess I just haven't seen much of that potential this year, so I didn't quite see it. But okay. No, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, individually, they are all players that have definitely proven that they have potential. All right, chat, we're going to run some ads as we always do real quick. Let me get up and stretch my legs as well, and then we'll be back. Okay. Ara was your top tier 2 talent of the year? Well, it seems like you had a good eye for it. That was a pretty hard line. Okay, while they're getting set up for map 2. Let's see. What should we do? Hades loves RB. Thank you for the prime resub. 3 months in a row now. Thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate the support. Crazy how RB clears all these players. Listen, it's RV's got to be happy that he's got such diehard fans. What are some of these math games? Nerdle, a math-based word game where you guess the equation instead of a word. Dude, how does this work? Find the hidden calculation in 6 tries. Dude, this is crazy. What? This seems insane, no? It must only have a number to the right. Dude, what the heck? This is easy? Hey, what's up, Bindi? Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. Huh. Oh, you can do it in reverse though. Interesting. Wait, how does it calculate? Wait. The solution is an 8-digit calculation. Disable hints. Wait, but does it, when I make guesses, do they have to be correct, or can I just game the system a little bit? Oh, it has to compute. Okay. I was trying to game the system a little bit. So purple is what? Purple is... Wait, I didn't... Purple is correct in wrong position. Okay. So 1 and 7. But there's no pluses. Okay. Oh, and there's no 3, 5, 4, 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. What? So 1, 7, and then 2, 8, 9? $92 minus 70. Eight. Oh, but the equals is also in a different spot. What? Dude, this is hard. Oh, dude. This is hard. Am I crazy? You just finished finals? Nice, congrats. That's gonna be a weight off your shoulders. Does that work? No. No, that would result in a 4. Yeah, but then I don't have a 7. I'm so confused. No, you can use them more than once, but... Okay, hold on. Let's just get some info from here. So that would be 182, yeah? Okay, so it is multiplies, and there is 2 and 8. So 1, 2, 7, 8, 9. All of them are in. Eight, huh? So this is tough. Oh wait, but the equals isn't here. So the equals has to be here. It can't get even closer. So it has to end in a single digit. So it has to be multiply and then divide, I think. Or it could be minus depending, but no, because it couldn't be. Yeah, so it has to be divide. 20 divided by 2 minus 9 equals 1. Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about something like that to test. That's a good way to test, yeah. No, I got to multiply a 2-digit number by a 1-digit number and then divide it by another one. That's crazy. So if I had... Well, it's not 7. Wait, what? Wait, why is 2 blocked out here? Does that mean there is only 1, 2? Is that what that means? Same with 1? Maybe. Oh, okay. So this has to be 8 or 9. Let's assume it's Let's assume it's 8. Times 7 would be 56, right? But you couldn't get 56. Unless 28 times 8 is 56. But then I don't use a 9. I also miss a 1. Oh, this is tough, man. Am I crazy? Oh, also, no, this would be a 2. One's not there, so this has to be. Hold on, I'm gonna. Okay, so it is 8. It ends in 8. Okay. Now, as soon as you figure out like one number, it makes everything easier. Okay. No, this is fun though. I kind of like this. So 2 is not here. 2 is not here. 2 is either here or here. But 7 isn't here. And 9's not here. So if this is not 1, 2, or 9, this has to be 7. Okay. So 70 something times something. Okay. Oh, I guess I never tried 0. I just realized. If let's assume, because 2's not here or here or here. They're doing Asian select, in case you're curious. Yeah. Oh, that doesn't work, though. Wait, what? Wait, I don't understand. How can you have... This can't be 7, though. Oh yeah, it can. I'm dumb. I like that. It's not too hard, but it's good. I like it. I like numbers. No, that's fun. That's fun. That's a good one. That's a good one. Keeps your brain working. All right, Split. Only bangers on Split. Yeah, it's a good brain exercise. Yeah. Math logic puzzles are always fun. Did NAVI lose another close map? I don't know. Oh, stream audio, sorry. Thank you. Thanks for the heads up. Appreciate it.
Here, right? Absolutely. The question is, yeah, what does that prep look like? This new version.
NAVI have a 25% win rate on their own map picks. They're the lowest in this in the playoffs. It's
on their own map picks, but they're going to need one of them here. Start off, it's 5 players outside of A.
Yeah, no, sorry, I keep the audio muted during like breaks and stuff, but I hear it, so I keep forgetting to unmute.
Holding on towards mid, and with all that utility, Sadak is trying to stick around here.
Although in the future, when they're on the desk, maybe I'll just leave the audio up, just a little bit softer, like a radio. I don't want to mute the desk, to be honest, but it's just like the timeout, or not the timeout, the music and stuff. It's annoying.
They've traded places because it's ramp that's re-cleared. As Hero in the pocket, Shao. He found one, but that's all it's going to be.
Yeah, well, I was about to say the post-plant positions aren't bad for NAVI, but suddenly they lose all their control. Angel's got to go kind of big here. Oh, Qualino buys a lot of time. We're dropping... Nice. We're dropping pixels here all over the place, but...
by NAVI. Now looking back, if my math serves me correctly, that's 4 out of 4 for the last attacking pistol rounds that they've played. And on this map, great way to start it because, as we mentioned previously, they only needed to win that last time. It was a mid-push they went for, 5 players strong. Similar thing here, but it's A.
You long for a Valorant radio? You know, I still think they should have tried this. I think it would have gone bid. You know, World of Tanks.
And I think for me, NAVI,
I used to pitch that they should do radio streams of World of Tanks.
Remember, KC,
like casters on radio, like baseball. Because I feel like that game and the fan base, it would have worked.
There's 4 players, 5 players in
People, no shot, man.
In a hole.
No one ever really bought into it. I really think it was worth a shot.
Oh, or are they?
Don't think so, mate. I think this is going to be beat.
And you could only hope. You could only hope. There is a world where they walk into that, but still, NAVI.
Which one? Which one, Indy? Which caster?
Before, building towards that bonus, it's about keeping things clean. They have struggled massively from these positions.
One's not Australian. It's he's Scottish and British, no?
On what otherwise, we're talking about a team which can have an upswing in form. You know, it was the 13-0 on this map against GX, which made you think,
I could be wrong, though.
NAVI are really back from decider to decider.
Yeah.
What about World of Tanks? Well, it's so slow in the beginning. It's so slow, but it's like the real hardcore fans of World of Tanks are like, they're like milsim people, and like, you know, they'll like have like what I used to say is you should, and then like the like VIP subs, you could send actual hard copies, like physical printed maps of the maps in game, so you can like talk about the coordinates on the radio and you can follow along, right? Or you can, and then for the stream, like you can have the radio version of the stream, you can just have like the map up.
Elimination game important to just show that they
because it's a lot of just like positioning and whatnot.
Tribulations as KC have moved that train of players into the corner.
Yep, big picks. Well, okay, yeah. 3 Vandals though, so they'll keep it.
Look at Navi's current buy, those purchases which they will be able to keep as all of KC go down. It's 3 rifles retained into the bonus.
And this is where we look at NAVI, right? Because this is a few times now on the bonus round where they've come in with a fantastic buy, but they've never been able to back up the promise of that, right? Something similar to what we're talking about with the actual org and the team. They need to be able to try and pose real problems, do real damage. They weren't able to do it yesterday, not necessarily in the first map. Can they do it here on map number 2?
Split their selection, starting on the attack, but it's KC that want to make the first move of this rifle round. NAVI anticipating it, crossfire placed, Martin in play.
Ooh, dude, very aggressive mid-hold, and it pays off. Elite with the double.
Back, which fires 2 shots off, finds 2 kills. NAVI down to their last couple players.
Yeah, and the sound cue from the announcer.
I really think, like radio versions have a niche following. It's just never going to be big enough for the actual money, right? Unless someone's doing it on their own and somehow they get a nice following. It's like the trouble, I think.
And has utility to clear players in the spots that they're in.
Without help in this position, though, the in-game leader.
Even if KC does well today, are they doing well enough for their roster? You mean like for expectations?
But what do you do with this? It's nothing. It's just a distraction.
I mean, I would say so. That would put you in top 6.
Sadak has identified what they were looking for, and now Angel left all on his own.
I don't think that's too. I don't think that's too bad. Because while you have some powerhouse names like Sonic and Sugetsu, and then you know Martin obviously showcased how good he can be last year, and like the others have shown their potential. You know, you consider like Heretics, Fnatic, especially slowly regaining form. And Comfort, yeah, Vitality. You've got FUT, who's always like a safe bet. So then top 4 is kind of already taken. I don't know, like I think the KC roster had hype behind it, but I don't know if it was a roster you expected to automatically be top 4. Maybe you wanted it to be top 4, but maybe I'm also just speaking like hindsight 2020, but I wasn't ever that big on this roster.
at
Like,
the
I thought it
hands
was
of
exciting.
Koala.
I thought it was an exciting project, but oh,
It's gonna
they stay
drop in
alive.
for damage, but nothing more. Satchel away. Sustain on the Na'Vi side, and it looks like they just want to dive straight in to this push as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big question is
The
can they
wall
make
is a
champs in
little
the
too tight for
long
him to
run? I
play
think that's the
around.
question. But I think if they get
KC
top
have
6
done brilliant
here,
with
like
the
there's
stall
still
out.
reason
I mean,
to
they're
believe
trying
that
to
they
look
might be able to
towards
build up
heaven now,
towards champs.
but, I mean, the defense happy to give this up. Spam back through, but as soon as this wall drops, the timing is everything. Nearly caught with a prowler there. Sadak, and he falls flat. Elite by his side.
Bad spray there.
Sugetsu trying to creep up behind.
The one way, but
his
the wall.
forward team,
That's
but
a,
it's
dude.
the
What a
wall
wall
there,
in
which-
sewers.
I'm not quite sure if it got trapped or not. I didn't quite catch that. No, it's still up.
Yeah,
he's
it's
not
still
even
up.
gone
That's
for it.
rough,
I mean,
man.
He has the TP if he really wanted to go by it, but is worried about players maybe coming through vents and repositions towards shops. And so Hero's job here is to just clear
they're
out
just
all
gonna
of that space
save.
and make sure there isn't an
I
oncoming
think, or
flank.
maybe they think the
That rest
rotate
of Na'Vi
happened.
can group up
It
with some
looks like they're
comfort.
looking to just save
Take
though,
the A side.
which is weird because it hasn't been planted
I mean,
yet.
Navi don't really have money to go hunting
Right.
either for these last 2 remaining rifles on KC, and I think the defense will be happy to try and save them out.
It is a
and have
2v5,
something
so it's
to
already
work
kind of
with
out
in
the
next
window.
round.
My ult's ready.
I mean, on top of that, you get Koala's showstopper up as well. Maybe just looking for a couple of exits here from Sui and the attacker spawn.
Right now, only 2 Bangkok teams are
Round
going to
number 4
Toronto.
ends with a gentleman's agreement that Na'Vi will remain
Yeah?
in front. Sui
Oh.
just hunting for some exits, but it's Hero who has done his
And
job.
both of them
and
are from
stood the
Americas.
test. Back on this Vice, which, you know, at times we say it's a Sentinel, but plays much like an Initiator in the way that you have to be very acute with your utility
I mean, that
usage.
would, I think,
Arc
you know,
Rose
like a
is
community-run
fantastic
thing
for
to get
mid-rounding.
like budding
And,
casters to have a
you know, you
shot
look
would be
back at
cool,
Hero's
Snoggy. The only
history
thing
on
I will
former
say
teams,
is
I
radio
remember
casting has
all the way
to be
back in the
very
wild days,
different
right,
from screen
where
casting.
They were running an Ascent comp
So
when he
from
was on the
TV
Phoenix.
casting.
Look, let me cook.
So I
cook.
think
On
that's
the duelist with flashes because
that's
you know, KO was
so.
not something that he felt
I think it
comfortable with in
can.
his agent pool, right? In terms of how you look
It's
to
not
try
as
and be
transferable,
very
especially if
specific
you're a
with where
newer
that
caster.
utility is
I guess that's what I'm trying to
invested. But I
say.
have to say, I'm very impressed as we get to the point
Oof.
with how he's been playing and gravitating towards, the same role, but a very different agent. Yeah, that was really nice that the replay ops were able to highlight the smokes as they were forming.
Yeah,
was what
right as
gave
they blew. That's rough.
the attack the notification of where players are. Remember that showstopper available for Koala, and KC have a bye here. If they lose this, it could be all upset. And they have made their inroads in mid once again. This is such a strong position for Martin because he can immediately send himself over towards the A site. Ping's going out on the A side from the Navi.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean, Snoggy.
That's the
I always
question.
think
Does he
radio,
commit
like
to
a
this
radio
TP
channel
in the
would be
final
cool
few
though.
seconds
Would be
of the
nice.
timer? And the answer is no. KC remain with their double-layered setup towards middle, and that's where A now comes under threat.
Imagine the radio caster says, "Oh my God, I can't believe he's done that," and you're thinking, "What did he do?"
There's only one, and it's Hero the Sentinel that's gone. Chance to maybe try and go for a flank here as Koala gains space in towards screens. That first player gone. Navi have the man advantage.
That's not
but they don't have
allowed.
the space.
What's not
They
allowed?
do still have Angel coming late ramp with this open plant, but there's no tower player. Yeah. Casey are quick onto the site to try and take the fight. Shao denies that.
Oh, what?
Topsy-turvy. But still
Dude, how's he get 2 there?
And that's a really big round to win for the attack.
And no, Yisel,
because
I
they're
don't think
gonna
kids
break
know
the
what radio
defense
casting
by.
sounds like, but also radio casting would never be
So,
for the kids
Navi
anyway, because you're
had
either
the
doing it
open
like on
plant,
your
they had
commute
Angel in
or
main,
at work
and
or on
then
your
I
drive,
think
right?
was it
Kids will never
Brooksy
need
who
radio
TP'd
casting.
up onto the platform,
Hey, what's up, Wundler?
and we're in smokes as players are walking back.
All right,
through.
Paradox,
I would love to
I'll
see that from
I'll have it up on my
another
second monitor. We'll
POV.
check it out.
But
halftime
Jules
or
won
something.
as far as Navi are concerned, and it has pushed KC onto an eco here as well. Yeah, and well, you look at Sugetsu to be the only one with a rifle trying to spam in B main, where there was plenty of bodies to hit. Unfortunately, not a point of damage felt by Navi.
Yeah, like radio casted sports games are kind of nice.
I know Mitch is a massive fan.
I do think once you're good at TV casting, I do think some good radio casting, at least like studying radio casting, can be really good for you to hone your craft. I used to listen to a lot of radio casting because it gives you a good perspective on like what's crucial info. If you listen to good radio casters.
Doesn't have anyone to fill that space in heaven. No, that's the only
casting
thing
for
to worry
horse racing
about.
is still radio style.
Martin, though, with a chance to maybe take that main space if it did come
Yeah, like
through mid, but
baseball is
instead,
still,
this is
you
looking
know,
like a
pretty
base split.
transferable from radio to TV, but
Casey know it. I can feel that something's in the water. From tower, Koala goes, supported by the long TP backside, making the cross, connecting with it,
yeah.
and the transfer as well is there.
Nice and safe, nice and
Angel
clean.
side, this is comfortable for Navi. Casey again.
I mean, this has been kind of
in the right position, but in this round it's the guns and it's Shao.
Dude, Shao's just good for 2 every time.
Cosmic Divide now up. You're wanting Angel to try and get a pick or at least get caught out, and he is going to get that. So the Nightfall is well being kept.
Hello,
for the next round.
HFMI.
An in-zone flawless and well played by Navi. And looking at the players here as well, that's 4 out of 5 that didn't break their heavy shields, so still have all of their armor. Don't need to pay for a single upgrade, and that's absolutely huge in terms of bolstering this economy.
Angel taking it by himself, bro.
Dude, the little chuckle at the end, he's like,
Speaking in the third person. And
That's so
Navi
fitting.
playing like they're sat in the audience right now, I think, in terms of how they've approached a lot of these rounds.
Love to
Even
see
if
it.
it has been the site where KC is set up, it just does feel.
all right, while
like
they're in the
duels
timeout,
convincingly.
this
We
was
haven't
linked
seen
by
all too much to get
Paradox on
excited about from the
YouTube.
defense so far.
What is
That's
this?
where
Has
the
this
ults
been
start
done
to
yet?
come up, and this timeout has that much more importance placed on it.
This is my boyfriend
what
Boaster,
KC have been
and this
doing
is
all these
Boaster's
attempts,
boyfriend
How do you
Crashy.
change that up? What do you do differently? It feels as if, like, when it comes to some of these retakes, Navi are so well prepared. I mean,
That's
what they need
great.
to do to stop
That's
Carmen
great.
Core coming back in. Also, you know, just even the mid info as well. Like, many times you'll see a round of split be decided on who has.
Wait, do they
control
actually
of that
have full
area of the
professional
map. I
Japanese
find it
casting
all the
in
more intriguing
what
that
is it,
neither
Uma
of these
Musume?
teams are running the breach or the Teho, right?
Okay,
The
so like,
premium
what's the
refreshable
wait? So is
utility
that
you have,
is
those
that game? I know it's a
signatures
gacha
that
game,
take
but like, is that
space.
based
So,
on an like anime or
an
manga,
opportunity to
or
try and exploit, and well, there you go. It's another 1,000 kill landmark hit. And it's
Angel hitting his
Angel
1,000?
That has gotten himself there. Round of applause. Finally, the big man gets there, and
Or is it just like its own IP, the horse racing? So is it Horse Girls? And you're having them horse race? Like, what's going on in that game? I'm getting dangerously curious about it, but
Just Sadak looking like
it's a mess. But it's Navi's mess.
The vent position, but Navi
I mean,
just
KC,
know
they
all
try
too
to just
well.
like flood, but up vents. It's not
comes down.
the place you want to flood.
Into the retake, gets his first 1v1 and takes Angel out of play. But that Viper pit is still up, so if Navi lose control of the spike, could get a little bit worrying. You still have the Astra util up, 4 stars on show. And all the extra utility.
I mean,
once in, what a statement
wait, really?
this is. Viper's pit dropped.
But where
still
is
not
it?
spotted.
It's
And the
planted
molly out
where
was
you're just gonna
thinking
get
about it.
spammed.
Gravity well, the expected response, still no stun, still no challenge. Navi should be looking to take this on.
Oh, wait.
One player at a time just means that they
He
can
reads it.
buy
They have to drop.
themselves the clock as much as possible.
It
That's
seems
how
like
you've
Elite
gotta manage the situation.
wasn't
Navi
sure if
doing
he
a
was
great job,
also
but while there
Heaven.
isn't a player left
He
to
had
tell
no
the
idea,
tale,
I think. I think he
that
thought
is
it was going to
round
be an
number 6,
approach.
and some serious security
That's
about this attack side now. Yeah, they've done really
rough.
well to get the advantage that they've got.
Yeah, no, Uma Musume. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Kami is a big champion for me to play Uma Musume. When's Nongshim investing in a horse girl racing game? I have no idea. The story is based on real-world races. Wait, what?
Back to another swing round. KC.
Wait, how is it? So it's based on like actual horses that have raced, but now they're horse girls?
Feels like such a
I'm so. You're making me dangerously curious about this game, and I don't like it. Just say it. Just give it to me straight. Oh, finally, we're shooting. Well, dude, KC just can't catch a break, man.
Finds 2 kills and control of the spike back on the Navi side. Do well to get the even trades. The Angel now coming to support
Ruxic in his endeavours. KC playing the mid-round nicely, though. They've regrouped both players. They're now starting to walk
Trying to
back
figure
down mid and
out
have a
where
look in.
KC is,
Heroes
because
almost
obviously
missing from
KC
Suez, and with
has
this
the potential.
information,
What's going on
they
with Owen's
know
Cave, man?
there is the
It got
possibility
stuck.
to commit to making this a
It's all
double
tangled
flank.
up.
For NAVI, you're wondering how much extra real estate they're willing to take in this situation.
Yeah, see, that's what we were talking about.
Plenty of time
I
to
like
play
these
with if
guys
you're
in
on
their
the
cast, by
attack,
the way.
the timing here is absolutely insane.
Yeah, Na'Vi are taking a lot of it to get onto the site. They don't have enough to play around with.
I've not thought about this at all.
Absolutely. And it's Elite and Sugetsu right behind as the spike looks to drop in. It's the player
Angel?
instead. Angel another. Up
Angel
against Elite.
clutch?
First bit of damage goes his way.
Still has utility.
The captain to clutch it. And then around he
Oh,
goes
baits
to
him
the
in.
corner. The spike.
Oh, it was so
pass,
good
but
too,
Elite
Angel. It
finding
was
the
so
shots
good. You
and
were so
putting
close,
KC
man.
back on the map.
It was
I
so
mean,
well done.
At
He
the
just
same time, though,
no.
NAVI don't think about this flank whatsoever. The fight in A main is good from either side, even trades.
Yeah, no,
With how
Warlord.
long
That's
they
what we're
took,
talking
surely
about.
you'd
That
think to
game's a
back your
mobile game,
head.
but it's coming to Steam.
This could be where the players come from.
Japanese horse racing has great storylines. The stories of
Brilliant
dramatization,
individual moments
of
from
course,
both
of the
Rusick
real-world
and
horse
Havertz
rivalry
on
matches
either
and
side of
stuff.
the server.
Really? Wait, is horse racing
their
big
rookie
in
year,
Japan?
but
I
proving
never knew.
indispensable to their sides.
KC aren't out the woods yet with their
So
economy
crazy.
either. Martin, players to fight, targets to hit.
That's such an interesting
Doing so.
concept.
Oh, he's
Ooh,
got
okay.
two,
Wow,
and
he
he's
gets
out.
two and
I
he
mean,
gets
that's
out.
just ridiculous.
Mm,
And then
oh, he
right
took a
behind
chip
it,
of
you've got
damage,
Elite
but
with the molly and the smoke, so no chance Na'Vi to get back in here anytime
and they
soon.
still have. I mean,
Prowler will
ideally
clear
with
a
the
player
numbers
10
advantage, they don't
paces
have to
back, but Elite
use
remains
Nightfall.
ahead of the curve, and that's
I was
where
about to say I don't
Angel
like him
failed
holding
to
that
clear him.
box with the 5v3
It's a
advantage,
5
but
versus 2, but Hero gets one back
Yeah,
in the
it
conversation.
works.
Again, though, these players are so split
One
up
for
from
one trade.
another, and you're
Takes
asking
away another.
for heroics again to win a round for Na'Vi.
I mean, these are the players to do it, though. Two to fight Ruxic. Nearly gets a second.
It's just the one that he settles for, though. It looks to have paved the way for Hero on the A site. Haunt drops into heaven.
Kami throws it a fact out there, and they're like, "I'm actually not sure though.
Expecting
Don't
this
go
second
me."
player, though, and you can start to see the movements on the map suggesting it as well.
Heroes trying
this
to look
one's
for
tough.
something to work with.
I mean, Navi's already got 6
Have
though,
to be in these situations.
so you know
Does
anything
have
from
both
here on out is a
forms.
cherry on top for them. I think.
Armros, and if it gets to it, it's another situation. A clutch
Oh,
of which
horse
he
racing
so
gambling is
capable.
legal in Japan.
But will he be up to the task here to confirm that advantage on this attack half?
Dude, what an interesting concept, though. You take actual horse
It's had
racing,
highlight moments before. We think towards
turn it into a
the GX
gacha.
game where
You have
it took him
stories
a
to
long
already
time
build
to have
upon,
his first death.
but now you've
To come
made
up
the
in a 1 versus
horses
3 here,
anime
we've also got to
girls.
consider Sadak has the
That's
Nightfall, which he will
crazy.
use, so Hero loses
Oh,
a
boy.
lot of health. Decayed.
No
and,
way.
decisive
What?
For an ultimate of his own. He
You have no
fancies
idea.
this.
What?
The players seem to
No.
say,
What?
"Emotions
There's
on
no
the
shot, dude. That is the craziest clutch of this year. What in the world is going on? How is he allowed to do that?
clutch to send
That's
Navi
not-
into an advantage
what?
in the second half.
I don't
Absolutely
understand.
disgusting from Hero, and he knows it. 7th secured.
That is
And
so
it's a situation where you feel like
crazy.
KC have to take the time out. Actually, it's Na'Vi that call it. Maybe for composure more than anything else, but
What
which want the
was
situation
that?
to be exactly what it was. One that Hero was capable of
Dude, that
winning.
was-
So many multi-frags on that standout
Dude, that
display
was an
that we saw
insane
against
clutch.
GX that you mentioned there.
Oh
I
my
think as well,
gosh.
you say like maybe for composure, but there is still a lot of
That's
mistakes that Navi
crazy.
are making within the actual round itself. It was
Oh my
heroics that won
gosh.
them that, and sure it breaks Casey's by.
No, he was
but
hit with
this
Nightfall
is what
and
I
Paranoia.
imagine we're
Like,
seeing from the coaching staff
I
to
don't
come in and talk about it
understand.
and just like make sure we're not putting paper over cracks.
damn.
Completely agree with what you're saying. You don't want to wash away
Damn,
that blood without
holy.
sealing the wound. And Na'Vi
What is
certainly
this? What is
coming
this
into
wallet
this
text?
game
Oh, about the comps for Navi, how they've now come around to more normal comps. Yeah, I mean, I really think it's just figuring out. I think teams took a little long this year, a lot of teams, to figure out what their players were comfy with. Oh, shoot, yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, Eng's like, whoa, chill, dude. Yeah.
As the hat comes flying off the head. But
I think a lot of teams, because of how dramatic the meta shift was, especially with Tejo, I think a lot of teams, it just took them a while to figure out what their players were good at.
I have the spike.
It's just
Japanese horse racing clutch.
Lucky a Guardian. I mean, that's what you're looking towards, right? Choice weaponry. Martin has been the enigma many a time on Carmine Corin. I mean, Sadak was talking
Chad, I don't know. Japan's like so conservative about certain things. Oh, that's a nice double swing. I like it. That's a good one. That's a good one.
But on a round such as this, you're happy to get away with the goods. Anything that can just,
I mean, it doesn't get them a weapon though. Oh, yes.
Even going to invest the ultimate.
Takes the weapon. I mean, he checks if how many are still there, and he gets the weapon. That was good. I don't mind that. You have the numbers advantage. You try to keep up the momentum.
Of the B site, a fourth player pulled over. Elite on the approach as Navi get
what do you think comps will be at post Teo nerf?
Into this one like lambs to the
I mean, I feel like Gecko. Some teams will. I think it's going to be a split between teams who default to like Gecko focused comps versus and like Vice focused comps. I feel like Vice Lock could make a strong return. Although I don't know, Yoru is still so big. Really good round from KC.
Sure, you can come up with a huge individual moment, but when we call on a team
that is something I want to spend like the 2 to 3 weeks before Toronto. I want to spend time like theory crafting what the meta should be. But the big question will be what 10.09 looks like. That's the thing. We know Teo's getting nerfed, but we don't know who else is getting nerfed or buffed.
He's a really nice
right? Like we could, for all we know, maybe Gecko suddenly gets nerfed and like Sky suddenly gets 5 birds. Like I don't know. She won't, but you know, there's a world.
Not, you know, blowing all the cash on a few How does he do it? Every round.
Dude, how is Martine getting away for free? Oh, I mean, Elite should have waited until someone was ready to swing for him. He did not need to rush for that.
And that has been a mainstay through middle in terms of how KC could dictate the pace of play. Hero on another one of his signature lurks.
Sadak thought it was just the omen.
It opens up completely
rough
for Navi. There's also a cosmic divide for the post plan to even buy more delay.
Yeah, so more than anything, I'm very curious for the 10.09 patch. I guess we'll hear about it next week, yeah? The patch should be next week, right?
Martin to try and clear this early util, but the divide is up early, and Navi are ready to receive those players. KC know that they can't get out of CT, so the repositioning for Heaven is a way of getting out.
Okay, they draw out
Cosmic Divide is denying them
the wall and the Razor Vines. Oh, there's one more. No, they're gone. Okay.
At both ends, but knowing that this is all the time that
never mind, he just activated that one late. You gotta save.
Pave the way, hold the torch, but it goes dark.
Yeah, can't be 7-5 no more.
So get to the last player standing. Long-serving member of Navi.
Ooh, I think he thought he had the shots.
But with Hero, the new boy on the block, having his mark made on
Hero's having a heck of a game.
A lurk turned into a full sight hold.
Yeah, this game has had some moments. This split always delivers.
And I really like to post plant by NAVI. And moving into this next round, again, we just have to highlight what's up and available. It's Hero Steel Garden, and it's come through his ability to find these picks. It's coming up time and time again. This will be a really big round if Navi can win it, because that would be a 9-3 half. Martin trying to be the one, the difference maker, but instead it's a difference maker from Navi. So quick to take
the fast chase.
Elite's already got a Sheriff. That's all he can have. Doesn't matter.
Okay, 2 rifles still.
It makes no difference. Sui one back, still heaven control.
Oh,
Spike
gets
going
traded
in,
though.
Look at Angel.
Yeah, Sadok's running back to try to pick up a rifle
Angel,
here,
sorry,
but
it was Sadak on the other side. I thought we had some kind of a flank coming in, but no. It's all bodies as far as Navi are concerned on A. And a retake which just doesn't feel feasible.
No,
yeah,
both
it's rough.
players disconnected as
But
well.
it's
How do you
last
even
round of
get
the
back
half.
into this one?
Short answer is no. Long answer is no, you don't. Koala with his 3rd on the round.
Oh,
KC
man.
having to settle for just 3
Well,
from this defender's side. It doesn't even feel like they've hit the baseline. Navi, the ground running on their own map pick of Split.
I mean, really good half.
We'll see after this.
Really, really good half. I think we're primed for map 3. Chat, honestly, all this talk about the the horse skull racing, I'm actually so... I thought it was just like some random anime-based game about, I don't know, girls that are racehorses, but now I'm so curious how this works. Kami's freaking got me. Kami's got me in their grip. I'm in their palm. I just can't get out. Oh, man. I'm pretty ready to uninstall Wuthering Waves. Maybe I gotta fill that space with Umamasume. There's an anime for it as well. Watch party on Discord. Paradox, you don't know about this game? Kami's been trying to get me to play it. Umamasume, what is it? Pretty Derby or whatever? Just play both? I mean, Wuthering Waves, the combat is fun on Wuthering Waves, but I mean, first of all, I haven't played it in who knows how long. But it's just they lean too hard into the G word, and I was like, nah. But like in like an artificial way. Like ZZZ leans pretty hard into it too, but it's like, I don't know. I find that kind of whatever. I mean, I think it's also just the art style of it. It's just like, yeah, and you can kind of move on. Chobra, if you need a gateway, you can watch season 2 of the anime. Wait, why? Was season 1 really bad?
Running the double duelist.
Oh, man.
Aves, Martin, both having moments. Those need to create something
a
little bit more here. 5 ghosts.
Five Nights at Freddy's and Dead by dude, Five Nights at Freddy's. I've never even dreamed about playing that game because that game seems so creepy. I don't think I could do it.
On things round by round, and in a 9-3 deficit, you would expect this is exactly the game plan. Koala Noob noted through the haunt.
What's the G word?
KC also got their eyes
Goo
set
plus
on
gunner.
They've got a vice wall to try and fight through.
I try not to say it just in case YouTube frigging straight up censors me.
You see that played, but this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Game by game, his vice looks to get better and better.
Uh-oh. Hello. Get out of there, Angel. Angel, get out of there, man. He's got to throw his teeth. I mean, he had to. It was a good call. It was a good call. Oh, man. It's just so funny.
Still, Navi are so slow to follow this up.
Yeah, and if they try and execute in towards A,
I mean, it's 4v3. Navi just needs to chill. They can give up the site. Honestly, you're 9-3. Like, if you need to, you let them plant the spike, but make sure you have the right angles for the retake. Oh, they're concerned about the pocket. Dude, how are you both watching the pocket, man?
But the can't hold up its end of the bargain. Sui's found 2. Navi are on the other side of the veil.
Oh my gosh.
In their face, and the plant
that was not good.
That extra control.
All 3 players ready to play off one another, but that's a big kill from Shao. It brings it back even. And the last 2 remaining players on KC are low.
Out in the open, Martin felt like a sitting duck, but quickly he responds.
It's Shao.
The
You never know.
of the players left in the server.
Okay. Well, we know.
But it's Martin that makes manifest this KC attack side berth. Yeah, I mean, that's both teams with what, 2 pistol rounds.
The best part of Uma Musume is see, Kami's like, Kami realizes that I've gotten curious. Kami's just being relentless now.
It'd be a great way to start this half and their comeback into split.
The best part of Uma Musume is you can watch it in any order you want, since it all makes sense in a vacuum. You could even start with the movie. There's a movie?
Well,
what? That's crazy.
Game, the glimpses that we got of it was the post plant. Had looked a little bit shaky at points. I go no further with that conversation, but the point being is, as this one moves forwards, you're looking at
the 5-man stack.
Dive, right?
Dude, both these teams love their 5-man stacks on the on the eco. Any Chinese viewers here? I need help choosing a keyboard. Do we got any Chinese viewers on either platform?
How difficult can they make it?
We definitely had people talking about keyboards for laptops on Discord. Which reminded me, I used to have, I used to know someone who played CS with the little red button. You know, on the old IBM ThinkPads, the little red thumb button for the mouse instead of the trackpad. They would play with that. It was crazy.
It's Elite, the player that should be looking to try and cause any problems. In fact, he's the only solo player towards ramp. The double up comes with the rifles.
I recommend Project Sakai. It's like the Wu-Ting of China, or Chinese Wu-Ting.
Time slowly ticking
Project
away.
Sakai,
Martin
apparently.
Now the one on the hunt as that ghost changes hands. Headshot Ruxic trying to farm up some of these old points, but Sugetsu's the one that is just.
I guess the real question would be, are you asking if there are any Chinese viewers because you need something that's sold in China, or you want like a Chinese brand, I guess? That's the big question.
Very strong bonus round. Yeah, can KC now show NAVI how to convert a bonus round with their buy, because they have all 5 players on a rifle. Some nice shots all in, but I mean, it was futile resistance coming through from NAVI. Still at the same time, NAVI have been building
bonus
up at the same
besties.
time,
KC have the highest bonus round win rate of any playoffs team. 55% is actually huge. The average is 44.
Metric. And it's a round like this when I'm looking at 4 Vandals, a Bulldog, and quite a few regions.
Yeah, I mean, this really isn't a bonus anymore. That's why.
Big fans of the new kit. AC slow on their mid approach, but taking the necessary steps. The Haunt clears vents, but Ruxic is here, and with his rifle in hand, that's Martin gone. No trade.
Well, okay, the Euro being gone kind of helps.
Utility combo looked good, but it's nade. Yeah, exactly. It just doesn't get the need.
Now you just kind of play spread out. You watch heavy mid. You're just watching A. You can always have the delay with the Razor Vines. Shao getting picked off is huge because that gets rid of the global presence.
Can't quite track Ruxic. You saw Sugetsu find that kill on B and send it backside, but to hero he goes, and to the spectator screen now.
What is going on?
There's a lot of ambitious plays coming through here. And will KC get control
What is going on?
You're looking at Aves in the position that he's found himself in. It's just going to be calling KC back towards this side of the map, towards B, behind the standard lurk wall. They will go into vents. Hero just about in position to catch on to this, but does he expect Aves? The reason for the rotation, a deep clear, but he walks to the
How are they still winning this, man? What is going on?
Could be the deadly blow on the round. 15 seconds, plenty of space to get.
No, that's a game.
As for the 2
you were talking about a game. Oh, Project Sakai. Oh.
Not
a key. That's not a keyboard. Gotcha.
Smoke setup as well are going to completely estrange the main players. In fact, it's a little short of the mark. It's just to help cross into sight, and always the possibility of a player swinging back from outside it. NAVI are slow in their movement to the side. But look at the crossfire. You can't really swing out into this. Someone's going to have to soon, though. Surely not another full stick. Satchel coming in to push.
I mean, it's not looking good though. What? Why aren't we sticking it anymore? You can take it safely.
On the NAVI side, it has to be Ruxic. Second smoke, but can't find the
As long as Koala Noob was covering you.
Delivers a bullet to his brain. That's a
Rough.
safe for KC. And I tell you what, Cairo, it's the bonus that they've picked up.
Yeah, and not only that, you win the bonus, you destroy the buy of the defense.
Oh, that's how Shao died? That's actually rough.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but they're letting another lead potentially go to the wayside, this time in the round count. And you think for a minute that they're going to be able to get the defuse through as well.
I'm so stupid, I didn't.
I'm so stupid.
I don't know what it is.
He didn't, because he didn't check. No, I know what it is, because he ulted, but he didn't check. He didn't check the fullback site. He just like, he Omen ulted onto the box here, and he just didn't check the corner. It was crazy.
Well tracks what I was saying about those post-plant situations.
Does anybody know about a brand named Shin Meng? Keyboard brand? I definitely don't, but I also just like don't know any brands other than your, you know, usual esports sponsors.
Committed, but NAVI already showing they're willing to show face.
It's like, yeah, the threat is Koala's Bucky, but are they going to go anywhere near it? I mean, it looks like Elite is though.
Spike is
it's a Bucky though. Oh, it's a Bucky.
Koala up close.
Oh, he's keeping his distance. Very well done. Yep, knows it's an eco, keeps his distance. Very, very good lurk.
KC on the A site. Moving here with intent now. All 5 players, heavy main control, but concessions made towards spawn. It's such a long rotation for Angel though, so yeah, there's no real moves to be made right now.
Paranoia kind of I mean, he was low.
Move, though. That should clear out main completely. NAVI won't know that, but it's still all 4 players on site. If they can constrict them and stop them from getting out,
are broken. You know, there's people backside. Huge paranoia.
Shackled by the thorns, sent out by Hero.
Oh, the haunt.
Tether on top and the reveal behind it. KC.
I mean, it's tough to get in though. Oh well.
Get out with the guns if you were
Looks like
able
it's
to.
2.
Finds 2.
No time.
Shao needs a couple more.
He's not
going to be able to win this, but in terms of damage control,
dude, suddenly it's 7-9.
KC up to 7, and that's the big talking point. Just 2 rounds.
You're playing on a 60 Hz monitor with membrane keyboard, and you're an immortal. Damn.
Last time they played this map.
And that's the big thing.
I mean, that's impressive, I think. You're dedicated. So you're looking to upgrade, I see.
They're thinking about game plan management, right? Their defense side didn't look too good, but their attack.
Yeah, if you're on the Discord or if you tune in during like Pacific, we might have more people, because I know on Discord people were having, or maybe you were the one who was asking Discord actually. I don't know, but there was quite a discussion about like keyboards and such. But unfortunately, I'm definitely not well versed in equipment.
Of how well the team is doing.
Martin, close. Did see
I mean, I don't think it's that crazy. I just think most people give up before that.
Well, thinking about the dimensional drift instead.
You can definitely get there, because you can get to.
And KC don't want to rush this. They're playing the game at their
You
own
can get
pace.
to Ascendant with game IQ. You know what I mean? So I think if you put in enough to know where you're advantageous, you just have to play to your strengths.
Full send it be instead and clear out some of this potential utility, wall included, but no fake out to remove it.
Yeah, remember.
I mean, also he could be the Zylu. Who knows? Maybe they'll upgrade equipment and then we'll see them in VCT 2 years down the road. Huge, dude. The isolations are so good. 3 1v1s in a row, all at max range. And the smoke. Oh, the 4. Ace. Yeah, Koala, give him the ace. Okay, but seriously, this is not looking good.
That's the green light. And in terms of what he has to work with, he still pocketed that poison cloud. 1 off the pit as well. So many tools to just play around. And Shao coming
what do
back
I
into
use?
this, just a single
I
star,
use a
and not much help to
Logitech
support
keyboard.
it.
Which one am I using?
I mean, it's not as if you'd have much health anyway.
Yeah, not much health.
The swing out A Red Bull clutch brings us within one of these two teams.
Why does it not say?
And as I said before,
I have the one of the Logitech G Pro 10 keyless ones. I don't know if there's multiple.
I have to say, after KC finding that opener, it did feel like they rushed things and it was kind of messy towards the B side of the map. NAVI doing well to dissuade, but I mean, Elite winning
I've always really liked Logitech. Mouse, I'm using a Pulsar.
That is such a backbreaker now. 5 rounds consecutive, and you're digging into empty pockets.
But I've never been that picky. I've always, you know, Logitech always did fine for me. Logitech was, it's probably, Logitech's, like, I've tried a lot of Logitech, I've tried a lot of SteelSeries, I've tried a lot of Corsair, but Logitech's the one I'm always like, I know I can work with it. Corsair and SteelSeries kind of depends.
We've seen that NAVI are very willing to invest and upfront some huge ultimates in rounds which don't best suit
Sedok's coming in English, yeah.
However,
Sedok's English
really
is
have the ones
fluent.
that I think you could really cause a problem with here. It's more looking towards that retake.
Yeah, Nongshim is sponsored by Logitech, Logitech G.
You think that you say that, but I feel as if a Steel Garden on a retake, you even the playing field. Like, I don't hate that idea, but the one thing I do hate is NAVI always invest in those ultimates.
I was just about to say that.
And I used to have I don't think it. I should actually check if the link is not. I used to be I used to have an affiliate link for Logitech as well. Back like during COVID times, I think, or maybe right before. But yeah.
The sheriff in his hands this time. A hand cannon, as it were.
Razor, I've only used Razor like 1 or 2 pieces of Razor. The ones I've used, it was fine.
KC looking to go the latter route.
But Razor definitely feels like they don't have as much of a range in pricing. Like they always kind of have a premium gaming brand pricing. Oof. 3 tagged.
And they still have a minute left here.
Navi would like to see. Okay, so you got 3 tagged in mid. At the minute mark, you have no other information. You're scared to push out Garage. I really think a quick setup to try to push out of main would have been nice, but they choose, just because already 3 were through here, they choose to just give up mid, which is another way to do it. But this means you have to hold, right? This means you have to have a good defense. On an eco, I don't know if you can. I think you had to prioritize fast rotates.
Around the smoke, Spectre in hand. Hero also on his lonesome. 20 seconds time.
Hello.
Really here for them, needing to clear out those couple of players, but look, Aves is a safe pair of hands. 2 kills quickly. Spike in a spot where you would want Koala's name maybe to stop it.
2v3, 1 rifle. Spotted, I think.
The rest of the upgrades are on site. Angel does have the Vandal.
Check drop.
Kind of
Oh, they know.
That horn close by, but that rifle
rough.
now passed over to Koala.
Big pick from
He doesn't
Sugetsu.
even have shields either.
No, and I don't know how much more of a go he wants to give this. He won't get half a chance. That's 6 rounds now. Successive for KC. Split should have been the shoe-in for NAVI, but now you're looking at the real possibility of a completely catastrophic second half. The defender side
On my other setup, I use a G Pro Super Light, and see the Super Light I couldn't do. Like even the mouse I have now, the Pulsar, it's very. I have the X Light. I used to have the RRQ one, but then I wanted to try this one, which I also got as a gift from Pulsar when I worked Tasteless's Stormgate tournament last year. And the X Light's so light. Like both of them are so light, and it took a while for me to get used to. I'm okay with it now, but I still prefer my mice heavy.
Talking about it in detail, how Navi's macro is built around this. A consistent factor in that game against BBL yesterday. Felt like they had the right read a lot of times when they were trying to scout it out, but not able to deal and contain that threat fully. Already looking at both Prowlers.
KC is just digging mid every single time.
Angel's just keeping half an eye on it.
Remember, Rooksix still to make his introduction here as well, so this has been really good. Baiting out by Angel, and Rooksix able to get 2, but KC 2 back in the conversation. It's even after that engagement.
They have the tower control here as well, which they have so frequently enjoyed. Shao, he's in a one and done angle. He can't really escape from there. But KC have closed it off. Sadak looking to use his utility through this smoke, play around with the timing.
That's rough. Oh, Shao still gets one.
Shao, but still finding the kills. Koala has the ult.
Oh, Koala's trying to play it safe. He's trying. They want to play a 2v1. That's a lot of respect. You had the op. I mean, I understand it, but
doesn't want to go too quickly because he's worried that Sadak might have repositioned.
Oh, Navi's overthinking this, I think.
And as the showstopper goes off, he knows where Koala is. If he can find this kill, then maybe that was a chance. But there you have it. Navi clapping back eventually.
Is this message bannable? I'm getting old.
Yes, that's the exact point I was coming in with. The fact that it had taken 7 rounds to find that round as well. I mean, the benefit from that last round is that KC were able to get the showstopper.
That is funny. That is funny. I might be getting old. Is 17. I mean, at that point, I guess, you know, you grow 1 year older, and that's more than 5% of the life you've lived so far. So I guess that can feel old.
For mid, he'll go this time. Smoke place market side, but he's the first responder to the ramp play. Yeah, for the most part, Navi were happy to lean heavier towards other places in the map. So now the players start to rotate in.
All right, 5-man stack on KC.
They don't anymore.
They've been focusing on mid the past couple rounds in a row, so a full send. I don't mind it.
Without Koala Noob, his trusty op.
Yeah, op down as well, so it's an easy hit.
It's KC that take this fight early. Trying to go in towards
Paranoia.
CT. The ultimates now starting to come through. The first of which is the Steel Garden. Ruxic trying to use his own
surely you expect this. You should hear it. They hear it. They hear it. They did not need to do that. You could have just body blocked him, I think.
Still not found. Finally he is. And
Navi, after getting the first, it's unfortunate because the old KC's the team that, or I guess this year's KC as well, like the old KC into this year, they're the ones who used to abuse a lot of those Astro Walls.
I don't think there was any world where KC were going to get caught off guard fully by that Cosmic Divide TP play. You remember back to kickoff last year, they were the ones that pioneered it with the Yoru, but it's the fact that there is no return there. I think that's the thing though, right? You say that, there's no way they're going to get caught off guard, but they do in another sense. They put so much investment into trying to deal with it that Navi are
KC's got to chill a little bit.
Yeah, look, it's your.
But honestly, I mean, Navi was so far ahead that this is. It shouldn't have gotten this close to begin with. Now it's a B hit.
The next round just as important as the last, and that can be said for KC. Most importantly, Stinger in the hands of Martin. The rest have the guns they would like. Sadak the ult. 5 players through the mouth of main. Outcome. Koala's op has been notified. And
yeah, I mean, KC is. Oh, dude, Ruxic, he's coming back alive.
An elbow drop onto the head of Carmine Court.
We know he was in the smoke. Huge cover from Angel. That should be 12.
That's 3 in a row.
Damn. Yeah, chat. I mean, KC, they definitely always have really good ideas. It's just the execution's not consistent enough, or they kind of rely on the idea itself being new to catch people off guard, and then people get ready for it, and they don't have enough variations.
Can they close it on?
Okay, they do get it.
KC still have money left in the bank.
Get ready for map 3.
From which to work. But that was, you know, a precious ult invested. The first couple of picks collected.
Second timeout.
But then Na'Vi with the rest of the player numbers, and Ruxic dropping out of tower there to support the double kill, reinforcing the backside space with his smoke as well to his left-hand side, enabling everyone else around him, as both smokes are the stars on the Na'Vi side. Can you see this easily going to overtime as well? I don't think Na'Vi are completely out of the woods just yet.
I mean, I think they can play it a bit slower. I would love to see KC play the map more. You have Yoru Raze. I think you can afford to do that.
As for the attack, and we'll have found
the problem is this op is still alive, so what do you do to push that away?
Caught off guard with these retakes that Na'Vi have been doing. And it's a point that I raised much earlier, but I suppose it was almost invalidated with that streak of success from KC, but some underlying issues starting to pop up in these rounds that matter most when you felt like the teams were on even terms, that big swing in their direction has been met with an equal response.
So they want to spread out the map. Navi is ready for the op in mid. Ooh, they're going to hold both angles in mid. Dude, Koala Noob going all the way out as the Raze with an op.
Needs to be careful of shops.
Bold.
Complete confidence in taking this space right now. As you've highlighted, KC hanging on, just waiting with bated breath for him to peek in.
Yeah, they're ready for it. I mean, the one way kind of indicates that you're watching that. You're watching mid real hard. That was very greedy of Navi.
And you look back to
it's an interesting read, but it was greedy. Oh, he doesn't know about the jump in. He has to use it shallow. His paranoia out.
Calling for support and Angel. Two players tucked. You look at Hero in the meantime, completely detached from all of this on A. Right there. Elite is going to be walking on up.
But KC, they're gonna run out of time. I can already feel it in my bones. If they want to re-explore A right now, they're gonna run out of time. They kind of just have to commit. Okay, you have dimensional drift. Dude, there's only 30 seconds. What are these still doing in mid? Dude, there's a lot of people here.
And he finds himself in the smoke.
Okay, they point him out. They're just gonna barrel through it with the numbers. Shao gets one though. Ruxin gets another. Dude, only 10 seconds. Oh my gosh. Oh, dude, what a flick. Snaps on. He's gonna wait. He waits for Hero. They're not sure which side he's on. They don't even know if he's crept in.
Shao's star won't come back up on time. I don't think KC fully realize where exactly Shao has gotten off to. Hero with the flash to just lay this back up.
Okay, so you know one's backside.
And the drop in not yet here. As
Oh, nice shot from Hero.
And this might just be how the
dude, Martin, he just has to get him. One by one.
KC and the decider.
You heard the footsteps.
The first kill is his. The TP across and the time on his side. Shao has to stick it half. Martin knows
oh, Martin, dude. Martin. Oh my gosh.
We managed to get into a position where it is winnable for Navi. Martin again.
He held strong. Yeah, it was a good timing on the swing too. He doesn't overthink it. He doesn't feel like he has to use the TP. He realizes that he missed the opportunity on doing a fake TP play. So he just goes for the swing on a timing on a countdown.
Into the next round because of the money that they have, and that's exactly the case. Both teams are stricken for options here. A big swing round and deciding if this map is done.
Yeah, Navi actually, Navi needs to close it out here.
Biggest round in this series so far.
Nightfall is available. Oh, he needed to get two.
Might not be enough, especially due to the fact there isn't players
oh,
on site
hold on.
this time.
It's still 4v4 and you have Nightfall. I do not think you overdo this. You just delay with the paint shells.
Yeah, I think he needs an extra layer of support to find this kill. Instead, it just buys time. Navi have made that rotation happen. Yeah, that Nightfall still up and available for Angel. This retake could be pretty good for Navi.
Oh no. I can feel it. I can feel it happening.
Not gonna catch him.
Oh no. They have no idea. Oh, they do have an idea, but it's too late.
To the next. KC coming up clutch in the rounds that they need. The
oh no, chat. This is not happening.
24 rounds on the table, and KC still not
They're about to take us to a second OT.
They're going to have to throw the kitchen sink at this round. They have absolutely nothing in terms of their buy. It was a big swing round, and it swung defiantly in KC's favour. The ultimates, I mean, here or there, you look at it.
To be fair, if the insane Hero death and blind clutch didn't happen, KC wins this already. Also true, given how this is going.
But it feels like a very straightforward round from KC. in their 11th hour on
I mean,
Split.
Navi
Send us
snowballed
to a
it so hard
second
that it didn't feel like it in the
successive
beginning, but
overtime in the
looking at the score
elimination
now,
series,
that is true.
they head into the double stack of utility set up. Aves has the ult,
Okay,
but
full
at the best of times, he's
flash.
been unable to land it.
Oh,
Shao from
no,
corner,
the
finally
haunt.
spotted, still
Oh,
not
he
taken down,
repositions,
but
though.
Aves gets one in the meantime.
Okay, he
Shao
still gets one.
walking away with one, and
Ah,
Kawhi
Qualinoob,
gets
the
his,
blast
but
pack
can't
actually
get
betrays
out.
him.
Spike's still not down. The reposition. And Ruxic right behind them.
Oh,
my
no.
Lord,
Oh,
he's only
okay,
gonna
he
get
gets one.
for now.
The players trying to escape up ramp. They're not going to get a chance.
It's a 2-on-2.
Oh, and he drops the spike.
Ruxic has taken it to their advantage
Oh,
now.
damn,
Doing it
Ruxic.
right at the death, 13-11.
Wakes up just in
And so
time,
with that,
dude. What a
there's more
game.
to be
Splits
played.
always.
I
Split
thought we
games
were
are
heading
always fun.
into overtime, I'll be completely honest.
This map should not have been
JC
close,
swing a
no, but
punch and completely miss, fall over their own feet.
yeah, that'll
Really
do
as
it,
if that
Nafis.
should have went to overtime. I just don't know how it didn't.
Oh, and with the next
VCT,
map being a center as
school,
well, I'm sure the devs
homework.
will go into detail, but both teams
That'll
for
do it.
Navi, they haven't showed it for
VCT
KC, they're
all
shuffling the
day
deck. It's
long,
anybody's
all
game.
around the
We'll
world.
see who takes it all home and stays alive.
Dude,
after the
Ascent
break.
as the third map too? This is actually kind of delivering.
The burst. How many? 2? Enough. You might get it again. Bro, no one giving it to Angel. Angel taking it by himself.
It took a while, but I got him.
Bro, it was hard.
It does seem like they have pretty good vibes. You'll love to see it. All right. What a game. All right, chat, as always, we'll run a couple ads and then we'll hang out with another web game. I will be right back. Kami says, so yeah, in terms of emotional catch, I think Uma Musume Season 2 is the play, but in terms of sheer sportsicality, the 4-episode side story Road to the Top is the current best. Is it like an actual good sports anime, though? Like, sports animes seem like generally pretty good. All right, while we wait here for the desk... What should we try? What's another fun one? Connections. Connections is fun. No, I haven't done connections. We can try connections. All right. There are more good sports manga than anime. Oh, I mean, for sure. The flag one? The flag one, I feel like I would be so bad. I'm so scared to do it. I just think it wouldn't even be fun. Okay, let's see. Beans minus bacon. Okay, there's definitely some breakfast going on, yeah? Beans, bacon. But that's really it. Comic Sans. Groups of 4, though, right? Energy, Sunset. I think Wanting, Sincerely, Love, and Cheers? Wait, no, those are... Oh, no. It's Sincerely, Cheers, Love, Best. It's like how you sign your mail. Yeah, letter sign-offs. Okay. Sans Comic Beans. Bacon Sunset Energy. Wait, Sunset Landing? Beans, Bacon, Energy. Dude, one away. It's got to be something that's not energy. It's got to be whatever else. That's tough. Beans, bacon, pep, and what? Comic Sans is really throwing me off here. No, it can't be. It can't be Comic Sans, but we shuffled it up. Dude, Comic and Sans, can you guys separate a little bit? Thank you. All right. Zip, landing, wanting, landing, minus. Oh, minus sans zip. Absent. What? Not zip wanting? Okay, without. Okay. Okay, so that works. But it's so bacon, beans, and pep, I think. So what's the one? What are the 4 out of 5 here? Comic. Energy. But energy didn't work, and zip didn't work. Sunset, landing. I think Sunset and Landing are a pair, so they're not part of this, which means it has to be comic? No. What is it? Oh, it is just energy. So I was right in the beginning. Oh my. Damn, dude. That was... Oh, I had it. I got wrecked. I overthought it myself. No, beans and energy makes sense though. No, beans are a source of energy. What? That's crazy. That's not the first time I've heard that. I missed you on the CWL desk 9 years ago. Damn, Nuki. That's also a throwback. I loved working CWL. I should have had that one, man. I overthought the energy. I never guessed energy, huh? I thought I already did. That's why I didn't guess it. I guess I just wrote it off on my own head. Wait, this is different. This is different from Guess the Game. What the heck? Hold on, this is too much. This Pep is the pep in your step. Right. Framed. Yissel likes Framed. This is a movie? This doesn't seem real. No, I don't think it's supposed to be. I don't think they always have to be used in the same way, though. Beans is just like beans are a good source of energy. I don't know, chat. What is this? It seems like it's underwater. The Hunt for Red October. Oh, it's some weird sci-fi movie. I've never seen this. I see. This is another one like Flags where I actually just haven't watched enough movies for me to even get a good idea. Chat, there's 6 platforms and one is signing in. It's an old movie. Anyone got any options here? Oh, here, I forgot. The desk we wanted to leave on is radio.
Default comp, maybe not. Like some Teo in there, maybe a Vice.
What the hell is that going to be bogged
That's
down with,
Teo.
you know?
Like standard core.
Oh, we can skip,
like,
huh?
Phoenix
How do I
to me is,
skip?
like,
Do I just
you're limited
submit?
So much you have to like work around it. Like Angel's gonna have
Oh,
to
yeah.
do some magic with the
Do you
Phoenix.
reckon
What the
Shao will be,
hell?
jailed on another role, though?
Yes.
What, you think yes?
Yes.
Chat, I'm at a loss here. I got no
swear to
guesses.
God.
I'll walk out.
I
I'll walk out.
What's going on with the EMEA? No, they just take time between maps and then between matches these days to make sure.
Put himself on Sova.
Wait, this
I
isn't
mean,
between
Mike-
series,
Mike
Yissel.
implied
We're
earlier,
still
they've always been a
1-1.
little bit
The
more
series
faded
isn't
to
over.
fade
It'll start
build
soon.
on
Yeah, it
set,
feels like a
so
Star Trek
what do you
movie,
think
but
about, like,
aren't
you
there
still
like
okay
several?
with Angel Fade, or is that still a?
No.
Into
I will be a bit upset. I
Oh,
will
there's
be
only
a
3.
bit upset. But they could go KO Sova. They could still do the KO Sova.
the
Yeah,
motion
yeah.
picture.
Well, the thing is actually
Oh.
now to see this in the veto at this stage, you're hoping actually Navi have kind of got something. I don't want to say ace up the sleeve, but back pocket. That they
I was
can
just like,
kind
that
of
one sounds the
working on
oldest. That
chipping
sounds like an
away at,
old
and
name.
this isn't necessarily gonna be-
Oh, this
I mean,
would
if
have given
comes
it
down
away.
now,
This
then it
even I
feels like
know.
a fumble in the veto that we end up on
Oh,
something
oh,
on the
here
outside
too. Yeah.
because
Oh, the later
see
frames.
Owen
Okay.
Wonder
Well,
by
oh,
the
dude.
top.
If
Yeah,
I
yeah,
can
yeah,
tell
yeah,
too
yeah.
by the late frames,
So
that's too
that
easy.
would be a little bit heartbreaking to see.
Well, we are gonna get Shao on table.
This is a sick one.
Love that. Angel on deadlock. Okay, let's look
Okay.
at the other side.
What do we got
Actually
here?
dropping the deadlock as well. Obviously the,
Oh,
well, previously it was the
Cypher
Jet and
Lock
the Razor.
Tejo with the Yoru. Okay.
What feels like a bit of an overhaul.
Yeah, KC
Meanwhile,
going back to
KC is
boring.
just old
Yinsu's gonna
school.
love that one.
Yeah,
Navi
this
got
does
some
feel a
spice,
little
though.
more vanilla from the side of KC. But Navi, I'm here for it.
I'm excited to see what they've cooked up.
Yeah.
Angel. when
I'm
he
here
takes
for the
Sentinel
Cypher Lock.
On defense specifically, watch out for him just running around and like in the moment, just literally figuring out what he wants to do. And sometimes it works beautifully, sometimes it doesn't. So hopefully for him today, it's going to work beautifully.
It's gonna have to work beautifully if Navi want to
You prefer
move
the
to
Vice
next round,
massively?
because there will be no second chances in
The
this
thing is on
series.
Ascent,
Hamza
what the
and Karo,
Cypher
loser
allows you
will
to
be
do is
eliminated.
keep eyes on mid while covering B,
Both of
like
these
really
teams,
easily
so
on
much
defense.
riding on this game.
And I think
To set
you
up
can
whether
do a
their
bit
stage
more
so
on
far
attack
feels
with the
like a
lurks.
success or a failure, because we've seen improvements in some ways, drop-offs in others.
Generally,
and
Vice
heading
Lock
on
is
towards
superior.
Ascent,
But I think this is one where I'm okay with the Cypher still. Obviously, the opponent has a Taylor or Silva, it still gets kind of wrecked, but...
But we haven't. And in terms of those
no, Vicelock's very good. I just think Cypher isn't necessarily bad. Like other maps, I would say like you should never be playing Cypher Lock over Vicelock, but like Lotus is one if you're gonna play double Senti, you shouldn't be playing Cypher Lock. You should be playing Vicelock like 100%. But I feel like Ascent is one where I'm okay with that.
So let's see if that's gonna find some value. As you move into map 1
Frenzy for Rooksik
of this elimination series. But it's Koala Noob that draws first blood.
Damn.
NAVI in front
Just
on the
a
attack
swing and a hit.
Collected. As KC
Big.
have gone back to this default style. It's
Massive parry. Oh no!
Again delivers a bullet to the
Okay,
brain
Elite gets 2 still, at least.
Two,
And they're low. Koala's low.
All that door is dropped. You've got to be looking at Rooksik, who now becomes the Joker. In fact, they're going to open the door back up to let him back in. But both
Well, yeah, that kind of.
because I mean, there's a mesh set up, so NAVI looking
I don't
to
know
try and
if
take
you
this fight. It's
really
TP back
needed to
towards main
open.
for Koala.
Okay.
Rooksik finding the kill.
This was kind of
Koala
weird
looking
and
to
messy,
add the
but
final details, but it's Rooksik that ends up with both. Another attack side pistol for NAVI. By my count, that's now 5 in
they've
a row.
really
Yeah,
been
and not only that, you can
killing the
already see
pistols these days for NAVI in playoffs.
Koala within this comp on the Yoru. That's what you should expect when you're running a composition of agents, but he knows how to work. And even from the double sentinel here, which has touched on just a little bit, is that we've seen other teams.
Angel
in the
first
region
debuted this 3 or 4 FPS spot
right?
for. Oh, that's a good fact. It's just too short.
Did find a little bit of success.
But it's a good fact.
BBL, that was very nearly another 13-0. And for me, you're just looking at those combos as well with the Teho and how that net and salvos are going to be paired up. That's the thing. Something everyone always highlights with this comp.
Oh, Setup got through. Okay, so they know he's there.
I think he'll be alright. Oh, without his cage, but yeah, hitting the tag.
All right, they make the most of it. At least they get information that there's a setup here.
Plenty of bodies here. The correct decision is to be as quick as possible in hitting A, but KC could be quick in cutting off rotations. They missed their opportunity. Now we look at Aves. Biding his time towards the back of Gen. Anything
Oh, dude, Koala Noob just keeps surviving, man.
He'll turn the other cheek. There's
Just
no
won't
problem.
die. Yeah, that's like the benefit that Cypher still kind of has over Vice is the multi-lane, right? Like Garage to C, you know, B to A. Like here, you can have tree in A, mid to B. That's where you can have perma info in 2 lanes versus straight up turtling as Vice.
Create a snowball. We know that they had such a strong start to split. They built up a number of rounds.
Well, one of them's dead. Oh, never mind.
Gonna pick up at least 1 kill there onto Elite. But no, it's just safeguarded the round instead. And to carry on what I was going to say,
yeah, they just insta-pull the pin, so they're okay.
Yeah.
I mean, Angel should be the one really who should have been going for kills here.
About how
Try to get that Annihilation up soon, but...
composition they're playing against will have plenty of opportunity to get practice against this, right? The default comp, the one that we tend to expect, or used to expect on Ascent, now that double...
What would you think about Vice Cypher rather than Vice Deadlock? I think that would be miserable on attack. Well, you have Cyber Cages.
How to move around the map, know exactly how to...
Like, if you're gonna play... I mean...
reactions, and I mean, the decision making...
No, but I think Deadlock offers so much threat on the post plant and then still acts as a semi-initiator. I think that's hard to ignore. You have so little power to like force a fight if you do Cypher Vice.
But the Cajun support and dropping the recon behind it.
The Viper comp.
More, but all it ends with is damage and tears. Yeah, but remember, 3 players of KC are here and ready to fight, and one of them is Martin.
Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, that's unfortunate.
I mean, it's just been fallen to the wayside.
It's just like dominoes.
Like KC will have the response. It's that NAVI curse once again on the bonus. This hero can do something about it. First couple shots
at least it's
clean
not
up to
a
Martin,
what is it?
but KC
A
have
flawless.
restored order in the rifle as you expect. Yeah. Again, though, I can't. I don't want to be the hater, right? But like, how many times? No. You know what? The floor is yours. But like, how many times are we going to see Navi not win a bonus round when they have that bye? Like, they set themselves up perfectly every time, as you should expect.
He's like, I don't want to be a hater, but he is Aiden.
Bye, right? But like,
It's a good call out though. It's a good call out.
It's always so underwhelming and it's frustrating. I think there, KC just given the time.
I agree.
To
one of the points of that buy is that you match the buy, but smoke and mirrors, but not enough kills. That is dude.
Immediately respond.
Navi just had the read on him.
To any criticism that had levied against him. Very well navigated by Navi.
3-1 already.
It's all in the name, buddy. It's all in the name. But I have to say, that's a situation where it's like, okay, is that repeatable? Yeah, probably not, because KC have just brought the fight straight to them. The question will be, is there more of the same? Is that something that this defense wants to try? Because when you talk about strat books, and Ascent being in quite a healthy meta right now, I think, all things considered.
Senok's like, what is this?
Everyone knows what the strats are. You've seen that play a million times before.
Yes, 100%. I mean, went back to Vision Strikers, as it's been called many a time. Not even in Valorant any longer. So Getsu, is he going to be in this round?
Ooh.
As he tries to escape Martin.
Nice cover from Martin.
Those players might not be
That will be
Toronto, but I'll tell you who is. Track by
rifle
track,
for
one step
Martin.
at a time. Navi.
They gotta up the tempo here for Navi.
In front of each other.
You're already down 2.
It's a couple of missteps. Now trying to force the issue on
Sadak, what a position. The one and done is fine because you have numbers advantage.
From backside, Shao again.
That's not good though.
With the spike down, there's still
Hero,
a
can you
chance
get one?
between him and Hero.
Oh, huge
These are the players
flash.
you want.
Lots of damage on Sugetsu.
I mean, you've got Sentinel utility to work with here as well, so Navi in prime position in post. And the ult.
Armageddon online, that's big. Buys a lot of time. And Hero refills it. I like it. I like it. Oh no!
With a blind eye, but still
2 of them are
Hero
low.
can't do anything but damage.
They're low.
Can Shao capitalize from it?
Oh, I mean,
Sitting inside the smoke.
can you?
Spike not shown. But as it evaporates from
Oh,
his vision,
that's
there you have it.
unfortunate.
KC effective in the way that they've played off of one another to set up this second.
The big thing for Navi in this round, very similar to Split, is when they get into post, if they have majority of their members up.
Before I hop on the Mario Kart train ever again, I do have a Switch. Yeah, we were streaming Xenoblade Chronicles X on it before. That's probably the game where I should just be doing side content in between matches.
That's a win condition for Navi. And when they move on to defense,
million times I was saying that happened.
as I was saying,
A million times?
on the defense, we're expecting them to do better, right? So it's about how many rounds can you get on the attack, Navi.
I mean, I think Navi still wants like.
Push comes to shove. What does the execution look like?
Mid is going to be taken by KC here.
I think they minimum want
Approach.
6 here.
After the first 15 seconds, they pull the pin, the play is made, but that redistribution of the defense is towards
Your team
the
can't
B
get
side
in.
where the spike is yet
They
to
gotta think of a
cross.
new idea.
Sadak in play, sprays away, 2 kills.
What?
Elite
Why
right
are you?
behind it. The
Koala
rest of KC
didn't
there.
keep his eyes on it. Why are you
Reactive at the
assuming
best
they
of
didn't get
times with the
through?
support. It's flowing through when needed.
That's insane.
Koala was the first player in and looks like the last one out.
This is Koala's map, though. I think he can do this.
I mean,
No, it's
not
too
sure
many
if I
angles,
follow
yeah.
along. I mean, you hype a guy up. There was always a chance, but you're asking too much. When KC look as well drilled as they do in situations like that, it's where Navi are not quite reaching those expectations.
I saw how all the players were set up, right? Like I saw the one chance, right? The Doctor Strange scenario, but at the same time, we go back to 3-3.
Matt, you are him, bro. You are him.
So many times
Sense a defender's map. I mean, it generally is. I just think if you can get 6 with double senti, though, you should be good to go. The only problem with double sentinel on Ascent on defense is that it's actually quite readable. But thankfully for Navi, KC has brought the old school metacomp. So you should know how to switch around your position so you don't get KO'd too easily on the defense.
Everyone has at least 3 kills. And like 3 or 4 deaths. KC are just very efficient, very tightly knit, and doing a fantastic job.
And I think as well, when we look at what the utility Navi have, they don't have any like really great utility to break out of the smoke. Sure, you've got Qualanoob's flashes, but in that last round, he's on his ultimate, right? He's not really going to be able to set up his team perfectly. And if you have one player playing anti-flash, then it's very easy to destroy the push.
5? I would be a little uncomfy with 5. I just think if the opponents are wary, the defensive setups of double sentinel are so easily abused when you're going into it, when you're attacking into it. Especially because you have KO Sova. I wouldn't be as confident. No, I don't think they would be like at a disadvantage. I just don't think that you're comfortable if you have 5. More normally, I would actually argue that yes, sure, but I actually think Ascent specifically, double sentinel almost actually makes the defense a little bit worse unless you're very, very clever about constantly repositioning to avoid the Sova KOs, clearing your stuff. Well,
first kill for him.
Well, that was not great.
Slipping in between the lines beyond the barrier mesh. It's another kill. Could this be the Navi?
Oh, dude, the pings. Oh no!
Something to say. He's silenced. That's the lead. And Navi
find
themselves in front on this attack again.
Dude, what a call after the timeout.
That's just absolutely insane.
That's one out of the strap book.
Mismanagement of the round.
Secures the 4th for them. 4-3.
I mean, I know we were all seeing Sideshow crash out earlier, but he'll be crashing out of that one. I mean, what is happening there?
Any particular reason why?
I think there's something about a trap.
There was a hole under your wall. I just went under it and went guard kill too.
That is fun.
So, I'm sure how expectant of that KC were, but hosted more success.
Thanks for the clarification, Nafi Scream. Appreciate it.
Annihilation to work with.
Following the rules, we appreciate that.
And looking at player positions right now, Sui has a lot of work to do. Potentially going to reposition Wine, but holding the one way for now. But if he bails, it's only others here to support. Still that ult to bank on.
I mean, this split is perfect.
The group up short. They're going to break one of the arms of this push.
I don't think they are. Look, they've split up once again. This is a set take, set exit. They're waiting for the utility to come up. And the players send it in.
Yeah,
I like this. The wall in.
So it's all on Sugetsu to stand
Okay, fragment alone, but the TP in, that's huge. Main can support. Dude, this is a crazy play, but they can't get it done. Okay, well, I take that back. They just get kills.
5 rounds expected.
That's a good set play. Oh, that's a good one.
Back up, but instead broke the door. So this is just a bait, and they know exactly where the Sova is.
Cage has him caught. They know now the info.
Womp, womp, womp. Well, there's the 5th. The bare minimum, I would say. To feel good. But should I come to Korea for higher studies or choose Europe? I mean, I guess it depends on what. But generally, I would actually say Europe. But, like, obviously, if you're interested in, like, Korean culture, etc. on top of it, obviously, that's a reason to choose Korea. Depending on the area of study, obviously there are going to be things that Korea excels at. But generally, I think you'll be exposed to more experiences and more ways of thinking from Europe, as much as I hate to say that, because I would love to be like, come to Korea. But the negatives of the Korean education system isn't as bad in higher education. You know, higher education is very different. but still.
Martin here and the space that he's found.
Yeah, I mean, obviously
Navi
pricing and
walking right
stuff.
into this.
That's it. Yeah, Korea will be generally more affordable. I don't know about the education, like the school itself, but like daily life will be a little bit more affordable probably.
With Ruxic removing him, it's straight to the boathouse he goes. Love this.
But just in terms of
nice and early.
what kind of experiences are you getting like through your education? On average, I would recommend Europe more, but also Europe's very big. You know, different countries will have different things that you can expect.
Just because they don't want to deal with that one defender, faking mid pressure. Sugetsu's still solo. He just got a chance to deny the spike.
He can get it. Oh, and he gets it. He's clean.
2 kills. Ruxic last player left, and it's just fallen
Only
apart
30
for
seconds.
Navi.
Ooh, nice catch.
To just shear away another. It's a pace safeguard thrifty, and no rest for Navi at all. No rest for the Wicked. No rest for Valorant
No rest for the
watchers,
Wicked. I think we'll probably check out that game next week.
Happened, mate? A pace safeguard thrifty, and Casey, even after winning that round, are going to call a time. Sublime from Sui. Whatever it is you want to say about this round, Casey took the onus on themselves to go for that B play, to fight
5-4, keeping it close.
to keep
We'll
it constricted. Hero goes down. Sui
I am pretty adamant that Navi wants at least one more here, but we'll see. 5 isn't bad by any means. Obviously on attack on Ascent with any comp.
But there is an issue. And I think, for me, the issue is that contingency that they need to have against Navi's ultimates, right? Because these last couple of rounds, they are nowhere near what Navi have. And, well, Navi, they have the Armageddon, they have the Annihilation.
Just curious what Casey's discussing on this one.
So if
This is Casey's timeout here.
Ultimates effectively, they'll find themselves in a
Reds
pretty
are good.
position. But these are all if, buts, and maybes. And we know that you do.
Ults are online as well. You got Annihilation online and Armageddon online for Navi. Why are the... Wait, why is the overlay swapped from...
Put into this Ascent, which we've seen floated.
I just realized. Was that way the whole time today?
For them, where, you know, you look at this map for the team in general, it has been okay in the past, but it's 7 successive losses now, all the way back to week 1, stage 1 last year.
Oh, I guess that's just how the overlay's been today. That's weird.
Sugetsu has been spotted. Ruxic knows his tricks too well. That TP won't be catching him off guard anytime soon. I really like that by Navi to make sure that Wayne can be taken by KC. They've also deposited a trap outside of B just to make sure that we're not going to get the same sort of flank that Martin was
this
able
is
to
a
do
good
last
setup
time
so
out.
far. So now you know you can kind of run up to this point.
Reposition.
Just check for the angle.
For Navi.
They clear it. Drone.
This attack
Ooh,
side,
they show
big
both.
as you say, the difference is they would have had numbers, but
It just puts in the threat. Yeah, but Casey's not budging. They have the Cypher to just help hold the util on B.
What do they do with this info? I mean, they've only found the Cypher, and look at the reposition off the back of it.
Yeah, but KC, they fake him out. It's the wraparound. Salvos to buy time. Oh, that's a big kill from Elite. Huge kill. Martin needs to help with cover now, though. This one. Ooh, that's an overheat. That is an overheat. You got baited in by the spike. Damn.
Navi already at the very least guaranteeing that this half breaks even. And you're still thinking in the back of your mind, what does it look like out of the opening 12? How much more is there left in the tank? Does this double Sentinel have legs? And right now, in terms of the rounds as they're being
they got 6. I mean, this Navi should have no problem closing things out now, for sure.
Very proactive version of a style we've seen so many times before.
Yeah, Sugetsu, some misses here and there with the Omen today, both on Split and this map.
Massive value. Now you look at the rest available, and they can usually get even better
no tag.
chances at being used. Now,
No, it's weaker weapons. There's still 2 rifles, though. Ooh, good patience from Martin. Oh, no.
Elite opening it up. 4v3
Bladestorm
situation.
online.
And KC offered the reset. Blades up, ready to go. So that rotation is even quicker. The read's perfect. 3 players in short. NAVI walking up.
The blades first, and there are the rifles. Oh, this is disastrous for NAVI. Like, they're fine on the round score, but that's a terrible round still from them. That's a feels bad round.
A little bit of individual brilliance, but the team still performing together. It's not even that, right? I can't wait for it to come back up on the replay. But Martin's split-second decision-making, not to go for the fake-out, but to go for the Euro that was swinging him. And then on top
That was
of
so
like,
good.
just
Such
nice
good
little
patience
chilling.
there.
He's like, coming from a Euro player, I know which is which. That's second sense. Yeah, but last round, we've been highlighted it many a times for the past couple. The ultimates to be used. So many ults.
Yeah, Armageddon, Annihilation.
Flawless just looking for a target to send.
Oh, he finds him last second. That's big. Forces him away.
Gets out. But I have to say, with all of this Sentinel util now in post, KC have to go quickly. Yeah, they need to be careful. And
Yeah, but there's Annihilation.
Quickly, those ultimates to deny.
Yep, there's one. Grab net. Oh, dude, the smoke is so good there too. Gives them the angles. That was good. 7-5. I mean, they are golden. NAVI should be fine here. That was a good play. They've had some good util setups on this attack. I really like their attack here.
In this EMEA elimination match, KC trying to fly that French flag through the lower bracket, but it's a long way away now.
Damn. Okay, we'll see. Now, in theory, they should close it out pretty quickly, Chad. But, I mean, we'll see. Neither one's been very convincing today. They're playing Ticking Away on the break. Love to hear it. Yeah, have you? I caught myself because I remember maps 1 and 2. No, but like, come on. I mean, as long as they have a good pistol, they should be okay. Because I think all you need is a good pistol, and then you just need to have a couple round setups where you set up your util on opposite of where that Sentinel is. So it takes time for KC to figure it out, and by then, they should be fine. Dude, the fans are enjoying themselves. That's good to see. Dude, that popcorn looks so good. It's such a huge bucket of popcorn, too. Oh, now I want some popcorn. I should buy some microwavable popcorn. Have it on standby. I love seeing fans just enjoying themselves in the arena.
Everyone on EMEA side tuning in to see who carries on in this lower bracket. NAVI out the back of a loss to BBL, and now facing up against the KC side, which have already shown they can come back.
You're always scared of microwavable popcorn? Why? Did you have one like light on fire once? Or just the noise?
Now the question is,
how good is this double
sentinel defense from NAVI? I mean, that is the question. The last drops of
all right, what's the setup here? Ooh, Martin.
For one of these teams.
Raid boss.
A run through the lower bracket is what awaits NAVI. They have their favored side to close
as the regen armor.
But will it be
That's huge. Regen armor, and then he gets a ghost gifted. Meanwhile, it's 4 sheriffs on NAVI. Well, we talked about a good pistol. It's just we're gonna fight. Holy. Hey, trip spotted. Oh, this is rough. You see, they weren't fast enough. The trip's still not clear, by the way. And guess what? That regen armor, it's gone. The raid boss is down.
In terms of getting to site, Elite still hanging around in middle. But NAVI happy to play this way because they've got a cam up on B, and all that means is that they don't need to worry about the entire left-hand side. They just group up and wait for the execution.
You look at Shao, right? He's playing as the rotate player.
Just reset a little bit. They just need to watch mid.
Vicinity to use the utility that he has if it's needed. This is not going to be
KC has killed Noise just long enough, but oh, that's going to give him a tell. He should have GravNet. GravNet from Angel? No, just going to go for the shots? Oh shoot, 2 and 2 split though. You didn't see that coming from KC. That's huge.
Get the reaction they were looking for. Short, but still, Ruxic hangs around. Sheriff at his side, and Hero in support from Dice backside. The smoke now drops.
Oh boy.
Looking for the fight. It's Ruxic that has the first.
Hero's just trying to stay alive. Oh no, how do you miss those? Hero gets 1, he gets 2. He takes... Oh my gosh, dude. Hero with a quad? How does he get all 4? What the heck?
Time and time again, coming up with a clutch, and in this last, most pivotal
that is...
of the series,
damn.
Comes up and wins the pistol round. It might only
Pretty
just
sure your
be one
brother's
round,
wrongly never put the noise. Yeah, the noise can get a little bit unnerving.
So comes through the support of Ruxic as well. Let's go!
I love the energy. Dude, Happy...
Path his way to the
they won, but Happy seems so done with it. Happy's like, I mean, thank God.
But now KC's still in this, but that pistol does put them at odds of this defense, as we said.
Why are the Korean and Japanese casters all suited up for Desk and Cast? Korea doesn't do that anymore. At least not for Valorant. Some games they still do. League they still do. It's just kind of how it's traditionally been done, right? I think they just continue on the sports casting traditions. You know, it's kind of how it's viewed as well.
Emotion cited by Sadak on the other side. Where are KC's heads at right now?
For Valorant, they stopped doing it, I think specifically because Riot, in Korea, because Riot, like, you know, they want it to be a bit more casual, a bit more streetwear, you know, that deal, but...
With the mesh in main on A, it's mid they go.
No, Hero definitely, like, he took a little... Jeez. Took a little bit to get started today, but he's been pretty good since map 2.
Last 2 of Martin and Elite.
Overall, still kind of up and down, I would say, but today the highs have been very high, for sure.
And Sentinel utility to try and get through.
Over there.
Players in place.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's just because they're not going to, you know, they just have set wardrobe for the whole thing. Back with League, it started that way for both Korean and English. But also, like, because you're both in the same exact setup, like, it'd be weird for the Korean to be wearing suits and then the others to, like, be wearing, you know, leather jackets, right? So
send you towards double digits. A chasm between the two teams at the minute, which KC need to
that was a wall bang? Damn.
Through the first buy.
Oh, Challengers Korea still does suits, yeah, but I think that's also just because they don't want to buy new wardrobe. Because, like, studios just have a bunch of different suits of all different sizes, because that's all they've ever used, right?
The combo of util dumped towards tiles, but no result. You can see, Navi is sticking to the strengths of this comp. They don't need to fight mid.
9-5.
Just re-clear it
Start
with the
you needed.
Instead.
You still got Deadlock Wall as well.
Thought was going to get that engagement with Koala instead.
Reset up the sonic sensor. They heard it.
It's going to be jump spot in mid. Like this placement of the sensor as well.
You know he crept up close if he shot that.
Forced Sadak to just face check it, and with that now broken,
he's trying to see if there's a bigger reaction here. Navi's not doing the swap between the Sentinels, so you can get 0 pointed. Big GravNet. Angel wants to re-clear. I like what Angel's doing there. He GravNets over the window, and then he re-clears, and then he sets up the wall right before 40-second mark. Lots of time bought, and then the sonic sensor. So you're pretty safe here, so you can shift your weight over to the A side. Make that the strong side. Ooh, peeked into the cyber cage. Ooh. Oh, man. But the real deal is going to be Rooksick. Yeah, you think that smoke's a little weird, though.
This is going to be close, but didn't account for
yeah, Rooksick, I don't know how you get out of this one. Oh, it doesn't matter. What?
Elite from short has to try and fight his way through.
Oh no, feels bad.
And what a way to finally convert a bonus round, NAVI.
Oh, and he gets the kill.
When they needed it. And those players standing tall. The A-side again. Hero gets his one.
Oh, no. Wardrobe for a lot of, like, especially tier 1 is given most of the time, especially in Korea. Korea, it's like almost always given. So I guess that would help answer your question. Yeah.
With one, everyone on KC doing a little bit of something.
Dude, Rooksick winning that. The movement so good there.
The all-important round result. And I think as well, this could perhaps be the quickest.
If I can go 31-11 in a ranked match, KC can bring it back. Are there any exciting Pacific Ascension teams this season? I haven't been following as closely this season as I did last year from the get-go. But probably after Masters Toronto, I'll kind of check into Pacific Challengers a little bit.
Steps up right now, it seems.
I think it's kind of the obvious go-tos, though, this year. I don't think there's really any strong hidden gems.
You've got to be relying on the players that feel like they can make the right call right now, whoever that is, assistant coach, head coach, anyone in the server who feels like they have the read on what NAVI.
I mean, in Korea, it's most likely going to be FUT.
How important it is for NAVI and Kuala Lumpur to finally get towards a Masters event, especially in Toronto, where Kuala Lumpur.
Speaking of challengers, I'm glad PKM seems to be doing well on T1 Academy. Big fan of PKM as well. Old Nongshim player.
It's a massive chance.
Yeah, Naos is looking good.
Absolutely.
I would say Furex is looking good. I actually don't know what the end results are for Japan, but I assume we're still kind of looking at riddle order for this.
Someone who, as we mentioned before, has brought on teams out of bad situations. You look at Loud, mentoring some of that younger talent.
Who else?
The question always being, could he do it without
Full Sense, yeah. For Thailand, it would be. I think Full Sense should be the main shout. Yeah, Riddle.
Brilliantly on the jet. And now he has support behind him. Only Angel here, but.
Okay, grab net and the wall.
NAVI very quickly retaliating.
It's just a hero vandal for Martin. It's kind of rough.
With what they have, and so KC decide to look elsewhere, but Koala's ready. So is Shao. I think they're actually thinking about moving into me.
Ooh,
this is a huge
I like this from NAVI. Hold on, hold up the double. Okay, oh, Rooksick, dude, his movements, snappy today. You quit the zoom in.
Has moved in towards B main as KC find a little spot and market to work with. This is just a bait on A. NAVI is so happy to give this space.
You know why I think that zoom in bothers some of us more than others is I think it's if you're used to just. I only watch the minimap 90% of the time. I think that's why it bothers me even more. But I really do think they can just do a regular circle without the zoom in.
It's time to strike beyond the cage. At least one kill, but that's the spike. At the back of the pack, it goes down.
10 seconds left.
And so NAVI up to an 11th.
Or like a smaller zoom in, like a less zoom in. I don't know. I don't know what the capabilities there are. I think it's because they just use the circle tool, and just a circle popping up without like being drawn. Like if it just pops up like like as the circle, I don't think it'd be very good. So probably the only way to do that then is to zoom in, but you could just draw with the pen. They should have a pen.
They know when there's a step too far, and I don't think they've necessarily put a foot wrong since they've moved on to the defense. Well, we know that because they've won every round on the second half. This is the most important of the lot, though, Cairo.
I mean, this is it. This round is it.
Very well. A series taken.
NAVI 4 in a row. Damn.
Great either for KC if they lose this. Very early knife though. Important just to detail that Angel has been spotted towards short. So from what
and they haven't been doing the swaps, so you know. Okay, especially with the wall coming out, you know.
Is there a possible way they can see what the setup
that this should be set up here. Oh, the trap play though. So because Deadlock's over on that side, you're
solo in this endeavor.
KC probably want to explore what the setup is on B. They just haven't really ever figured out what the setup is on B, honestly. They've been denied that info for so long.
step into this, but slow in the approach. KC creep closer towards the B site. It's a drone to round the corner.
Okay.
It's broken, and this is the play.
It's huge. It's huge. Oh, he almost got both. Okay, but the trips are still there.
Was good.
Ooh, he can't do anything off of it though, and he's been spotted.
He's been spammed out. They know where he is because he responded
that's
to
rough.
the bullets sent his way. And now we go into a 2 versus 4. Ruxic trying to take a timing, but well noted. And now
I guess you could say they were born to win this match. That's a good one.
Feeling like
NAVI.
Angel's going to be coming up with the goods.
Do you think,
though.
how many VCT
KC,
fans do you think know what NAVI
slow
stands for?
approach, all circling back to his position at the start of the round. And that's how you have to play some of these defaults. I mean, I don't think...
Yeah, I
really
mean,
they've been known for
not
this
much
kind
you can
of
do. You
style
have the
in
money though.
past,
Get your ult.
but it's the one that you're forced to play against this.
Well,
Navi
Aves
side
is one
right
away,
now.
so is Martine. That doesn't feel great,
Especially
but
when you have to find out where the Sentinel utility is, right?
yeah, Martine will stick around for
They
it. He
don't
gets
have
it
to
clean.
challenge for that space. They win it outright. As do KC this time. 4 players left standing. That's round number 6. Number 6. Still 5 more though to close the gap up entirely. They showed us they were capable of doing it before, but when it got to 9-9 on split, it was all Navi.
I mean, denying the double to Koala there was huge.
I think for KC, they found a way to win outright, but I also feel as if there was some mistakes from Navi there. They had a good read on what they wanted to do. Koala unlucky not to get to and get traded out. We will look towards A main in this fight once again. Angel here. Time, but a miss sensor is a very
The sensor gets a little bit buggy sometimes. A little bit weird. A little bit wonky.
On the offensive, 2 players to come in from short, but there is support from middle. It's Koala Noob.
Dude, Martine's trying to just carry. Okay, well, you netted him, and then there's the salvos. Yeah, but his teammates got here in time, so they got the cover. Martine saw him. That's huge.
The arch, Ruxic TP into the other side. The spam coming through, but they can't quite find him. He's taking his time.
Oh, Ruxic. Ruxic, where are we going? He's going into the smoke. No way. No. Oh my. I mean, I actually respect it though, because if he got the double there, that's the round, I think.
Seconds or less. KC need to make a move, and in terms of space taken and utility dealt with, there is not much at all. This is big.
You're getting warmer, Infinite. Keep guessing.
Yeah, but you see that. It takes all the Sentinel utility offline, and Hero's here by himself. He has no support.
Oh, I mean, he's going for a one-and-done position.
Closer to the site, taking their time. Hero to take that first fight onto Elite, and that really opens
if he can get another, okay.
Hero has his second.
Oh, but Shao thinks he can stop it.
This one feeling a lot more likely.
Ah, yeah.
One off his ulti. Stop the swing.
All right, he knows where one of them are.
Dead in his tracks to the corner.
He has no idea where the other is, though. Nice double swing from KC.
7 for KC, they survive. I always feel as if 7-11 is a really defining scoreline for a comeback. It's one where it's totally within touching distance, and especially when you look at economy, ultimates there.
Uh-oh. Is it really happening?
Just goes flying round the corner.
Dude, these teams just cannot. They just cannot.
Round by round, you've got to make those decisions. It is getting pretty
stressful. There it is. There's a timeout.
So NAVI are heading into a timeout of their own. But it's, you know, another 60 seconds for KC, which they wouldn't have otherwise. They've already used both timeouts. We're not going to be getting any more unless we go to OT. And that's it. Boxing gloves off after this. It's going to be bare knuckle, no introduction of the coaches from here on forth. And it's what Sadak was talking about and what he wanted. It's all about who can call on the fly, who's going to be the
No, NAVI stands for salty victors. Salty victors. The NA is actually
whoever loses this
for sodium.
Not only out, but without a single win in the playoff stage either, which feels so different to at least maybe picking up
Navi stands for no ability, very inconsistent. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's put some respect on the name, man. That's gone too far. Overall, still a legendary org. That's crazy.
But the one that I'm looking at, and the player I'm looking at still for KC, remains to be Martin. He headed into this series.
It was all fun and games until we took it personally.
Just shy of 1.4. But it's the space making more than anything else, which is the biggest asset to KC right now against this Na'Vi defense. Playing with the pace, starting off fast, making.
Hey, they finally did the util stack with the sentinels on the other side, though. Yeah.
They are going to get the drone.
Right, they have them here while it's all the util stack here.
KC's so slow. Just waiting.
Trying to see if they can get an easy pick. If not, at least just to bait out where the locations are. Okay, Cypher trip on A. So the Cypher has moved, eh? That's what they're thinking. They've always been on the same site. The run in, I think he heard that. So you know, the rotates are coming through.
Offsugetsu still hanging around in A main. There's definitely a view to take this one back into the stack.
Okay, your role to go check. Just the Sova.
Looking to clear out and find out where players are, and well, they're going to head towards A, and this is where the utility is. As I said, just raising that question mark in middle. But now you're heading into the utility. It's the Hunter's
okay, but Sonic Sensor buys some time. Only 20 seconds left. Main is denied, but he gets sprayed down. Oh,
he's found his first.
Big trade back though.
How much time is there?
No KO is kind of rough.
And it's dice where it'll go. What be thinking about Martin still in towards mid.
44.
Late upset. Perhaps a win condition, but the retake.
Where's Martin going? He thinks there's going to be a flank around, but they're set up for it. They're set up for the big retake. You got Annihilation.
But it's time instead. Those final grains dropping
oh, you get the Cypher ult. You know there's one coming in from mid. Oh, but his teammates are already falling. Shao doesn't get the kill, but it's a 3v1 and the Annihilate. Oh!
Martin will die after time.
Aye.
But it's up as far as KC are concerned.
Wait.
Oh, what? He lived?
Dude, they messed up. Kuala Lumpur messed up.
Didn't fully go off, but the point still
Kuala Lumpur
stands.
trolled that.
Have map point, and 5 rounds remains to be the gap. But for Navi,
Kuala Lumpur blocked the cocoon.
1 round is all they need.
And he keeps his gun because he didn't actually die.
Into the next round in the lower bracket and survive.
Oh no, dude. The butterfly effect.
For KC,
that one Vandal, the snowball, it's gonna happen, chat. The economy snowball. I'm just kidding. I don't think he really trolled it, but still, you gotta remember, you gotta make him die there.
The value that they're looking for. Martin noted by the Cypher cam.
Yeah, you're not dead until it ends because you can get freed.
Navi are dropping back that defensive line into Boathouse, but
Navi must be non-villains. That might be my favorite.
Martin still with blades and an updraft. He fires himself over the top of Switch.
What? No, it's Angel. It's an Angel round. JK.
He's got the first. It's a trade out 2-on-2. Look at how
okay, Koala, you just wait for your teammate, yeah?
He has one info dart to try and know anybody. You'll get the information he needs, but how long is he going to be able to survive?
He's here.
Going through lane, flash behind it. Sadak just hiding underneath the rail right now as the lane walk up comes through from Koala.
Trying to get a reaction. Sadak's so low, but all he needs to do is get one.
The blue wall could crumble under the pressure of Navi.
Only gets one. Elite with a nice trade off to Cam. He doesn't click it. He knows he's backside with him. Oh no, he gets tagged.
To move on in their stead for KC stage 1.
Rooksick, man.
Will continue.
Oh, getting tagged by the Cam. Why didn't he just break it?
But how many more do we need? I mean, we talk about CPR, resuscitation. That was a defibrillator. Electricity coursing through the veins of Elite to keep KC alive. Navi now
The cocoon insta-kills based on time. You can delay it though if it gets blocked. It has a maximum timer, but you can delay it.
NAVI very likely sent back onto an eco at least one more time before this map is done, and that being the one rifle in the hands of Koala already cut away, loose from the round. Angel picking it back up but still favoring the Sheriff. All I'm gonna ask, NAVI, please do not use Show's ultimate.
Sound sensor.
Okay, well they can't hear you, mate, so we'll have to see.
They can't hear you, mate.
Still have that Guardian though. That's a big point to talk about, because that's a better firepower.
I mean, good point, but
stall as well into the late round, which makes things all the more concerning. Xiao maybe even thinking about using the ult here, just purely based on the position.
he is, but it's too late. Sonic sensor, that's what they're trusting in, but you should have used it in front of me then.
We want to win it here and now.
Oh no.
With a gun in hand, and those reinforcements just can't arrive soon
Oh
enough.
no.
Shot down where they stand. KC will have a 9th. We go again without a NAVI ultimate. The question is it a fake ultimate? Is it the real deal? Hero just trying not to give much away here. It's crazy too with the amount of points that requires to get up. I feel like so many times we've seen not just any old run-of-the-mill ultimate, not just your neural theft.
Xiao ulted.
The
drag duration should be the same as the total duration.
Some really big round
I don't think it is though, because if it gets blocked on terrain, it definitely lasts longer until it just decides that it's over.
It's like the Mourinho story with the Balotelli.
I guess if it gets released from the obstacle, it'll like speed up to catch up, but I think there's still like a limit. It's not like it can suddenly just zoom in the last half second, right?
And they just send it, and you're like, oh goodness gracious. If you can find a way to pull it off, you look like a genius. But right now, I think NAVI on the receiving end more often than not. But like,
I could be mistaken here, though. You guys could be right.
Everyone speaks about like percentage plays and the numbers, and let's crunch them, pushing up the glasses as
in any case, I guess I could be correct, and you could still be right for that instance, though, of Koala blocking it.
I think the percentage play is what you opt for. Absolutely. If there's one takeaway I take from this series is how NA pilled you are, but heading into this one, they're from the UK. That's true. And in terms of how we carry on in EMEA, it's
okay, well there you go. That's a good start. I do love that after the timeout, they constantly have them swapping positions, especially now that you had the no command. That's the main use for it, but they've been kind of prepping it time and time again.
You look at it, it's Sentinel players on either side of the map, so even if Aves had gone far, straight
they write Sadak wrong on the overlay.
They were prepared for it.
Oh. But that should just be taken from the in-game client, I think.
Or on a plan B.
And it should be his tournament account. Seems odd.
Look at the utility set up for Hero. Cypher can for
NAVI victims, natural victims.
Round about him to create a support network, and he's calling to his team. I've seen players on my cam. They're in short. Where does KC go here? There's a gap in towards tree.
Come on, 4v3.
Up to go. The question is, are they overcooking this a little bit too much? Because
I mean, where are you going to go from here, KC? Yeah, this is a classic KC round. I mean, it's cool that you got all the way into the spawn, but what are you going to do with it? Okay, well, Rook 6.
Elite can at least solve
that's a...
so chaotic, Cairo. It is, and look at this, the Omen ultimate used to try and clear out Hero instead. Found by Elite's rifle. His opposite number, the Sonic sensor, gives the game away.
I cannot believe he jumped out there. All you need to do is paranoia and then keep them at bay.
Hearing the steps, all on Sugetsu.
Dude, Angel even knows he's going to be there.
Captain, the wool is pulled over his eyes. Elite was just sweating.
Oh my, there's no shot we're going to OT here.
Now that KC have it, it's a split deck completely. One player main and one back from short. All of this heard by Elite. Koala straight into the firing line.
Oh
KC
my.
continue. I mean, that round was like prime time boxing.
Oh, you did not need to jump out.
But with that being said, I mean, the most important
it started off so well.
Is one, has his null command up and available. So
I think he thought they were close, but like, why risk it? Time's on your side.
But the other aspect to it is Navi's are stricken once again. So they've read into a double stack on A with both Hero and Angel. Mid presence made. Navi are gambling. They want to flood back in towards A. Yeah, but this is the play that you make. Already Martin is low. Top gen is where he will dash to.
Hey, they're going it fast. No command online. Cuts off all the util because they stacked it along with themselves on the site.
There's just a couple guns in play.
Just
but
a mess.
So quickly dealt with. KC have 11, and once again, we are at the very least guaranteed 24 rounds, but even then, whoever ends up losing this will feel hard done by. It's got all the way down to the wire and then some.
I know, right? The next match is the main entree for the day, and this one. I mean, honestly, I think this match has been pretty good overall, but none of these maps should have gotten this long, though.
Both teams have ultimates, which should find
Koala Noob with the glass cannon off. He's done with this.
For the glass cannon operator.
I don't know about that.
In towards B main hasn't found value, and Koala finds a little gap to work with. Be running into player traffic just yet, because Shower shut it down. The mid lurk lost. All focus on B, and Angel the one to receive it.
Angel, are we really?
This wall, sensor by his side. Drone comes in, it gets the info,
here's the dash in. Okay, finds him, and the wall was good. That's huge. Angel dies, but the Yoru is here. He used his ult just to reposition. Navi's kind of doubled down on this, but it works out because KC's kind of stuck here on the site.
Looks like they are. You can barely get back past that mesh in main. The setup's over on A. Where do you go?
As long as Navi, I mean, KC's just going to wait it out. They're going to wait for one of Navi to peek. They know that these guys are kill hungry.
Try and dry peek into the rifles, holding the angle. Remember, there's still 35 seconds to work with here. I love this from Ruxic as well. Just another spanner in the works, playing around his own smoke and looks to take this fight on the chin, closing
in. They get the info for them. There you go.
13-11. This
Damn.
story will continue for them in the lower bracket.
Tough match, but yeah.
Being sent down by BBL.
It continues.
And unfortunately enough for KC, the wait will continue.
I love how Angel looks at Koala like he's like a proud uncle looking at his nephew.
That's the question, right? Is how much pressure is this roster under? They brought in Sadak to be the guy to carry the team forwards. I mean, the whole roster was built with the
GG.
sights set on
Unfortunate for KC, but
closer to home, that's where the sights need to be set.
I mean,
there is real problems.
Both these teams definitely have a little bit of an issue with like just playing the maths, making the right choice. They're so risk reward pilled, both of them.
With so many close series, just 6 rounds in it across the whole thing, 2 on each and every map. A lot of work to be done before stage 2, but I have to say,
I mean, Navi's never been a clean team, to be fair.
You do see the improvements game on game.
Happy really does seem to have gone through a lot ever since he started coaching.
I mean, that's it. Keep on swimming, as we say.
Oh man.
But Navi did excellently. Sure, there was a few.
Where's that group from? They're like on a field trip or something.
I mean, they've bought themselves more time to work on that.
Chow for the interview.
The upper bracket to find out who their next opponent is. All about finding that consistency. Look, you think to the last few.
I mean, congrats to Navi though. I do think they're slowly starting to click a bit more. Like, I think each of them are finding their own comfort zones a lot better now. There's still a little shakiness. There's still some risk-reward pilling going on, but
seen the promise of what this roster could be in spells, but again, it's that stability that we're constantly harking back to, and that's the one thing that I'm thinking about heading into that next game. Yeah, I mean, that's right. I mean, we saw it in the Sadak interview, but more so as we move into that next game, it's match by match. You don't get a lot of time to prepare, and I think, like, in terms of your review from
no, I think today Vitality shows up. I think Vitality wakes up.
What we're gonna start to find
also,
out
it's against FUT. I think Vitality should be able to just battle, frag for frag here.
Great day to be a NAVI fan. They are through. They survived for another day. I'm now joined by Shao. Now, Shao, I cannot count how many times in the history of Valorant that you have been saved, bailed out, shined on Ascent. So many years of this map.
That's
so
true.
Why is it taking so long for us to finally see it this split? Why haven't you guys been just choosing Ascent?
I will tell it like this. We have very unique coach staff.
Okay.
And it's in good way.
It's in a good way.
In good way, of course.
In a good way.
Does it make your
Oh,
Ascent
okay.
even better than before?
I mean, we won. We have 100% win rate on it, so yeah.
We have 100%
Would you
win rate on
personally
it.
like to play Ascent a little bit more? Because you've never had a bad performance on Ascent.
Yes, I like Ascent and I would like to play it more.
Okay.
And I am trying to push my idea in the team, but sometimes their vision like more clear, let's say.
Maybe you've convinced them after the performance today. Let's talk about your personal performance because we're so used to the Shao show, you know. So many years of every map, you're the star, you're the best player on your team. But this year, it has seemed like you and some of your teammates have struggled with consistency. How have you found dealing with that?
You can deal only through like going through this like situations, like loses, hard loses, winnings, and from this you get experience because we have 3 players. Like one of them played a bit in Fnatic in tier 1, but 2 are new to this scene, so it's just only experience and you need to go through, and we're just giving them time to understand, helping with them with some advices if they need, and we just work on that.
I like that he said that. It's a good reminder that they are a young team in terms of experience.
But what about the times that maybe you felt like you're underperforming?
I'm just angry at myself, and it's like a fuel for me to perform better in the future. So it's simple for me.
Are you happy with the way that you and your team performed today?
I mean, we won, so I'm happy, definitely happy, but we need to rewatch and see, like, maybe we could do it more clean.
Let me give you
You
something
definitely
to be even
could.
happy about. I know it's haunted you and Angel a little bit to make playoffs and then go into that lower bracket where there's no second chances and instantly lose to Heretics or another team, you know. It seems like a bit of a pattern last year, but you've broken that curse now. You have the momentum and you finally can stay in playoffs a little bit longer. So surely that's you can feel a bit more relieved about that one.
Yeah, sure, like elimination match is
Yes.
always fun because you like either win and eliminate enemy, which is like nice feeling, I'm not gonna lie.
Yinsu's shirt
And,
says born
it's
to
also this
win.
pressure experience, highest pressure in the team, like for players, it's like lower bracket when everything is
That's so good.
nice, if you know what I mean.
I know exactly what you mean. But you have eliminated
It's
your
like
former
what
teammates
is
to
it's
get
just
to.
a dog that's
Is
like
it a bittersweet moment perhaps? Or is there, you know,
Tie-dye
you wanted to
painted,
beat
what
him
the
extra, extra hard?
I mean, it's still a game. Yes, we are in different teams, and yeah, it's competition. One of us should lose at some point. So
Has to lose. Very brutal. Very, very brutal. But I'm glad you mentioned some of the younger players on your team. How proud are you of them? You know, some of the other members, like you said, they don't have experience in situations like this, but they performed so well today.
it seems when it's needed, they step up, and I like it because they have a character, and it means they're potentially very good players like in the future. But they just need a bit of more experience, and it's good that we play more and more.
I like that they focused on this.
Now you have one more match in the playoff at least.
That
So
you essentially
we'll
have
see.
3 rookies.
And lastly, what is
a good reminder.
Navi's super weapon to give you guys this lower bracket run? How are you going to make it all the way to the final now? What is your win condition?
Just believe in our work, in our hard work, and just trust this process. It's that simple.
We believe, Shao. We
Trust
believe. Your fans
the
believe as well. So thank you very
process.
much for joining me, and we'll
Thank
see you
you.
in a couple of days.
Yeah, see you. Thank you
Well,
guys.
Navi have
Well
made
played,
it through, but
Navi.
Elimination Day is not over just yet. Coming up after this, we're going to have FUT taking on against Vitality. Plus, Hero will be joining us on the desk. We'll see you after this break.
It's funny that you say that, Plum Sword, because earlier we had people in Twitch saying they really liked the EMEA stage. I kind of, honestly, I've always kind of liked the EMEA stage, but it doesn't vibe with everybody. But I think like the crowd miking is poor, etc. The atmosphere isn't very well captured. All right. What's the plan here? We got another like 30-minute break. Well, I guess we'll run some ads. I'm trying to debate between TFT and Blueprints. Probably TFT, though. I guess I could just run some maps on Last Epoch or Path of Exile, too, but... We'll run some ads, though, and then we'll watch FUT Vitality. Are you not sleepy? I am sleepy, but FUT Vitality I want to watch for sure. If you had your Switch connected to the mainframe, you would have Mario Kart to kill time. Fair enough, fair enough. Compared to China, well, yeah, Plum Story, but I think you have to also consider that, like, you have to consider, for one, production is like cheaper in China and then Korea as well compared to the West, and then also I think China is willing to invest more, probably because they make a lot more from their audience, right? And like they started late, and it's different priorities. EMEA definitely gets the short end of the stick. Like, EMEA is not very well supported. That much is true, 100%. But you know, like, this is a stage that's just it's purposely generic stage that's built by Riot to service all of their games, whereas China is like, you know, they built this to show off VCT. Yep. It's 1600 and 1.0, not 0.1. All right, let's get some TFT going, and then we can have the desk on as radio in the background. Let me just log into my client real quick.
More NAVI content. I'm your hosting, so I'm joined once again by Hypok and Hero here on the sofa. First of all, massive congratulations on that win. I asked Shao this question. I'm just gonna ask
Let's see. Log in.
First of all, what is your personal?
I climbed up to silver on TFT though, ever since you guys kind of guided me on a couple comps.
Why didn't we see the Phoenix? I really wanted to see your Phoenix.
I would say, like, I like Ascent, first of all. It's a nice map. I like any map where I play Cypher, to be fair.
Oh,
I like
okay.
Cypher a lot.
Yeah, Hero
It's, like,
plays a
one
lot
my
of
favorite
Cypher.
characters. And but I didn't play Phoenix.
Would you rather play Phoenix or
killed the
Cypher?
dream now, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I love Phoenix. Like, he's probably like up there with either Cypher or like Phoenix.
Oh, okay.
Damn,
Also,
really?
I think,
Cypher and then
I think
Phoenix?
I'm, like,
I'll bring him back
the-
on screen in a second.
Like, stats-wise,
That's
in
crazy.
real, I'm like the best Phoenix, I think, in the world.
Was
a
there
crazy
ever a
variation.
chance of, have you even said to like Happy and Angel, I could play Phoenix, let me try? Has it ever even been floated, this idea?
All right, chat. I'm gonna put this on
I say,
cue
like,
and then
almost every day.
step away for a second.
And what do they say?
We've tried, but not on Ascent.
Oh.
I can't say too much.
Okay.
Okay. Well, you've already said enough, to be
Yeah.
honest.
I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, with a performance like today, it would be, well, to give you
No-brainer.
two deaths in a round is a pretty terrifying prospect. But I mean, today, obviously, elimination game. One of the things that we were kind of talking about coming into this is that it's an interesting like matchup between Angel and Sanak. What is Angel kind of? What's it like playing under such an experienced IGL in an elimination game?
I mean, I love Angel a lot. Like, I call him Unk.
Of course you do.
So we have Unk and Papa on the other side today. So, yeah.
Like, it's like, yeah.
Oh, that's great.
But Angel, like, gives a lot to the team. Like, even after the talk, after the BBL game, like, he is like really good caller under pressure and like just any like pressure he's given, and I like that a lot. And he responds like good to feedback, which I like as well.
Oh. Well, what's his style in these moments? I think I like the way that Hypo you address the elimination, because you know some people can get a bit stressed, some people get a bit emotional. What's his kind of general vibe in these moments?
General vibe, I would say like he's like really like he's like helping the team a lot, like behind the scenes, kind of like not like shooting wise, like the most.
He did not
But-
do him like that. What?
I mean, he played
does
pretty
shoot.
well today, to be
I mean,
honest. Yeah.
like even in scrims, like he's shooting
like sometimes I'm like, damn, he still got it in him.
Still got it.
Yeah.
No!
But he does shoot.
I guess what's actually just
Oh, we got it. Oh, no, I didn't. I failed.
Like playing with Koala Noob, because it seems like Koala Noob's like the most energetic, like getting everybody like riled up after a round win and stuff. Like, is he kind of like?
No wonder you're
vocal
plat.
kind
You're
of
8 times my
vibes
sense.
for
That
you?
has nothing to
Does it
do
seem
with it,
like
chat. Let's
a
be
lot of
honest.
the time
There's people that
it's
play with
him
higher
that
sense
comes
than me
across
that are
as
higher
neutral,
rank.
just tight-lipped,
But
shout,
I also
shout,
can't be
said
bothered
nothing
to
for 3
find
rounds.
my
Yeah.
sense, play for 8 hours a day just to rank up. I just,
love Koala a lot
at some
as well,
point,
like,
even if I
he's
do
really
that, I think unless I
energetic, but,
really
like,
overinvest
we need it in the
Yeah.
team.
time and
Like,
effort,
which
I wouldn't see
reminded me a
myself
lot
going
of, like,
above
when I was in Fnatic with Alpha.
Immortal Max,
Like, he's-
probably
I get it,
Ascendant
I get
the
on
energy
average.
that he gives to the team and, like,
But I'm
even
plat 1 right
if
now.
we're, like,
I've
not doing
peaked
the
at
best, like,
Diamond
he's
3,
still there to
and
hype up the team, which I love.
that was the season when I was like, yeah, if I grinded a bit more, I probably could have hit Ascendant, but that would be the max. So it's like, honestly, in my age and with the work, other work I have to do, the moment I know, like the moment I know what my peak is going to be, it's like, you know, I'll still grind it because I enjoy it, but I'm not going to put in
Yeah,
the
I would say
extra
so.
time.
I mean, of course, like, it'd be like a dream for him, and I'm trying my best to make that come true.
Yeah, you are.
We can
trying
see
to
RQ
do that.
versus Paper
We're
X.
gonna show you some of that F in a second, but
I
let's take
think,
a look at the Ascend comp that we mentioned.
I mean, honestly, I
Unfortunately,
think
we
it
just
should be a
tuned in.
banger,
We did
but
not get to
I
see
hope
the
RQ
minutes.
just plays
I'm a
confident.
bit sad about that.
But I
What we
want
did-
to
what
see
we did get
Paper X
see,
win
though,
to
is this,
see,
the deadlock
like,
stuff as well, with the
refreshed
tempo.
Paper X
How long
versus
have you guys
refreshed
been
Gen G.
practicing with this comp?
Yeah,
What's the
Kohibi plays on
idea
like 2
behind
times
all
my
of this?
sense.
I mean, we've been practicing with the comp like a good amount of time, I would say, and like, Happy and Koala love the comp a lot, because back when they were in M80,
Yeah.
like, they were like saying really good things about the
Is
comp.
this the same with Icebox as well then? They just go, on M80 we did this.
They talk about
Should've
M80.
been,
Okay.
Ascent.
Okay. Do you like it? Did you get bought into this as well when
I mean,
they pitched it?
I love the comp. Like, I already said, like, I love any map where I play Cypher, so.
I guess interesting enough is one of the theories coming out of this is understandably going to be why we obviously haven't seen Ascent yet. Is this the final form, or is there more prep that we're kind of and again, and I'm not expecting you to reveal too much. Is this kind of what you've been working on for Ascent?
I mean, I wouldn't say final form. Like, I wouldn't say like final form on any map, because I feel like day by day we're like improving like every step.
Yeah.
So we're still like preparing like
Bum,
as
bum,
much as we can
bum.
and like doing as good as we can.
Saving strats for Toronto.
Sandbagging.
Saving
Saving
strats.
Just typical Angel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you mentioned that you're trying your best, and you know, Shao was also saying on stage that when the youngsters on the team, when you need them to step up, they always step up, and I think you're an example of that. Today, though, there were some just unbelievable things we saw from you, Hero. We've already seen some unbelievable things from you before today, but talk us through.
Oh, are those
what's
requirements
happening.
for Valorant Mobile?
Play by play this.
In the 1v3,
Dude.
I was like thinking by myself, like, they have Fade ulti, but I didn't expect them to use it in a 1v3. And when they used it, I was like, damn, they like put respect on me.
Yeah, yeah.
in a 1v3.
Well, I mean,
Sage
And then-
threw his hat off, I think. Yeah.
Oh my god.
He
what
loves
you did
it.
to that
Hero
man.
loves it. He
That's what
loves
you
seeing
did.
them get pissed.
But like, you couldn't see, you couldn't hear anything. But is that just your pure intent?
Oh, what are we working with here?
This was disgusting, yeah.
Oh, I mean, here, like, I was like hearing like a bunch of steps everywhere, and like I started hearing, I think Cypher shoot in heaven, and I was like, I'll just peek in, and I just started hearing.
Are
a
you into
flash of
Marvel
lights,
stuff?
and I'm
Not,
just running out.
not really. Like I don't hate
does
it,
feel like
you know.
absolute
But
freedom
like
in
I've
some of
never
these
read the
rounds where-
comics.
But it's also like,
You know, I'm a
it's so
casual
impressive as
MCU
well. It's like the
enjoyer.
on-the-fly decision making that you make sometimes. Well, like, what's going through your head?
8.5
there? Are you getting
plus.
info from your teammates, or is this you
3
kind of
gigs of
just,
RAM,
like,
16 gigs,
I guess
16 gigs of
channeling into,
space.
like,
That
real
is insane. There's no way that's true.
It's like, I mean, obviously I do stuff off of my teammates and their like information, but
Okay, I
a
think
lot
we'll
of it
go
is
with
also,
the.
like, instincts, I would say, like just instinctual like plays.
Being young.
Being young.
Do you remember those days?
No,
You
no,
remember?
long time
No,
ago.
you're good.
Do you
You're
remember
alright. I've
those
seen you
days?
play. Yeah.
Oh right, I thought you were
Yeah.
going to say, yeah, you're good. You're
No,
not old.
Hypog is good. I don't think I feel whenever we have discussions about like caster teams and talent teams, your name is.
Yeah, no,
always in there.
Kohibi's a
Are you this good,
Game
though?
Changers
Hero
player who is
good?
high ranked as well.
Think.
But the whole point is, chat, is like obviously if you want to go pro in
You take him on,
VCT,
Hero?
then
Yeah?
yeah, you should probably generally
Oh my god! Can we make that
find
happen? Can we do a 1v1?
a.
Have you
Hold
played
on.
console yet? Can we do?
Well, yeah,
Give me a
console, sure, let's go.
second.
Yeah, you down for that?
Yeah.
Console. I've like probably touched the controller like 5 or 10 times.
What is
in my life.
this? Yeah, same. I think that's.
I've never used this one. Oh, that's kind of random and not great, but
console, 1 round on the PC.
Okay.
I'll take it, I guess.
Yeah, we'll do a mobile round. Honestly, Evan, producer Evan, please write this down. Like, we'll make this happen. We'll do some a little bit of content. How are you feeling?
But the point is like, yeah, if you want to compete highly, obviously, you know, finding your own sense that is relatively on the lower end is generally advised. But honestly, if you're just trying to climb, my gut tells me that you can hit Immortal with any sense as long as you play around it and you play smart.
I guess interestingly enough, how did the discussions feel after the loss versus BBL? Was it kind of like did it almost feel like a total failure and almost back to the drawing board? Was there elements of the veto that you felt that were kind of missed? Or
This doesn't use that.
Performance or I guess underestimation of BBL on the day?
I wouldn't say it's like an overestimation.
Actually, this would, yeah, this would boost Zeri.
Good talk after, like we were here and still talking, which was like we normally don't do it.
Okay.
But it's like we had a good talk and like we talked about stuff and like what we need to do tomorrow against KC, and like we had to like lock in because otherwise we get out.
Do I have any others that I found success with that would use that?
You play the loser of Fnatic or Team Liquid. Who do you think your next opponent is going to be, and do you have a preference?
Yeah, TF could if I use the bosses.
But I would probably prefer going against Liquid.
Oh, why?
Just in general, like our performances against them and like scrims and like.
No, I'm kind of okay with this current comp though.
Scrimbucks. All right. Well, we'll find out
tomorrow.
But for now, thank you very much, Hero, for joining us. Congratulations once again. We'll see you in a couple of days. But it's not over. It is not over. We're going to go to a quick break. And on the other side of this, Vitality will be
There's a CS pro somewhere that holds his mouse like a knife with inverted control. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you really put your mind to it, you can play around it. There are exceptions for sure, but... So supposedly the new map is, the teases have been teasing that the new map is based on the locations that we saw in that original reveal trailer. No, I mean, of course they won't say it's okay, but what's your goal, right? It depends on what your goal is. I'm telling you, you can definitely hit Ascendant, but if I felt that I could hit Ascendant by playing less than 6 hours a day, then you can definitely hit Immortal if you put in extra time. You absolutely can. And so at that point, you know, if anyone more skilled than me and puts in actual time, and you can still train around that. Like, I don't even aim train at all. I don't warm up for my games or anything. So, like, all of that combined would indicate that you can definitely hit probably even Radiant if you really wanted to. Now, is that recommended? No, right? That's not recommended. But that's like saying, like, you can't be a, like, it depends on what your recommendations are, but I'm just saying for most of the audience, like, let's be real honest, the recommendations of, like, aim trainers and, like, content creators that revolve around, like, personal coaching and aim trainers, that doesn't apply to you. 90% of the audience, it actually doesn't. It's bait. I mean, you can want it, and that's fine. Like, if you simply just want to improve, like, that's fine. But I'm just saying that's not actually going to be what makes you better or not. It can maybe expedite it a little bit, but... You know, that's like people would say that using a trackball isn't good, but there are pros in every game that have used trackballs. You know, I wouldn't recommend it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't work for everybody. But I think you just have to be realistic. Like, you know, my goal isn't even to hit Radiant. I could care less if I hit Radiant or not, because it's not like I'm like, it's not like anything I do will revolve around me hitting Radiant. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not ever going to go pro, and I'm not trying to, like, stream with my title saying, like, high rank gameplay of whatever agent, right? So it's like, doesn't matter. I mean, back in the day, like I used to, you know, like when League first came out, I used to grind it, etc. And I would spend 30 minutes warming up, last hitting. And even if I don't switch sense, you know, in the very beginning, I used to play like, you know, casual games or like DMs and stuff in Valorant. But at this point, I don't care for it because I know I can get to at least where I would want to be, which would be Diamond or Ascendant, without having to do that. Because most of the people, shocking news, most of the people that play the game don't actually think about how to play the game better. So you can actually rank up just fine without it. It's insane. It's free. I don't think the breaks have been full 45 minutes though. It seems like they're trying to make sure that they expedite it pretty quickly. It is so funny that this turret still fires off. They said this upgrades. I don't know like how it's gonna upgrade. Oh shoot, an early Zeri? Sign me up. Just asking, but what happened Navi KC? I saw that split kind of twice. VLR's probably freaking out just because of how EMEA is set up. That it was smooth sailing. Because like I think the Liquid one was also freaking out because they had to like redo the whole thing. Oh, that's how it upgrades. What is this? Executes. Okay. Where'd she go? There we go. What else does it do? Oh. I see. It doesn't seem that great. Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about the VLR stuff. You heal. All right, let's do this.
Second chances.
Or we can have the
Did
radio
you guys
on
ever
again.
expect that these two teams would be up for elimination this early on?
No, to be frank. Like after
Well, hang on. So actually watching Vitality back through stage one, yes, but I guess coming into stage one as a whole, no, absolutely not.
No, FUT we expect to always be that kind of third, fourth team, even if that kickoff wasn't quite there. And at Vitality, we're supposed to be top 2 in Europe, and they're down here, which is crazy.
Yeah, it's got upset potential all over it. And going back on the topic of people that, you know, Mini keeps kicking on Fnatic, 2 of them have joined Team Vitality. 2 people that you're very
People in my lobby play like it's a VCT match, but when they're on my team, they just instantly sing.
And Edgar as well.
Well, that's what it always feels like, doesn't it?
Worked with you, so give us a little bit of insight.
Yeah, so
go on.
Oh yeah, psych check.
He worked with us in 2023, was my assistant coach during our infamous run.
Yeah.
He was very good. He did a lot of prep for me, helped us out quite a lot. He works remote too, He didn't even come to the events. He'd just stay up all night working, so that was good.
So he was there with Lock-In and Tokyo.
And Champs.
Yeah, very successful tournaments for
He
you
did
guys.
loads of good work for you.
Yeah.
And then you kicked
Wonder why he wasn't there in 2024. But sorry, carry on.
Okay, yeah, that was all me.
Dude, Vinny's just getting roasted on the desk.
As a performance coach quite a lot. And we also worked with him in Summon FC in 2021.
Yeah, that was OG.
That's a throwback.
Yeah.
That is a big throwback.
Yeah, just both really good people. The only thing I would say here, though, is that I think both of them have been working with Vitality for a little bit, so it's not like a really huge
confirmation almost.
It's
Basically.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
The trial, I guess.
I'm a very big fan of both of these guys. You know, they're the kind of people that's been in our scene for so long, and in situations like this should be a difference maker for sure. And perhaps maybe a Vitality in the game could also make a difference. But the comps, though, are we
Psych
concerned
check,
at all?
psych
Are there any
check.
concerns around the kind of speed in which they change things up from game to game?
Yeah, it's definitely a concern. I think one of the kind of overarching issues has kind of been Vitality not being able to find their identity. And then kind of some role overlaps, I guess, within some of these compositions have looked a little concerning. And again, we've got a question, it's a big question mark around the prep behind it and kind of discussions that happen coming out of a loss. But stability seems to be the issue.
Yeah, the big narrative for me here is that they're losing to teams that are extremely good. So on Lotus, for instance, losing to Fnatic, who are very good at Lotus, and then instantly swapping comps. And then Icebox and Haven losing to Heretics, who I think are the best in EMEA on both those maps.
Yeah.
And then switching. To me, that shows that potentially maybe a lack of vision or a lack of kind of...
Overreacting, you think?
Maybe some emotion going on within the team.
Yeah,
Something
I
not
agree with
quite
Minnie
right.
a little bit.
So you would have preferred to see them maybe not change the compositions. But how do you think they could fix things if it's not within the comps?
That's a...
Well, I think
That's
there
a
are...
million-dollar
That's a loaded question.
There's also other issues, right? I guess coming back to the identity thing, it's another question really around. I mean, it sucks to say, but when the biggest positive really you can draw from stage one so far for Vitality is the Seavoffs come in and look phenomenal individually. That's not really, I guess, face value. That was the look of death coming out of safe there, by the way, on the slow-mo. But coming into stage one, you look at it on paper and you think, damn, Vitality like should deliver here. And there shouldn't really be any questions
Should
about
being
it.
the
This
key
is
word, to be
star-studded
honest.
roster even ahead of Seavoff coming in, who I think has already cemented himself as probably the, like I said, the highlight of stage one.
Yeah, and it has not been easy for Team Vitality, and Faded did not shy away from talking about it. Take a look at this. I'm now joined by the head coach of Team Vitality, Faded. Now, Faded, first of all, welcome to playoffs. It's probably not the ideal position to start off with in the lower bracket, so I wanted to ask you, what's the prep been like? What's been the main focus of your team in the last week?
I wonder if I just put these on
the key focus
the
has
Fury.
been surrounding like ourselves. I think we're not necessarily prepping against any specific team because you never know who you're going to get. I think the key difference has been making sure that we're kind of increasing our layers in our arsenal, gaining confidence, and just playing like ourselves again. So. Yeah.
Oh, I'm
And
not
as
going to
you know,
get the
there's a
kill.
lot of
That's rough.
noise when it comes to your team. I think from day one that this was formed, people like to prey on your downfall. You know what that's like. So what has been going on behind the
That's
scenes?
a
Are you
great
able to,
question.
clear things up and just
I'm
reassure
into.
maybe some of the Vitality fans?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we obviously have a lot of solid fans out there. The Vitality fan base is one of the best I've ever experienced. The support and the love they show, even with the tough showings that we had throughout Split 1. I think they're still very hopeful. They're very encouraging. So for us, it's like, we do it for the fans. Like we do it for the organization. We do it for ourselves. And our worst enemy is ourselves. We kind of get in our own heads. We don't play to our own levels, and I think that's where it becomes
True.
tough. But yeah, I think the best way we can, I guess make the fan base proud is to keep fighting and to keep being ourselves. So
I guess the strongest criticism or maybe the narrative is always surrounding the IGL. I think that's very similar on every team, right? If you do well, it's not the IGL. If you don't do well, the IGL is at fault. So how much of that do you think is unfounded, unwarranted, and how much of that you think does fall on the shoulder of Safe?
I mean,
that's
it's a team
tough.
game, and it's really tough to be the IGL or to be a leader of a team that has such high expectations. I think when it comes to Safe, he's always been kind of known for his duelist or his old school Senti plays, but he has one of the best understandings of the game, in my opinion. It's just putting that to paper with the players that we have. And, you know, he has a huge responsibility on his shoulders from, you know, the players on our team to the expectation he puts on himself. You know, this guy, he's grinding day and night. He's staying up until like 2, 3 in the mornings with me, waking up at 8, 9 in the morning to just make sure we plan out the day correctly, focusing on individual improvements on himself, but also his
I do like it when
teammates.
coaches like
he
give
really
more
carries a lot of weight
specifics
on his
about
shoulders, and I think one of the things he always focuses on is not you know, the
about their
criticism,
players.
but really focusing on how he thinks he can improve or what he can do for the team. Because he's very interested.
Spend your money.
Like he's very
oh, in the
critical about
game,
his own
I'm not very good at
decision-making,
TFT.
or,
We're
you know,
just
what goes
doing
right
it
or
to
what
spend
goes
the time
wrong.
until the
So,
next match
you know, someone like
starts.
Safe, it's, you know, there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders in terms of, you know, from the outside, but the way that he handles it is actually extremely professional and impressive in my point of view.
Why do you think the general community always kind of scapegoats the in-game leader, or maybe jump to that sort of conclusion whenever a team doesn't do well?
I mean, I guess it's because the IGL is quote unquote like the leader, and you know the leader is always going to have that spotlight in a way. You know, it's never.
I would like to get.
It's really tough, and I mean, I feel like Safe's the type
more
of person
of
who would rather
Neferi
have the
going,
pressure
but
and the criticism on himself than his teammates, because he cares about everyone on the team. All, you know, from Durga to Les to Clem or Cyboff to Kicks, like he cares about them all as people. And you know, I don't think Safe minds being the guy that takes all the heat, right? If that means that
You're preying on EMEA's downfall. Why do you hate a whole region?
Able to focus on what they need
Dude,
to
this
do to
turret is
improve.
so
What's your
funny.
relationship like with him?
Safe, we're very close. Not only from an in-game perspective, you know, but I think one of the ways I really want to treat the team is always giving them, you know, more of like a humanistic or personality approach, personal approach. You know, so Safe and I, we spend time.
5 minutes. Hey, time flies when you're having fun.
But you know, we're always in contact. When the good happens, the bad happens. You know, no matter what happens, like I see him as a brother, and you know, we kind of have this very strong relationship with each other. And I think that helps with the dynamic of how we work with the team and what we try to instill, or you know, what we try to build. But you know, Safe is definitely family to me. So.
Oh, I don't think we hear that a lot from Coach IGLing sort of pairing, but it's very important in this game. And lastly, I do wonder how much this comes down to you or Safe, or maybe the two of you, but the comps. There's been a couple of times where you guys have changed your comps, and it surprised us. It surprised a lot of people. What was the reason behind changing some of these comps? Was it just because you lost one game?
Oh, it's just one. Oh, oops. I messed that up. I thought it was everyone who had 2 items.
The idea of testing and playing around with different comps too as well. I know it's a pretty high pressure situation in being able to win throughout these splits, but unless we go through trial and error, it's really difficult.
Like rush that.
Well, you know, it's always we kind of tend to feel that the anti-ing and kind of the strategy around us is pretty intense, especially the opponents that we play to as well. And I think, you know, there's a huge region difference, and it's something where, you know, stylistically in NA, you know, is comps that, you know, Les and I, for example, are very familiar with in the play styles of it, doesn't necessarily correlate to the EMEA region, and it's very difficult to.
Oh, give me the big teddy bear.
He's
got the
you know,
cloak too.
It really is, you know, kind of finding what fits, especially.
Damn it, I'm not gonna get the big teddy bear. That dude wants the big teddy bear. What do I want here?
We want to be able to activate pretty much everybody on the team and find different balances. So the comp changes and these kind of things are more centered around how we can activate the players and kind of find the best synergy within the team.
Little balance.
Exactly.
Little balance. I like that. Thank you very much for joining me, and good luck today.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
I love that they're like filling their time with more like deeper interviews, etc.
Of him saying him and Safe are like this, their family, their brothers. As a coach, Mini, what kind of relationship is that? Does that mirror you on Boaster, or do you think maybe that's still a rare thing to have?
No, I hate Boaster.
I was going to say, dish the dirt now.
I hate that guy.
You
No,
would've
I
kicked
think that, there's a clear trend. I think if you look at the teams that have won historically, where there is like that trend of the IGL coach relationship, and I think it's the most important thing in the team. So I have a bit more faith in this Vitality lower bracket run if that relationship is as tight as what Faded is saying, because it seemed pretty believable to me that seemed.
Yeah, he's not the type of person to lie about that, but I think the other elephant in the room, Hypok, is Durkin time. When is it? Is it today?
Well, hopefully. If you're a
Durkin
Vitality
time,
fan, you're
when is
praying.
it? I mean,
it's been difficult to watch, but I think as well some of the things that kind of hinted at in that interview there, the expectation is really high. I think Vitality, like I said, with this face value, this roster start of the year, would have had a target on their back. So in terms of like anti and, you know, having to feeling as if you have to switch.
I mean, the thing is we just have such high expectations for Durka. I think he's doing just fine, you know.
I think it's a fair assessment, to be honest with you, but Durka's a player that we know what he's capable of. We've seen the highest highs. We've also even historically seen, I mean, back on Fnatic as well, Durka go through a bit of a slump, but he's always come out the other side. It's just a question of,
hey, Iron Razor.
when's it going to happen? When are we going to see Durka get
Opinions
back
on
to
the train,
some
the Paper
semblance
X
of
train?
comfort?
No, I mean I'm happy for it because it
He's
looks
kind of
it's looking good.
confused, looking frustrated at
I mean,
himself,
they
and,
finally found their comfort.
Those are the things that you question. kind of,
Obviously, a big
well,
part of me not
yeah,
being fully on board
how
with
are
it
they addressed,
from the
and, you
get-go
know,
was just
how
because Nongshim and
responsive is
Paper
he
X
to
were
kind
both in the lower bracket, and I had
self-motivate
to
and fix some of
believe
those
in Nongshim,
individual
but.
issues.
I think he puts a lot of pressure on himself.
When we were
So I'm
doing
not
that and
worried
Sugi was
about
first
him,
started
if
talking
that
about the
makes
train
sense.
on Plat
Like,
Chat,
he's the biggest critic of himself. He'll
you know,
know
I
if
said,
he's not playing at
well,
the
they're
level
working
he's
around their
playing
comfort
right
zone,
now.
right? Which I think is
And he'll
good.
do
I don't know how
anything.
long that
Like, he'll do
lasts,
anything
like if it goes all the way to champions or not, but it looks like
He
they're
has
really
never been
finding their
eliminated
groove in
by
that and like
playoffs early.
continuing to build on it.
Yeah, well,
Like
that's the
today
thing,
looked
that
really
had,
good,
what,
like their
11 out of
macro,
13
etc.
Yeah.
global attendant, which is just insane to think about.
And he's always made it through the upper bracket as
Yeah.
seed 1 or seed 2 at a push, but seed 4, this is new territory. But it's also new territory for FUT as well. Ever since
Train's not
being in the
stopping anytime
partnership era,
soon.
they've missed
Well, it definitely
one
isn't right
World
now.
event a year, but
It's going to
two,
Toronto at the
maybe
very
this would be
least, so
new
it's
for them
reaching
as
its
well if they're eliminated
destination.
today.
Yeah, I think that FUT don't get painted with this narrative too much, where they are actually one of our better teams.
We
Like,
don't give him enough credit.
we don't
for,
give
yeah,
them enough
yeah.
credit.
They're
Like,
quietly the
You know
team
what's
that kind
funny
of
is like
makes it
I've
to
been
the
saying that a
international,
lot
just
too. Like everyone
proper
says
step,
that,
yeah.
and yet it
especially from
always
an
feels true
organizational
about FUT.
standpoint. They're kind of like a newer org. They're
I'm
not
with Minnie
as
on this. Like, I think they
established, so
deserve
they've
even
been
more
extremely
credit there,
successful.
but
Yeah, yeah.
unfortunately, it's
This
just.
year, you know, it's not gone as well so far, and they've got a very tough.
Dude,
lower
what
bracket one to
are
go.
these?
Everyone said they trolled their vetoes yesterday. Do you guys agree?
Yes.
Yes.
Why?
I don't.
I agree as well.
The veto troll to me. Like, how did they troll that veto?
I mean, they let Fnatic get, well, even if you were to just take it at face value, opening 2 maps, like that leans heavily in favor, and then to have Haven, this feels like it's like Fnatic won all 3 map picks of that veto.
Yeah,
I think that's it's fair to say.
I don't know if
Can
I
they
should
even
put that
troll
on
today? Is there
Zeri
a way they
more
could troll us
though.
against
They could troll
Vitality?
today.
Okay.
I have this weird feeling that they pick Haven. They
Wait,
should.
oh, okay.
I
think
guess
that they should
so.
be looking
And
at
then
Fracture
maybe
as a map that
swap
they've
it when
done
if you're
well.
actually
They've
that
won
might be the way to do
Yeah.
it.
times they played, and they seem to not like that.
And a
map for
clean
some
record
reason.
as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope they just use that today.
I mean, that's the one thing coming out yesterday you'd want to see them absolutely nail.
I hope they do, because this match will send shockwaves no matter the outcome. Either FUT
Does the
is
train
both
slow
global
down now,
events this
or
year,
is it
or
full
Durka
steam
sees
ahead?
his season
I think it.
far earlier than it has ever been in his career. Let's welcome the players to the stage for a game
I think
that's
it
about
continues.
legacy as much
I don't think it has to slow down. Oh shoot, they're doing walkouts. This game's not over yet though. Chat, don't worry. If we go into the game, I'll ditch the TFT game. Don't worry, chat. I think I want to move these over to Sejuani and swap here. Holy, this dude is tanky. It's okay though. I think. Maybe not. Oh, the tankiness was too much. Damn, I got wrecked. Wow.
There is a lot on the line here. Team Vitality, of course, the winners at kickoff here in EMEA. And we all saw FUT already yesterday. And the question about that veto, I think everybody is tuning in to see what are they going to do today.
Yeah,
Are they
what's the
gonna ban
veto for FUT
icons
today?
again? What are they going to pick?
Nice
and
box
how much are they
ban.
going to give Vitality? Now,
Pearl
it says
ban.
FUT all the way across, but it is actually
Oh,
it is
okay.
Vitality that banned Pearl.
Okay, Vitality is
Yeah, I
second.
mean, split map 2. Now I look towards
Okay.
the decider. Again,
This is the
we've got
UI is
Frankfurt in
wrong.
there, split
Vitality is the
obviously
second
leads on
one.
Yesterday is well.
I actually am.
There we go.
Yeah.
How do we feel?
I think it's pretty good. I'm a bit confused by the graphic right now, but
Don't worry.
I think it's pretty
I
good
can
for
tell you it is FUT
both
that
teams.
wins Xbox.
Yes.
this is a decent pull for FUT, I think.
Yeah,
But it's
they
a
ban
good pull
Icebox,
for
Vitality
FUT.
ban Pearl, FUT pick Fracture, Vitality pick Split, and so on and so forth.
Yeah. So I think that the Fracture being in there is great for FUT. They're split. I would err towards Vitality there, but this could absolutely be a 3-map series.
Yeah, I firmly agree.
Do you think Vitality could have seen this coming? Could they have foreseen?
No, not after yesterday.
Damn it.
The Fracture pick, can they be prepared for the
yeah, definitely. I think they've looking at the map pool for FUT. Like I said, that was why it was so surprising yesterday, to be honest with you. Again, to see Fracture here for map 1, Vitality have got to be looking at, like we said, clean record for FUT. And I think actually in terms of gaps of the map pool, Fracture is one of the ones that you've got to feel like FUT are feeling confident about.
Yeah, Vitality haven't played it this split, I don't think, at all. So that is
Yeah,
one thing,
kind of
like,
curious.
They don't know the information about what Vitality have cooked up. Like maybe Vitality have looked into Fracture more as one of the maps that now they need to go towards because they kept picking Haven and it was a disaster for them.
Yeah.
Do you think they're going to stick with what they brought out at Bangkok? Because they beat T1 here, they beat Liquid here, they looked at least decent for Vitality on Fracture. Do they need to change anything?
Was it the Tail Breach?
It was the Tail Breach with a Vice, a little cheeky Vice.
The Tail Breach Vice, that sounds good to me.
I agree. And also, I like...
Oh, he gets the... Yeah.
On the Wraith,
What does that give him, though?
On the Yoru. Stop messing about on this Neon. That is the simplest thing.
Yeah, I think even
It might be better, actually.
Back a little bit. There's always been that question.
But I didn't get enough tanky items, so I'd like to get the tanky items on Sejuani, honestly.
To the level that we see potentially, I mean, Jet's up there, obviously ahead of the Raze, but even it was a slow burn to get him on track with the Raze as well.
I think Les is still experiencing some uncomfort caused by moving halfway. I mean, that could definitely be a factor.
See what he's going to play here. Oh my god.
Oh.
Sorry, out the window. Bin it.
Wow.
The Durka Neon.
We're fake
he needs to have a big game state. That's all it is. Like, he's had the Neon games where it's not looked fantastic, and today it's all or nothing for him.
Yeah, I agree. Again, it's a good comp, sure, but I mean, for that individual comfort factor,
this
again,
isn't
why not go
great.
back to exploring the Raze and the Jet? Obviously, we've seen a lot of switch ups with the composition, so whether or not it's something that they've tried and just not felt great about, yeah, I'm not sure.
There's also a little bit of switch up here, right? Because we saw Trex.
So Breach Teho Neon, but on the other side Breach KO Neon. That's the difference. But I mean, it's FUT, it's Craxus, so it's not shocking.
Again, there's a lot of pressure for someone like him having to do this first time on Fracture and elimination in the lower bracket.
I don't necessarily have any concerns about Xevoth in general, to be honest with you, because a lot of the concerns would be around...
Is there a Gamba? Yeah, I can set it up for you guys.
Well, again, unless we come out and it's an absolute disaster, but I think Omen, I don't necessarily think around plant stuff, lineups and whatnot. I think it's a plug and play.
I think Brimstone's a pretty plug and play agent most of the time on this map. I don't think it's a big concern.
Yeah.
I do like the less to Cypher angle.
Who picked this FUT?
A bit easier to use on this map, and less is, of course, a great Cypher plan.
Well, this is the pick of FUT, and we're hoping to see a better version of them coming out today. It's time to jump into this map and send it over to your casters. It's Mitchman and Tombiz.
Mitchman and Tombiz. I feel like it's been a while since I've heard them on cast. Oh, I guess because of the tech stuff.
But heads, Vitality come into this stage with high expectations.
This is a low bracket final, right? Oh, I think we missed a little bit more of the playoffs, right? Because there's no way that we're playing a first round elimination match. Because between Vitality and FUT, Mitch, that would make absolutely no sense coming into the year.
Well, it's like Yinsu said, we need to see that bounce back from FUT. I think finding themselves down here early on certainly isn't the expectation that they had set coming into stage 1. Now, the chance with survival on the line up against Vitality, the team that took the crown in kickoff. One of these teams will be setting foot on that stage for the last time.
Oh no, they're starting.
It's a best of 3, starting out on Fracture. Now, Tom, when we look at Fracture,
no,
where do you see this ballpark
but the
for both
TFT
teams?
game.
It's going to be an interesting one because you talk about like where would the ballpark be. Well, initially I'd talk about that defensive side for Vitality, but they now have a
That was a drop, Vigar, for...
So already an aggressive start.
Oh no, chat. Oh no, I'm in the loop. Alright, we'll see how that goes. Alright, focus on the game.
They're looking to crunch on it, but a big play by FUT. Wrapping themselves around. They've made it to the south side as Zeus picks up a triple. This round has quickly fallen into FUT's hands, and now with just one player left to fall, it is the new gun that has to face off against almost the entirety of the opposition. FUT with a pistol under the belt.
It feels like Zeus managed to slip through the cracks, which is a terrifying
What the heck,
thing to
chat?
happen
This
in
is
the
an
first
intense
round. Like,
game.
this guy has been an absolute highlight, which I think you have to also talk about expectations for the teams overall. Like, Vitality built a super team, got top 4 at Masters, and right now are looking vulnerable.
Oh, we started off strong.
That's a pause for a second for the screams. And then you look at FUT, they were a squad that last year and the year before at least made a Masters. In fact, in 2023, they were at
No, I
every
trust that I
single
get top 4 on the
international event.
TFT game.
They've added in Zeus, who's been their best player, and they're right down there, potentially not making either of the Masters.
I got faith, I think.
FUT 1-0, Vitality, Sivov, a big name that's been added to the server. Is someone that we had doubts about, you know, in terms of facing off against the top-tier competition. And I think this is going to be one of his greatest tasks, not just FUT as a squad, but with elimination on the line, they are definitely going to be a team that steps up to the plate in a big way, already finding their opening with a
Nice and calm from FUT, but like no information. Ooh, couldn't get the drone, so KO can't stop him, but you still have a smoke. So the Brim doesn't. I mean, we'll take the KO getting suppressed over the Brim, I guess.
But nothing's being offered up.
One of the things with FUT that
But look at Zeus's position.
It's going to be a make or break for Vitality. It could be what kick-starts them back into the tournament. You're playing
dude, he's
going to
run into so many at once, though.
Fundamentals, very aggressive in the way that they play. So maybe that boosts Vitality.
Okay.
Getting those individual
I like that he just. I like that he doesn't greet it.
Like, they are a team of 50-50s. It seems.
And he's back here to support Yedijay. This is good.
Really put to a test.
Oh, 2 through the cage. 3.
They are. Okay, Zeus. Just looking for some stuff.
Oh man, Zeus is kicking it off strong.
Flawless. And well, he was getting SSX tricky with it.
I like the idea there from Safe, sending in the salvos to try to put Yedijay on the
Sad that
back
Carmine Corps don't perform this year. Champions at Paris in their own arena for most of this. It stinks. Yeah, it's rough, but I mean, we'll see. They definitely have good pieces still.
You know,
See what they can remedy for stage 2.
I think he might, but he didn't need it right there. The spams were good. Its hipfire's pretty accurate.
He's got all those kills and he's just giving it to Mr. Fallen.
I hope he doesn't try that with the Outlaw, though. That would be a different
going.
Altogether, very aggressive from Zeus, and he'll lose his life. Durka waiting for him down below. Vitality more than happy with that opening pick.
Okay.
Was the message from Geist just disrespect the hell out
Yeah, a
of
little overly aggressive, I think.
Rifle or one Vandal that they had in this round, still pushing though. The defensive side looking to try and pincer in from behind. Cracks looking to hold the line in front of them. And they kind of already have the attack boxed in, but that kill onto Cracks opened things up.
Yeah, there's a lot of weaknesses for FUT. Losing those opening duels just makes it so much harder. The pressure on as they attempt to crunch towards Arcade. Last is having none of it, cleaning up the kills before he meets Yedijay.
Yedijay would love one more kill. Oh, hey, we got third.
I guess the question of damage is always going to be there, and often going to be the goal of players in this situation.
I told you we were good for top 4. I'm in silver. once you have a bit of your comp and they're all minimum 2-star, you're good.
It'll be the Vandal. It's whether or not he can catch anyone on the way out. Unfortunately, they're now running directly towards where he was previously seen, so his last position might have held a little bit more value. Potentially going to try and sneak up behind them. A nasty surprise if nobody's paying attention, but a couple of players watching.
He gets one. Oh, dude.
Manage a second as well.
Almost a second, but chips away another piece of armor. That was close. All right, let me turn this off.
While
we have the chance here.
He might have gone down with his low HP as well. It's a decent opportunity created by Yedijay in the late round, but Vitality still, they've got their round on the board. They've done what they needed to, and they've carried a few weapons through to the next. For them, it was a solid showing, being able to pick off all these players
7-1
on the map without too much of an issue. But this round will be a different story.
He's got a bulldog, but that's because he has ult.
The disadvantages in a lot of those fights, the ghosts in play, the quick nature of some of those flanks on a round like that. This one.
Wait, why was Safe? Oh no.
Eventually get there will be a little bit different, but I'm not seeing a lot of movement.
No.
They're chilling, vibing.
Safe was looking away. No!
One of the things I want to talk about a little bit more with this compositional change is the last time we saw Fracture play
I should have focused on the TFT game.
Playing a Brimstone. Now that, for me, is the least less agent on the planet, because you want this guy in the backline, you want this guy lurking around different aspects of the map. When you play Brimstone, you have to be within a certain position. Don't do it.
They're gonna do it.
No.
They're gonna do it.
It's gonna happen, Tom.
Can we just leave the color scheme the same? I just don't like the red. It gives me nightmares. But yeah, I think I want
Start
to see
one off. No, the tech pauses have been pretty quick.
This Cypher because
ever since the setup changes.
He's pretty damn good at the Cypher. But it puts him in a different role completely. Like, it takes him away from the team, it puts him on lurk positions and allows him to catch the timings, which before was actually Trex, which when Trex was on the team, that's not normally his role on
I think it was Safe, because Safe looked away right away, but maybe someone else called for it.
Which I do think has been a bit more of an issue for...
At least it seems like he's joking about the tech pause with the comp ops, so... That's good, at least.
The countdown continue to tick, but I'm assuming that's just because this whole round is playing out.
개영군님 안녕하세요. 네, 테크퍼즈가 근데 하루에 그래도 한 번씩 아직도 있는데 꽤 빨라요 요즘은. 다 업그레이드 해가지고 금방 갈 겁니다. 듀렉이 진 거는 안타깝지만 사실 페렉이 지금 되게 본인들의 컬러를 잘 찾았고 듀렉은 사실 뭐 상황들이 본인들의 컬러를 찾을 만큼 여유롭진 않았잖아요 여러모로. 아쉽지만 어쩔 수 없죠.
Do you see this as giving either team an advantage overall? Has anyone won the
See, round reroll. Oh, because it started. Because the round started.
Like when I was sort of drafting my own veto, I was thinking that maybe FUT would actually ban it. Because FUT are normally a team that likes to target ban. It's like, okay, we'll take away one of your better
didn't
maps,
pause. Yeah, okay.
One, which Split has been for them. The fact
well, this one will take a little bit longer because they have to re-roll it because the barriers dropped. So that's unfortunate.
Vitality, but Split has been a pretty decent map for them, even the one that they managed to take over Fnatic. So I think that both sides I have winning their own map choice, which I'll be honest with what we've seen in EMEA recently.
I guess we could do
and then Ascent. You know, Mitch, you're asking me about Ascent.
We already did GeoGuessr and Time Guesser, I think, right?
It's carved out about a whole day in my memory. So yeah, it's kind of hard to forget that one. 25 to 23.
What should we do?
There's a lot of tape.
They're also
we can do Wordle.
Well, yeah, but
I haven't done Wordle in a long time.
Comp anyway, the most basic Ascent comp we've ever seen. So I don't think that's going to be the game.
What's the strat again?
Zeus was really quiet in that series versus BBR. I don't know if that'll be possible for Vitality to do. This guy is already 7 and wow. It says 1, but wait, no, he did die.
He ran underneath like a lunatic. He wanted to fight right away. It was a little crazy. Just to let you know at home, the reroll done, the round reroll that's happening.
Oh, they're already checking player. Oh, that was fast.
It is still 2-1. It's just the round that we saw kind of
we're checking inventory. We're looking at their skins.
Checking out their inventory. Hey,
is someone using the straight dragon?
A is in the right spot. Okay, no O.
No, don't remind me about that. Looking at you, Patatek. But
E is in as well.
Nothing changed. It's still 2-1. The rounds we saw played out will
so
maintain just to alleviate any of your anxiety around that. But yeah, so overall, I don't think you gave me.
Okay, what is it?
Is there a winner
Beast?
to this veto, Tom?
No, I think that we have ended in a middle ground. Of course, we haven't seen a mass amount of Ascent from Vitality. But when we did, they kind of just destroyed Apex. So
is it Yeast? Is that the only other option?
From it, I think that it looks good for them in terms of like the
roles. Least. It could be Least.
I think it's strong for him.
Oh my gosh, it's gonna be Yeast.
Obviously the Breach, I think he's
I should just guessed Yeast first.
It allows him to have that little bit of extra flair. And then yeah, I've seen 48 rounds of FUT playing Ascent, so I know they can win rounds. I know they can lose rounds, but whether or not they'll come out on top at the end, I don't know. But I do expect from the veto that we'll get to a third map. The only, I guess the question for me will be like,
all right, YouTube chat, chill. You can have discussions, but let's keep the emotion a little bit toned down. You guys haven't crossed any lines yet, but I'm just getting ahead of things because we don't. My mods are asleep, obviously. But I will just say, obviously you can't. It's not an excuse for everyone every time, but like, sometimes you just don't know. Maybe things are going well in scrims. Maybe the players wanted to drive. Maybe the players are down to do it. Who knows?
Ahead of today's match.
I'm gonna play a video. Looks like. Hey, Froster. What? Why are they just playing music? Oh, here we go.
Regular season for us, what it's been so far is We had,
what's higher or lower? Oh, this is what I saw TMV playing this. I went to this website. There was something fun here. There was
basics, and then moving on to the more complex things. I think that will be right in
Korean dramas.
It's pretty important now. Like when I got to my first international last year, when it was champs in Korea, like that feeling was kind of surreal.
Governor's up and over as well with a TP. That's a reveal. Well, to save, they still want to take this fight
all right.
into their face.
I do not know a love to kill, but I'm gonna go with Age of Youth. Age of Youth was fairly popular. I've tried this once. I have I score 6. Yeah. Oh, it's got to be What's Wrong with Secretary Kim. No, what, really?
It was the same
I got
feeling,
wrecked.
but this time I really felt like I wanted to be there, and
I got wrecked.
it's kind of like this point now where I really want to go to every international. Like,
damn, dude. No, but these are IMDb ratings, chat. I don't know what the West people like in Korean dramas.
That feeling is the best for me.
게임에 관심이 없다기보다는 이게 사실 얘기가 길어지는데 결국에는 이제 뭐 동네, 그러니까 뭐라 그래야 되지? 그러니까 경제적 그런 부분이랑 문화적 부분이랑 많이 엮이죠. 그러니까 사실 그전에는 PC 컴퓨터 게임을 하려면 특히나 해외에서는 PC방이 많지 않잖아요. 그러니까 컴퓨터도 좋아야 되고 인터넷도 좋아야 되고 막 그런데 이제 대부분은 그렇지 않으니까 콘솔 게임으로 잘하면서 친구들 집에 불러서 하고 이래서 그래서 격투기 게임에는 엄청 많아요. 흑인 프로게이머가. 근데 이제 그런 기회가 많은 문화가 많지 않았다 보니까 Dude, Sky Castle was huge though.
Is it Dirk in time? When is it? And to be honest, in
yeah,
some
Sky
of the
Castle
games,
was really good.
there. It's just the reality is if you're losing and Dirk is going even, it doesn't. That's not the Dirk we know, right? We're looking to see this guy. It's pushing on that 30 mark.
Dude,
like you.
what? I have no idea. Dude, it's all famous people in this one. There's no shot though. I've never heard of this drama. What the hell?
First place at stage 2
okay.
EMEA last year. He was first place at stage 1 EMEA last year as well. So
what?
Do I doubt Durka at this point? No.
Oh.
Maybe he's not in the best of form, but like the moment I feel like they get to playoffs, he sits down on the stage.
No way, dude. This sucks. We're never playing this again.
The guy's probably going to be a menace in the server. So I think that even though like Zeus has been incredible, the reason that we find FUT in this current
what else is a fun one here? Oh, travel. Somebody wanted travel.
I don't think Yedege has had anywhere near the peak that we saw from last
Where's
year.
travel? Is it on here? It might not be on here.
A little bit of a miss, and I've mostly been looking at the likes of Zeus and Mr. Fallen and a 50-50 coin toss.
Not on here.
Yeah.
There's Tradle.
Is like, okay. Sure, there's definitely been some vulnerabilities on the Vitality side.
It's the Wikipedia article for his Kagras? How does that work?
That's good. I think teams have maybe figured them out, and they obviously had a player change. And Trex, although maybe didn't fit the vibe, I'm not sure what the exact reasoning was. He did a lot for the team. He's a fantastic
Guess the
initiator
angle of the
line. I think
line.
every single lineup under the sun, and still shoots like hell.
Hold on, I want to check this out
so
before.
I think that they had
That's
things they needed to
crazy.
fix. Well, they've had a little bit of extra time coming into the playoffs. Even like the thing is, their position in my eyes is better than FUT's because you got to watch them play and now get to play them. Like it's a decent position. Obviously,
really?
It's one match and you're out. It's risky, but Durka, safe, kicks, they've all been there a million times less.
331? You have to guess it perfectly? That's insane. All right, the game's live again, chat.
Kicked the doors down, blew him off the hinges.
Dude, the angle one's crazy.
We're seeing a lot more movement than last time. That's
yeah, we can try Valoranto. I didn't want to try Valoranto during like a pause just because those are like clips. And you never know when a pause is going to end.
Cypher utility down and out, suppressed is Yedege, but he fires back some bullets to suppress his enemies. A molly that delays, and they won't be able to execute.
Who am I rooting for this match? I wouldn't really say so much rooting. If anything, I'd probably root for FUT, but I predict Vitality.
Knew almost exactly where they were, but it still seemed like Mr. Fallen was caught off guard by that. They're gonna
Dude,
try
the
and
angle
rear
one's
Grant
crazy.
The shot's not quite connecting. A solid counter flash thrown out by the attack side, and now they look to wrap back in, still having that additional information.
They,
Energy, though,
I guess maybe they didn't know
still trying to get through that same
because of the sky smoke, because the brim smoke.
Vitality have stalled.
That's exactly why they wanted to go so quickly when they saw his utility was down. That cage causes so many problems. Combine that with the fact that he's using a Phantom, you can't see the tracers, and he is firing on all cylinders. With that utility now in play, the camera watching for the walkouts on A, and no more steps. The complete freeze from Vitality, at least from FUT's perspective, they make the rotation you just highlighted, Tom. Everybody other than Yedije is waiting on this B side of the map.
Yeah, the stack's already here.
This is a powerful setup.
Oh, they don't have time to do that. That alone might have. Yeah, I mean, there's just no time.
Zeus already putting that first nail in the coffin, but
he has to stick it now. You know he has to. Close the gap. Wait. Swing his two.
With your opponents.
Oh, they're actually gonna wait. I love that from FUT. Instead of trying to creep up and swing and just getting timing, they just wait until Yedije gets there. If he peeks out first, great. If not, then you have one person holding a different crossfire, and then you double swing.
Nice opening by
That was good. That was good from FUT.
Look at the trouble they're facing. Thinking those smokes could have helped them out, but not a chance when Yedije is waiting. And that's how confident they are in him to lock down that side of the map that they send everybody else running
wait, they
away,
rewound the entire previous round.
Vitality
Oh no.
being red in this round, slowed down by some of the utility as well. That's
and they've paused
exactly
again.
what we like to see as FUT get off to a good start, but it could be a slow start
27
for the game.
27.
Uh-oh.
Now I'm panicking.
All right. Well, bring it back.
At least for a little bit. But yeah, I think that.
Oh, never mind. They're going.
The bit that's worrying me, I sort of mentioned the concept of the less lurk.
Yes.
He wasn't on the lurk last round. There was almost a very direct attempt being made by this attacking side. And because of that, Zeus was able to clear out the full top side of the map. And they know they've been pushing. They spotted that in early rounds. They were looking to try and pincer in behind them. If they allow that much map control for FUT on this defense, they're going to get blasted. Like, they need to start catching some of these players. And while, Mitch, I'll be honest with you, this isn't really the round for it.
No, wait, no, they didn't rewind. No. They didn't redo the round. It was just the round that started. It was round 4, but they re-rolled because the barriers dropped. Sorry.
And we'll still have full control over on this B site because they've got him. You might even see the rotation from Cracks in the near future.
It's a safe start for Vitality with the 2-1-2 north to south.
Would back off from here, but he wants to play aggressive through the smoke. Stun comes in. A smoke as well.
Zeus is playing confident. Looks like they really just said, Zeus, do your thing. We'll play around you. Oh, Auto Captain doesn't even think twice about it? I don't mind it.
Nice passive molly. That's going to stop anyone from pursuing.
Getting a lot of info, getting a lot of space, but Vitality.
Dude, if Vitality reads that it's a stack just from the molly, I will be impressed. Because he didn't molly aggressive. He mollies the drop.
It's one of the few things that.
So he's not trying to buy time for a rotate. He's just trying to get ready for a fight.
It's how much do you want to commit with 35 seconds. No real information.
Mr. Fallen was only in spawn though, so it's a quick rotate back over.
This time on B.
Uh-oh, that's a nasty trip. They gave up tower on purpose.
Now the fight in the open
dude,
going just as well. Sure, he'll fall eventually, but limited
he gets
time
2 for free before someone's able to
this is a
swing on him.
From the side of FUT.
Cracks full blinded him.
I think so.
He's like popping through the smoke, just full blinds the guy. He's like, right, I've survived. I managed to take down one. I see the other guy right in front of me. I no longer see the other guy right in front of me.
Fabio, you the goat.
Hey, Cracks gets an assist for that as well.
What's travel?
You're welcome, by the way. Helped him out. Yeah, that was nice, and I think you see as well. It pops up assist too. It's just beautiful. No, but he gets flanked out from heaven. Les is able to take him down. I think that would have happened either way. The reality is only losing that one player with the pressure Vitality put on there. With that quick
hold on. I'll get to this in a second. The round just started.
Dodges the stun. Looks for
Thank you for the super chat, though.
On the other side, but he's not deterred, and maybe he should have been. Plenty of players backing him up, and Zeus down.
Captain. Ooh, thought about things too much there.
It's all out aggression. Literally just trying to stop Vitality.
I think you gotta calm down Zeus a little bit. Like he's feeling it today, and the aggression works, but
like
it's a little too repetitive right now.
Told to be disrespectful. Cracks. Okay, he definitely wanted to.
Oh, I don't think it really. After all, you spent so much time though. Yeah, they could have crept under you. That was. He thought about. They're thinking too much. Again, it was too much thought.
And so far, every single one being lost. It's only Yedajay standing. Economy, it's not bad, but it's not as good as you might think for the side of FUT. It's looking like he's going to attempt to do some damage here. And he's going to fail.
All right, Kleptomania, thank you for the $5. Thank you for the super chat. Why is it so much suffering to support GE? I'm glad MCU joined. I'm just not sure, or I'm not sure how stage 2 will be. Kind of sucks Patrick didn't get a lot of games. Yeah, I mean, first of all, if MC is joining, obviously these are just reports for now, but I think that should be good.
Like it's worked.
I appreciate it.
2/3 of the time.
Patrick not getting a lot of games, it's rough. But in all honesty, though, like
the greatest way to play Valorant, but I genuinely wonder how much of this is just like, let's just disrespect the hell out of them. Like we just
the hype around Patrick is why it sucks. But in all honesty, I think this can be better for Patrick as well, and also like the first.
He's so aggressive, and look at his reward.
Damn, dude, how does Sivov get them there?
Burned up by Captain for nothing, all thanks to that reposition. Ult's online for Vitality. How this isn't the round where they'll need them. Sivov is carrying them across the finish line in this
Damn. I think it's a case of like if you had a really solid core, right, and you added a new rookie, yeah, maybe you'd be more willing to give him more time. Be like, hey, it's okay, we can spend stage 1 to grow, and then stage 2 is where we pop off. But you've got a rookie who's never traveled outside of his country, so you have to deal with that. But then on top of that, the rest of your team also aren't tier 1 veterans, right? And then maybe, I mean, it seems like maybe there were some, they weren't quite aligned on how they wanted to play. Like all of that included, I think it's rough. But it really does seem like they're just kind of doing an overhaul, and maybe that's just because, you know, the coaching staff had to have a change, and you know, one of the contingencies is that you want to kind of build fresh, which I don't think you can really fault the coaches. I think the circumstance sucks, and I think that's a management choice, but so I think it's an unfortunate scenario for Patrick specifically, but also in the long run I think it'll be good because now he's realized what it takes to like try to play at tier 1. You gotta travel outside of your country, you gotta be away from home, like you gotta deal with that, you gotta deal with the homesickness, etc. He's experienced what it's like to be on the stage. And now if he wants to, he can still grind tier 2 again and then come back even stronger. So I think Patrick has an opportunity to make the most of this and turn it into a silver lining. Obviously that's not what you want to hear if you're Patrick, but I think that's the objective truth. The rest of the roster changes, I mean, I think it's just an overall to try to align vision, which again it sucks, but I think it's maybe necessary. Just played a 45-minute ARAM just to lose. That is one of the worst feelings, isn't it? Not a big fan. I like it. I used to love ARAMs, but every now and then you get that 45-minute one that you lose, and it's like, what was even the point?
That man's gonna get aggressive.
If anything, a lot of the time it works better when he doesn't run into anyone. Because then he can reposition onto the side, play with the rest of the team, and that is what's happened here. He's got A control, Mr. Fallen. They've had someone on this angle 3 rounds in a row, so I'm
Can he really hit this? Yeah, first of all, I was thinking it was high. Maybe he thought it was going to be a jump peak, but I was like, maybe I just don't know the angle here.
Safe immediately swaps off his utility. He was setting up salvos, but he knows there's going to be someone in this corner ready to try and fight him.
Oh, he gets
both of them. Somehow he still makes it work.
Zeus is feeling it.
Plan can be acquired safe. Spike goes back towards that site. The smokes are down, but not for too much longer. The decision needs to be made.
Trying to find it.
That's a very open plan, but he's going to get it in. I mean, this is fantastic. Zeus.
I mean, it gets planted. Yeah, Zeus was low.
But Les wasn't really sticking that.
Oh, he's
just on the other side. And that ultimate gets them info.
There's a wire there, Durka. Why was he checking the other side? There's a wire there. That is some miscomms.
Ability in from kicks, he might be able to stop them, but it's already halfway. Time pressure is on. Reload is heard. Spam's
you know it's from an angle.
Not quite landing, and the repeat gets them across the line with a sneaky defuse.
Man, Vitality, they let that one slip away. Left with another super chat. Thank you. Thanks for $2. Appreciate it. Thanks for the support. Also 3 years of G, but no identity as a team. That, I think, is valid. I think that is valid kind of upsetness and criticism.
I think they got so
like, I get it.
Working out where Zeus wasn't clearing him from A main.
I mean,
that they kind of just then lost the entire.
My personal take is that I understand what they were trying to do. I understand why they were doing certain things, but also I just don't. It really, in retrospect, it feels like you threw things at the wall each year and hoped that it would stick. You know what I mean? Each of them in isolation isn't a bad idea. It's just you never built from year to year, which is, again, it's just it's a very big contrast from how RQ ran things. I think that's just they're the biggest example of like opposite ends. And I think that is a little bit exhausting for fans. Like if you still want to support the org, like they're from your region or whatever else, like it is rough. So that I think it's valid criticism, and I hope that they hear that. I hope that the fans let them know about that in a constructive way, like not in a toxic way, because I think it'd be very important for GE to realize that that had a toll.
The only thing they haven't spotted out is still this B aggression. A little bit further forward towards Arcade, which is a pretty nasty double trap if they go in that direction.
That's flashes burned up by cracks just to enable Zeus to keep this position inside of A main. Not going to be available for the retake to play through those smokes, as we've seen plenty of times before. Late play by Les. He's been spotted though, and now they're coming back to this two-man setup. The high-low grabs the kill, and now a huge advantage for FUT. Kicks and safe. In fact, just safe. Last alive.
Rough.
Spike down up above. He needs everything to work out in his favor, and nothing does after the first 6-3.
Caught on my eyelashes somewhere.
They were being closed in on, but now steaming into the lead.
Yeah, I really love this setup from FUT. I think realizing what ults are on the other side, like you know that your opponents have that opportunity of the Armageddon, which if you're playing anywhere near the site, you're going to get cleared. You're playing any of those close lanes, you're going to get cleared. So what do? They take Arcade. No one's going to ult Arcade. Like, that's
see it
really
somewhere.
Weird spot to hold. But then you have the cross on anyone on the site. And that's exactly where the captain is watching. They managed to hold on to all of those positions, and I think Vitality were caught off by what is a bit of an unorthodox position. But look at Zeus again. He's just running it down.
It's big north side play. They've got south of B covered in by the trap, but this means one less for Yetije to play off of on the site, and pressure is on him. A lot of weaker weapons here for Vitality.
I think Yetije was spotted, no?
Yeah. Popped by Durka. An opportunity to really turn this back in their favor as they've pressured the weaker side. And FUT left into a very disadvantageous spot. A 1 versus 5. Mr. Fallen grabs the first.
Very explosive entry.
4 more to go, and the
trying to take it back into their control.
Too likely that he takes this across the line. Now they don't need the money for the next round, but there's a few more to play for. It looks like the decision might be to carry this one through to bolster that economy. A great response from Vitality.
Especially from Dish. Like, you basically have to jump into your opponent's angles. Like, the chance of even doing damage are slim unless you just wait for them to exit on the round. It's the same sort of attempt, though, from FUT.
To be fair, chat, everyone always memes on the texture part, but Big Time's talked about it on the desk this year because he was asked about it. So first of all, I'll say this part. Texture on Sentinel wasn't the problem. Like, people always like to meme on it just because he's doing so well now, but like we don't see anyone memeing on freaking Northuption putting Meteor on Duelist because he's now shining on Sentinel. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't think Texture Sentinel was the problem, but Big Time has said that like that team was full of Jets for one, so Texture wasn't the only one. But he's mentioned that a big part of it was language barrier, right? And they wanted a Duelist who was able to make calls like on the fly. And Texture just wasn't as comfortable with that in English, so they worked around it. And I think the Texture assignment to Sentinel actually was one of the better choices they made with the roster they had. Now, is there an argument for the roster, and why did that come to be? I mean, we don't know. We don't know the details on how that, mishmash happened. But
still with a chance to tie things up before we exit this half.
Yeah, and if we can
hey, welcome back, Paradox. I mean, honestly, getting some sleep would have been good, but we're happy to have you back.
It's a different look roster. Even a different comp.
Camera taken out.
Now though, pressure being put onto Yedeje once again. A completely different position from Ada Captain. But his teammate is going to end up isolated. For Yedeje, this has been enough a lot of the time. The spam through the smoke doesn't quite connect. And actually, it's Mr. Fallen that's taken the majority of the damage so far.
Ooh, they were aware of it. They emptied arcade. Oh, Yedeje gets drawn in. Just mesmerized by a potential free kill on the reload.
It made it to the side at least, but those
Ooh,
smokes soon
early
to fade.
tap though.
Safe
That's
falls.
huge.
Okay, they need a
Draws
few
out
more
the
kills though, and it's
draws out the
mainly
util.
up towards heaven. Orbital
Huge
strike
flash.
will be pulled
Orbital
into play.
strike.
Getting them a
Ooh,
pick
gets a
as
kill.
well with Zeus falling.
I think because of the stun from the
Spike
relay
still
bolt.
needing to be diffused. The smoke's no longer blocking them. Krax goes pushing, but he is caught as well. Everybody
Damn.
stepping up to the plate, but another fantastic round from Sevov. He seems so present in these rounds that they convincingly win, and now 6-5. One away.
God, I
from
feel like I'm
tying
going
things up at the half.
crazy.
Yeah, it was mentioned on the desk as well, like, would there be that comfort on an agent he hasn't really played? Yes,
looks like.
Yes, there will be. I think good timing on the stun combination as well with the ultimate, but even just individually. The guy is popping off 13 and 6.
Yeah, he was thank you for the free kill.
Oh, they're laughing.
Five's looking good as well. 6-5, an even half possible. But still investment here for the side of FUT. Ultimates not looking like they'll play much of a part in this round. Orbital strike for Ada Captain, the one that is close, and Zeus. Well, there's no surprise that Sevov is watching for A main. He has managed to dominate this portion of the map and are even getting ready to set up a stun just to try and remove him from this position deep into
Yeah, he's been a menace in A main.
Locating targets.
Yeah, they choose drone first. They want surefire information.
At this point, Zeus is on the corner. Krax is here ready with the flash. Use the stun to start with. Try to force that aggression.
Oh, I like that. The deep stun. That's a conscious choice they make. Instead of going this way, they go this way.
Early on, and it looks like FUT's chances
Guarantees that he gets slowed down on the angle.
His vitality. They've still got Sevov up in full health, a man advantage. If they push A, they're going into a lot of defenders.
It doesn't seem like
30 seconds left.
there's been much of a note towards Dish. They've got to be careful with this last position, looking to come in from behind. Salvos to force them more into the open and hoping space can be made, and it has
Ooh, he
been.
stays alive. Wow.
Well, there is Les, as I said. It
Good
seemed
entry.
like he was completely unnoted by the opposing side.
Their own
and
salvo,
Sevov
so you
is
can
there
take a
to
chip
strike
damage.
once
It's not a
again.
big deal.
A 6-6 half looking inevitable.
I mean, considering how things started, FUT's not going to be happy with that.
Dish, which, as
I think
said
you're
earlier, is
okay
not
with
easy
it, but
thing
you're
to
not
do.
happy with it.
No. You know, maybe if you had some utility to help you out, but just the cam, I'm not sure how much Yedeje can do with that. A Guardian in hand and 4 players that he's up against. Super passive position, safe, waiting for salvos to come online.
Everybody's just jump peeking.
Aftershock in play as well.
It's so far out of the sight.
There's no way that this can go his way. It's a stat
Yeah,
farming
that's
round,
rough.
and it turns out to be just that, but for Durka. 6-6 at the half, an impressive resurgence by Vitality.
Yeah.
Always within punching
Big,
distance
big return.
in this half, but
Okay, I'm gonna go wash my glasses real quick. I feel like there's something stuck on there that I can't see very well with my naked eye. Be right back.
The early momentum for this squad. We'll see how the second half pans out after the break. welcome back. Tied up neck and neck after the first half, Tom. Big performances in the early game by Zeus, but Sivov stole the show in the end. But it seems like it could be anyone's game. This pistol may hold a lot of weight.
Yeah, for sure. And we have to give that additional context again that for either of these sides, the loser is out. There is no opportunity to make it to Masters. The next will have to win a game and another game if they are going to be looking to make it to Toronto. And there you go. They do love a ghost over on that Vitality side. Is the 20% just Sivov? Because right now it is almost perfectly encapsulating the stat.
He is keeping the stat exactly on par. Man, I'll tell you, if I'm going to give an upgraded pistol to anyone, it might be Sivov after.
Maybe he doesn't need it.
Exactly.
There you go.
He's too cool for it. Also, he wants his utility, but no, it's because he's too cool. He's playing the cool card. Oh, Salvo's in, and okay, forced forward is out of captain. A little bit delayed to the rest of the squad thanks to that util and foot. Well, they're pumping the brakes on this, hoping that Yedajay can find value, and that he does.
Been good so far. Even manages to double up onto kicks as they are trying to catch him out around his own cage. Durka and Les. Deadliest of duos. First will come for free. A tiny tag to Durka, but still a whole lot to be found. This fight versus Anna Captain could be everything. The smoke lasting an extortionate amount of time.
An extortionate amount of time. Wow.
Each other, but Anna Captain might just have the drop on his opponent. It just depends when he peeks around the corner.
Oh,
no,
well.
he doesn't manage to land the shot. And both players now within the tower. The main issue is that time has been ticking.
No relay bolt.
Available.
Yeah, a
Nice
cyber
needed,
cage.
but the fact is, Cracks already just looking to swing out, and with the clock already gone, there really isn't any more time.
Yeah, now they know he doesn't have time.
It needed to be the insta kills, and in the end, it's Cracks to close.
Got a little bit close after the whiff in main, but they get there in the end. A pistol for foot, and this is where they found their rounds. Was the early half.
They got the round. It's a pistol.
Like only able to
No biggie.
a little bit of resistance, but in the end, they certainly heated up. They'll start this
Vitality
half
must
off
be
cold,
practicing
though,
against their
with a 1-0
CS
deficit,
team.
and presumably
Given how slow and default heavy they are.
And for the defensive side, I mean, it's tough to make that work. When we saw them on the attack, they tried to create some opportunities. They moved as a unit. It is more difficult to do that in the defensive side, but from what we're seeing, they're going to do it anyways. 4-player push.
I mean, I think it's just how safe views the game. I think that's a big part of it. You hear him talk about
no one's home. Foot have sent
about like IGLing and stuff. It's very CS pilled.
Stun looks good. It's very good.
Okay, well, never mind.
Well then.
The weaker weaponry has been absolutely slaughtered. I don't mind the idea. Vitality moving as a unit in an attempt to try and cause a little bit of extra damage, but Foot are well aware and already farming up a decent amount of those orbs. Unfortunately, a lot of them have been onto the Yedajay, but as you can see, Les is going to...
All right, he at least gets some orbs, you know? I respect
The main worry for
it.
me is going into the next round, you're going to have Anna Captain with the potential to buy up and get himself a rifle, but more importantly, if he can find this final kill, which I'm hoping Les won't allow, he would already be on his ultimate. And
I'm not saying I necessarily agree with it. I think he... It's funny because I think up to a point, I actually like the way he talks about the game, but I think Valorant, yeah, you need to have... You gotta have set round plays for sure. Like off the rip, barrier drops, this is what we're doing.
Why not with that accuracy? It is an in-zone
Even if it's... They're never gonna be 100%, but...
And a 2-0 start to the half. Very nicely done by Attica.
Right, like that's again something, it goes back to what I was talking about with what Gen G used to do last year. Every time they're at 11, they would have a, you know, they would use whatever ults they had, and they'd have different set plays for the ults they had. And it doesn't always work out, but they send it to try to get to 12. If not, it sends a message.
Really cool, but it's just the fact that Cracks really loves KO.
Hey, Shobatsu with the Prime sub. Thank you. Thanks for using your Prime on the channel. Really appreciate the support. Welcome, welcome.
He's just about going to get out of there. His counterpart of Zeus that was the main person to highlight in that.
Okay, they cut off the op. Slow creep up. Pinch coming in from Arcade, but less. Okay, if he had gotten 2, that would have been real dangerous.
How they're going to go for the plant? Getting into a position where they have rifles to play with.
Did you hear that Mini was helping Paper X with their defense? Yeah, that's what he said. That's what Forsaken said in the press conference, right? I haven't listened to it yet, but I saw the headline.
They'll be online soon, and probably you just wait for that refreshing
Not
utility to
surprising.
come back into play. Here we go. Salvo's online, being lined up as we speak, but Adacaptain, he's going to read on the timing. Still
They
goes in.
know.
Beautiful from
Oh,
Adacaptain.
that is
Disrupting the play
huge.
completely.
You're lower in numbers, so you
Stopwatch
need
in
to
their
push
head, and
out,
now
but they
at
just
2
take a
versus
timing
3.
on it.
Vitality
That
stalled out
is
up in hand, and that's something
crazy.
you're going to want to carry through to the next. They're running for the hills, saving these weapons, and it's all thanks to Adacaptain. The double in the last round was nice, but it was an anti-eco. Sure, he had a ghost, so
That was good.
playing field
That
was
was
a
a
little more level.
good
That
timing.
one
That was a
there, that's
good
got a
call
very
right there.
important round on the board.
Yeah, and I was looking at the after-plant positions from FUT, and I won't lie, it made me nervous. Yeah. More for them, because they're in spots where it's like, okay, you can't hide. If you get spotted, there's absolutely nothing you can do. And instead, they use the stun and swing straight.
Did they
into
use it when they heard the salvos go off, or did they just have the timing? I feel like it might have been. I mean, I think it was around the salvos either way, but I don't know if it was a guess on the timing or if they heard it and they launched it. Either way, it's really good.
Unless it was an anti-camera setup, I think.
No, I think we've seen that one used by KC last year, right?
Oh
It's a
yeah, he did use
distraction,
orbital
man.
strike.
Exactly. You hear the sound cue and you think, I better get out of here.
Redgar still has nightmares.
I love that that comes exactly as we're saying, like, oh, well, it's cracks on the KO. You got to have him in there. Well, a little bit of work to do on the lineups there.
Hot flashes, binds teammates, gets killed. That's all you need to know. He feels confident, and that's all you need from Cracks.
Yeah, he doesn't see where it lands at the end of the day, unless he's paying attention to the little.
No, he's too busy headshotting people to care.
Exactly.
Durka with the operator. That's the gun we'd like to be highlighting, but looking where he is on the map. And Zeus is just, by the way, Zeus is just running it down.
Yeah, they have the read though. Vitality knows that it's a fake. They don't see anybody. There's no follow-up.
All of my utility onto one side of the map, but the delay's good. Les has managed to buy time.
Yeah, but Adacaptain's position is crazy good. He knows there's one on site.
But already, Safe has managed to do well. A single kill. I think he's
If Safe gets one more, it's huge. No, can't get it. Now the weaponry in favor of FUT.
Very good, but because
Huge.
see anyone, they don't go swinging out
Huge
through it. They
spidey
don't
senses
want
for
that battle.
Adacaptain.
Decide to wait a moment longer, but that is their downfall in that duel. Durka will save this weapon again. At least he'll try. And you can see how quickly FUT are pushing into the spawn, realizing he's going to want to carry this forward.
Okay.
Only one player's got the right read. It's Mr. Fallen. Right place, but is it right time with Durka holding the angle? He's walking right into it.
And do they all go for it? I mean, you have the money.
Towards the spawn. They'll catch him.
Granted, he is only 2 away from his ult, but you'd rather take out the op, I think.
Catch him as he does, and the angle's good. Both swinging at the same time.
Well done.
Patience on display. No weapon saved for Durka. The big gun remains on.
Wonder what happened to Vitality over the split. I mean,
we talked about the pistol being valuable.
we started seeing it at Bangkok, though, right? Kind of reliant on fragging their way through, playing very kind of simplified Valorant.
I love the fact
Default
that
heavy, deathball trade, but not as much.
I think that is why this works so well with Mr. Fallen, because I think Mr. Fallen
Like the util seemed a little off here and there. Not as much variance in the depth of the rounds. Like someone was saying earlier, no, not enough rounds that are just called from the get-go, right? Not enough set strats.
I want you to run through 15 pieces
And I think there's still, but I think it's now combined with that, plus like the roster change, the comms, the meta, like they're behind in everything else now, and they still haven't figured that out. So
the main danger was all of that Cypher utility was eliminated immediately just from that guy diving into the site.
A timeout called by Vitality because this start to the half has been so scary from FUT. The 4-0 beginning, the op taken out of play for Vitality coming into this one as well, and that's somewhere that they found those early picks with. Can't allow this to spiral too much further. A real opportunity for them if Vitality were able to take it here. I think this is how they won kickoff
So
as
we'll
well,
see.
right? It was map 5 up against Liquid in the grand final. They managed to take it in the end.
They had a lot of momentum. That was what seemed to
because
change.
the set strats, not something you can remedy mid-game.
It's been a little while since we've seen that sort of full fly Vitality. Right now, a couple of players, Kicks and Safe, definitely having a bit more of a rough time on the individual front. And you look at FUT, and that's not the case. We mentioned that maybe the LG and a captain have had quieter performances. In this map, they've been fantastic. I think you exclude the.
Do you think Safe
first
can
3
IGL this
rounds and they're
roster
top
to an
of the board.
international trophy?
Scary signs, and FUT
Obviously, we haven't seen factual reason to believe that that seems likely. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but I phrase it that way very specifically because, like, I don't know, they might be seeing things in scrims where they believe it, and again, it's one of those things where it just needs to click. Possible. But from what we've seen, it definitely doesn't seem likely. And that doesn't necessarily mean that Safe's IGLing just simply isn't good enough. It could just be like the way he IGLs doesn't gel with the team or whatever else. But
They've got to be nervous of the post-spawn as well. They could literally be anywhere. The way the FUT have been playing was so aggressive that you can even see just the nerves. There's
yeah, like you can tell Vitality's trying to be ahead of the walls just to make sure. But the other thing is also I do wonder how much help he's getting in the calls they're making, right? Like, who else is taking the reins? And is it clean or is it messy? Like, are there like 2 or 3 people with ideas that keeps clashing? I mean, I don't know.
No respect whatsoever.
Ultimately, it comes down to someone like Mr. Fallen in that round when we talk about utility. Cracks was the one running in.
America's played Tejo the most. China's played also. Yeah, China went hard on Tejo in stage 1.
Opponent's POV in that initial fight onto Durka. He came out with, I think, 4 assists.
Who's the best new EMEA player who's had their first year this season? Like from the EMEA region, right? Not imports. Who would it be, chat? I mean, Sivov is definitely in the running for it. He's
one of the ones that you can kind of throw it in and it's not the end of the world, but that's
I think Zeus
they really don't have much to play with.
And Levin both have a shout.
Well, you have to remember this was 6-6 half. Utility offline. I said the major danger when you go into A is having less and his utility. But less is no longer on the site. And you've got no utility.
That could be an argument. Probably from pure number standpoint, Zeus probably has put up the best games as a rookie. The current duelist for FUT that we have on screen right now.
Pistols in play, okay, good stun, but they can't follow up.
Crashes is new to EMEA, doesn't count. As much as I'm all for glazing crashes, I don't think that counts.
Being given away are slim to none. I mean, I do see Captain getting a bit aggressive, but again, that's because Zeus is there. There's 2 players on the site with that bit more of a passive hold, just peeking off the flashes. Sometimes peeking out wide, as Cracks just gets punished, but you know, even economy management's not really in the realm of conversation here. FUT got so many credits. They will be good to go for many rounds to come, if there are many rounds to come. Just 1 needed for the
Why is Durka turning into the baiter that Bren thinks Osmos was last year?
Comfortable conversion.
I do think part of it's because Durka was full sending it too much on his own just to try to hero carry their way to victory. So I think they're trying to stop that, but it's not working out very well.
The game plan was to get that operator on Durka as soon as possible.
Is Vitality washed?
Brought into the round.
New video thumbnail. Is Vitality washed? Paper X not washed. Vitality washed?
Smoked off the angle, so they flashed through it.
Oh, it's nasty. The double flashes too,
and I mean,
still manages to walk away with 1. The trades
2 for 2, given how they didn't actually get the initial kill. Not terrible for FUT, but Durka's still here. Oh, dude, Cracks is. Cracks and Zeus are feeling it today.
On the other side, with the hat off Les's head and the spike down in the open, there's almost no choice for FUT but to run into this angle.
So Omen was most used in EMEA and APAC. In China, America, it's Tejo.
Write this round off and play for the next.
Yeah, I mean,
still up against an op.
I think Omen's, with the maps that we have and the meta that we have, Omen's just the go-to controller.
They're just checking there's no one on the flank.
Great for double controller, great for solo controller.
Must have been around here somewhere.
If imports were included, I think. Well, I guess Floor actually doesn't technically count as an import, so she's just not from EMEA. I think Floor deserves a shout, but obviously she's taking a break now, so.
I have a rough idea that he's around the sand area. That time now ticking. Safe already. Honed in on the site. They could try and hightail it back, but that clock is getting far too low. They need to make a move, and the crossfire setup should make it impossible. They are well aware of Les's position, but he'll find both anyway. around finally in this second half for the side of Vitality, but Mitch,
yeah, but it's a little too late. Me feels. FUT went for a bit of a full set here, which again, like these are the rounds you need, even if you don't win them. Because it starts to add up. It starts to add mental stack. You know what I mean? Something that a term that I've really gotten accustomed to from the fighting game community, but it's just like another thing they need to keep track of, and you keep adding the mental stack, and that means they'll eventually make more mistakes.
One that hasn't been hit so far in this half.
I love that. You put all of your utility to try and control B main, and Zeus just runs through everything. Means there's been no push, there can be no control. Now at least the defense has been able to take a bit of control towards A main. That's where Durka is posted with the operator, and they've also done the same in the arcade. A similar setup to what we saw.
I mean, a bit of a trap play here from Vitality. A little risky in my opinion, but
watching for that aggression, allowing time for Yedege.
Also, you don't actually have good vision of B main, tree line.
A late flank, but with that rolling thunder
so Sivov shows up to help. He's got orbital strike as well. They already have A main cleared, so they're pretty confident.
Comes the big push, Molly up top, but safe is
oh, the jump peek and then the pop flash. That's so good.
Gets nothing.
Oh, it guarantees the. Oh, that was so good.
Rolling thunder for post plant. Zeus. Actually, the one looking for the plant. It's going towards
I mean, orbital strike out as well. They still have some time. Yedege on the flank. I mean, the rolling thunder. It is a perfectly crafted round from FUT. Big picture. Mission accomplished. That is rough. That is a rough last round.
It's not going to look too pretty. He's going to take down 5 players. In fact, he's only got 4 shots in his magazine. This one looking like
he constantly thinks that someone's wrapping around on him. Nobody's wrapping around on him.
Lined up in a firing squad. Yedege, the safety in this play to swing in.
Imagine if he gets a collat though.
Just moments away from connecting their own map pick, 13-7.
Which team do you think could beat G2 at Toronto?
As they move on to split.
Fantastic attack side.
I think Gen G could.
Sheer pace just didn't seem like something that Vitality could really deal with, but that's the map we expected FUT to win. Split up next.
And I think Heretics in their current form could, but we'll see. Both Gen G and Heretics seem to be on a massive upswing though, so that's part of why. Love how he's just like, nice. At a captain. They love it when FUT plays. They love it when FUT plays and wins. XLG. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like I have trouble gauging if XOG is like how much of it is hopium versus not, because I liked the way they played. Like they were a team that at kickoff I said, I mean, this team's got potential. I didn't expect them to do this well in stage 1, but they did well, and I can't say I'm shocked given the progression, but at the same time I'm like, yeah, but surely, like, it's in China, like surely they're not that strong. I don't know. Yeah, no, they do that every time FUT plays, because Yedege just screams at the top of his lungs. All right, chat, let me run some ads real quick. And let's see. Man, we're winning today thanks to Fabio here. Can you do like a new one? Oh no, it's daily. Okay. Most of these are daily, I think. If G2 are in the final with 2 bans, I think the teams still don't change though. The ones I mentioned. Okay, so someone's saying travel before. I don't know what, I've never seen this one. Who do you think will win later on? Paper X versus RQ. It's a BO5. I don't really know. I think if RQ goes in confident, it should just be an overall banger, maybe even 3-2. But I want Paper X to win just because I want to see Gen G versus Paper X in their current form. Is that official? RB GOAT? I'm being told that FNS retired. Oh, 6 minutes ago. Holy. That's, I mean, hold on. Hold your horses. Forget travel. This is more important. Where'd the page go?
G barely stop it, and Almada 1v4 facing the music.
I haven't had this thought in my entire career, but this is the first time I went home, and I had the thought, I don't want to play anymore. It's just, I think, accumulation of all of the seasons, but also enduring failure to an extent way more than I've had success. And having failed the way we failed was probably the tipping point for me.
Yeah, that's like, rough.
Something's got to change on this team, and I'm not trying to cut anybody else on this team.
I like the way he put that.
It's just one of those things where you just kind of realize
it's the
like,
way that it went down.
If I could do it all over again, I would have, honestly. I'll be supporting the guys all the way, so please continue to support them. Hopefully you can continue to support me, that would be cool too. And thank you for all the years that you guys have consistently been there through our highs and lows. And I hope that, you know, all of us at like the entire team, essentially, the old team back with Victor, Crashies, Artists, Chet, all of us essentially, Sam. I hope that you guys are all, I hope everyone does well. I have no hard feelings against anybody. I'm hoping everyone does well overall in their own individual careers, but I hope you guys continue to support them too.
Chat, like because the music's getting louder, I can't up the volume as much because I don't know what the terms are with them. It might just demonetize, it might just straight up erase my video, so that's the risk when I'm streaming on YouTube. That's always the trouble. Like we're probably getting demonetized on YouTube anyway because of VCT, but at the very least VCT is always just demonetization, not like a strike. So that's always tough, but I assume the rest is just a highlight reel. Honestly though, I mean, we all saw it coming. It's still pretty big news. It's still a pretty it's kind of hard hitting. I think FNS definitely had his mark on the game. But I think the way he put it in the beginning is, it's rough. It's actually, it hits hard, but it's so true. Where he says,
also enduring failure to an extent way more than I've had success. And having failed the way we failed was probably the tipping point.
Yeah, the process. It's not that you didn't win, but it's like, you know, what was the context of that? That's rough. Yeah, I think everyone saw it coming. It's just, you know, the moment it happens, it's like, oh, wow, what happened? That also means big changes for NRG going into Split 2. But hey, I guess Paper X can stay winning, I guess. Right? Because he'll be watch partying them. Alright, we could have the desk on radio here. Name countries to travel from the start country to the end country. Oh, dude, this is interesting.
Yeah,
I like to go from Liechtenstein to Lebanon. Dude, I don't even know.
Like the rookie player that's coming into the quote super team is the only real saving grace right now. He's having to put up numbers and they're still not winning.
11?
The rest of the team needs to be looking at him and being like, what are we doing wrong? Because
does Liechtenstein touch?
If you have Zywoo on your team,
that's true.
You know he's probably going to do pretty good.
Germany?
Arguably probably even bigger shoes to fill actually than Trax, but yeah, we played that on.
Yeah, and it's not just the Brimmy that he's looked good on. You
Oh,
know,
it goes up. Germany goes up?
Too. It wasn't. He's not a smokes player.
Oh,
but he's
right.
coming here
No.
this
That.
role
Yeah. So you'd have to go through
Yeah, and I think as well, you wouldn't
Switzerland.
necessarily expect him to come and outperform his, because on Omen obviously you can get away with murder in terms of like outplayability and things like that, but on the Brim to still deliver the same from what we've seen on the Omen, big tick in the box for me.
And then.
You're a fan? Well, hopefully he can dig them out of a very
Oh, this is
difficult place
tough.
of Vitality now find themselves in. Granted, not their map pick. You know, we can give them
What's
some slack,
east
but
of Italy?
Very prepared. Kind of makes you wonder why they didn't choose Fracture yesterday. But let's not focus on the past. Look to the future.
Yeah.
Let's look to the future because Split is next.
Oh,
And you
actually,
were both
Austria
very
would have just
convinced that
been.
This would be the map that gives us a map 3. Tell me why.
I don't think FUT have historically ever looked comfortable on this map. And if they run the chamber,
Croatia?
it's not. They've never looked comfortable with the chamber either, so I just don't think it's a map there. You know.
Yeah, so I mean, actually, so they're sitting
what?
over in 3. We've seen 3 different
Wait,
compositions.
I'm so
3 different
confused.
approaches in terms of the compositions
What?
as well, and they've just.
Wait, I'm so confused on how this
massively on the
works.
attacking side, and it's not even really in situations where you can put it down to being comp diffed. They've just had a lack of ideas of how to approach the attack.
Oh, Austria. Yeah, I was like, wait, Croatia's not. I was like, Croatia's not there.
On the other side, something he's a little bit more comfortable with, more well known for.
Wait,
And
but
while
do
we're
I
talking
have to
about Durka,
only
I
guess
just
the
wanna
correct
reiterate
one, or can I like make my own way? Oh, I guess then it doesn't.
situations like this. Even back on
I'm so
Fnatic when
confused
they
on
were
how this
getting
game works.
eliminated, which
Like I
wasn't
get the
very
goal,
often,
but
a few more times
but I
on
only
the
get
global
11 guesses
stage,
anyway. So
Durka
I should have
was
still
never
just
the
gone
issue.
from like
He
where I
dropping
was, right?
60 kills, 64 kills at one point, and they still lost, and they never ever got
So
2-0.
then, is
They
it
at least
Slovenia?
got a map, and they go to map 3, and there's a chance, and he was
Bosnia.
always
See,
leading
this
from
is
the front,
interesting.
fragging out.
This is a
And I think
very
people
interesting
always
game.
knew him to be that guy. You know, he was never the issue. He could always perform, even if.
Wait, so
his
okay,
team is
since it's
staring
my,
down the barrel of
what happens
defeat.
if I press
So
this? Oh, it
now
tells
more
you
than
where you
ever,
should
I
go
will ask you
next.
this, Mini, because now more than ever,
And then if you
Durka
press
has to
this,
step up. He doesn't have a
oh,
choice anymore.
well that just shows
Yeah,
you the
liking what
entire
I'm seeing on the
freaking
screen, though,
world.
that, like, in these situations, like
Oh,
Durka can
that's
be quite
not
emotional
fun.
at times.
Show all
Like,
country
he
outlines
puts
is
all
not
that
fun.
pressure
That
on
kind of
himself,
defeats
and
the
that's
game
not
a
always
little
the
bit.
best
I mean,
way
you
to
still have
be
to
in
guess
these
the
moments.
countries, I
No matter,
guess.
he's laughing, having fun. That's the Durka that
So
we
how
need
are,
to
you're
see,
supposed to
and
go
the
through
kind of attitude he needs to have if he's
here?
gonna perform in this next map, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think as well, because one of the things we've noted throughout stage 1, start of the stage, you know, it's vocal, they're laughing, joking, and that kind of died a death come week 3 onwards, and that's a real concern, especially again.
Wait,
knowing
is
the
Croatia even
internals and what
correct?
sort of
Isn't it
player
just
depth is.
Austria and
Again, who's
into
lifting
here?
the spirits?
You
'Cause
don't
again,
even need to go
look
through
towards
Croatia.
Seamoff seems to be like sometimes the most vocal as well on
Am I
the
crazy?
reactions and things like that. So big concern, but when you're asking a player to dig deep and kind of undo a few weeks worth of a slump, call it a slump, however you want to kind of cut it up, but.
I'm telling you, he's dropping 30. This is
What?
it. He's dropping 30. But on the other side of
I'm
this,
so
though, you
confused
talk
on how
about
this
vibes and
works.
someone that picks him up. WillChobra has never.
Oh, it's the same
run out
number,
of
really?
His voice,
1, 2,
his
3,
voice is
4,
just so
5?
consistently at an obscene
2, 3,
decibel.
4,
Him in
5,
the caster
6.
desk.
No, it's longer.
He's got some
Am I
vibes on
crazy?
him.
Roaring. But I do like that he's like this, you know? He's never, ever faltering. And this is an incredible chance
Wait,
for
which
FUT to turn
is this?
their playoffs around.
Hungary?
Yeah, I think actually just to come back to that as well, to have somebody so vocal, kind of almost vocally muscling the stage, it's tough to sit there and have to dig deep and then win a response map back. It's well,
But what's
eliminations on the line.
this?
Yeah, I love it from SJ. If I was in the coach,
Bulgaria's below, yeah.
Apparently they all turn him down.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
Yeah. They have him a little bit low.
Lebanon mentioned.
What's going on there?
I mean, Mitch will be the first one. I think all of us. Can we get Mute Man back, please? But yeah, this is going to be very, very good for FUT, considering they had a great chance yesterday to move
Turkey.
through the upper bracket. But if they're able to 2-0 here against Vitality,
Wait, no, Turkey's
they're
below.
probably gonna be the team that makes
Turkey
them-
does
yeah, they're
border
gonna make a lower
Bulgaria,
bracket
but
run, surely.
Yeah, I think that their run
Wait,
Fnatic
so
into Vitality, like we're saying
where
earlier,
is-
that's a tough run. So if they're able to do something today, like a 2-0 clean, like that's a very good sign going
Oh my God! Safe is on the Yoru.
Oh no.
Very worried.
We have seen
Oh
this
no.
on every iteration of rosters.
Oh no. We're all worried.
Yeah, I mean, this is, yeah, pull all the stops out, right?
Like
right? Right?
Syria.
For FUT, it looks like, do we get a
Wait, so which country is this?
Into this? I don't think we do. I think
Oh yeah, Gamba. Sorry.
That's this last time they switched away from the chamber. Yeah, the Vitality side, the last time I think.
I'll get that up for you guys.
Switched away from the ISO to the Jet and Haven, and it wasn't a great look. So he's got a lot to do this series. He didn't have a great map 1. He wasn't shooting at all in map 1, so he's gonna have to turn that completely around in this map.
And if it helps, he has never
Two
played Yoru
split
before.
Vitality.
This is his debut here in the lower bracket for elimination.
Here, Gamba's up for those who want to participate.
Well,
Yeah, possibly the last Gambo. Hold on, I want to figure this out before we go. Show initials. Romania?
Super excited, and then the dad's in the corner like, no, I don't like it. I'm nervous. I'm excited.
Well,
Damn,
listen,
so why is
it's gonna be an
Croatia green?
exciting time to see what they can do, but momentum in FUT's favor, and now
1,
Vitality,
2,
as Sue
3,
said, pull out all the stops.
4,
Safe
5,
for the first
6.
time,
1,
debuting
2, 3,
Yoru
4, 5.
in an official, not
I'm
just
so
down on that
confused.
stage. That's a lot of pressure on his shoulders. He had a stinker of a first map, but that's
I don't
exactly
know.
why we wanted to see a swap up to a duel.
I don't know.
Maybe not this one.
If it fails, they're out. That's literally the point that we're at. If
Yeah, we had Italy first, but that was like a wraparound
Paradox.
Paradox, that's why.
Stage 2. Like, that is the spot that they have decided to pick this
For a
on.
nice detour. Masters Merchants. Since the start of partnership would have always made the second Masters. That is true.
So this is a squad that is looking to make that lower bracket run, is looking to have made improvements since adding in Zeus, and you know what? They are looking to get straight off to the races.
Both of them TP to the A side.
It's also taken a lot of early damage.
That's funny.
Tianajay with the opening pressure on him, though. Durka quick to trade it out, and the site seems to be theirs. They still have to cross through, though. Zeus
So they go for the early Euro pressure on B and then the instant hit onto A.
3 versus 4.
But more than anything, it's just a clean entry.
Players inches away from death.
Without a captain and a classic.
Yeah, travel's kind of fun. That's that. I should put a star in that one. That one's good.
Get back around, but it's already Durka within that site. Managing to get it to half. They've got to be a little bit careful. Spam's coming through. They're going to try and body block this and just
Oh, I was about to say they're sticking it. Shoot, it's a 1v1.
That time is ticking away. Less is going to be
Dropped.
revealed. He knows roughly where he is. Needs
No,
to land the shot.
no.
He's run out of bullets.
Oh, cracks! You didn't reload before swinging out.
But there was no more in the clip.
That's tough. One more bullet there, and maybe
that
would have
is
had
rough.
a few shot into the abyss. 1-0 for Vitality, and a much-needed pistol round to set them on course. They need to bounce back on split and take us to Ascent, where they will then fight to continue this lower bracket run. As you said, Tom, elimination on the line, and this is the map that could send them home. Big risks, the composition they've brought to bear, and all eyes are going to be on Safe. How this Yoru is going to be put to play by
Yeah,
Vitality.
that feels bad.
How he can perform now that he's on that duelist, already opening up Mr.
Say, he's like, finally, I had to play Duelist again.
But that has been, I think, part of the downfall of his individual ability.
Oh yeah, Paradox. I didn't even think about
he's
updating
less
that.
About I'm the tip of the spear. I'm the aggro. I'm the first guy taking the fight. So I think putting him back into this position,
Might be.
it gives a lot of opportunities. Calling from the front rather than from the lineups or the setups, which has been on the Teo, and have the potential of being caught with utility.
Drawing a lot of attention to main.
For now, but
To Captain, he gets spotted.
He's still at a captain, almost manages to get the job done, but should be a relatively easy position from here on out, and even gonna do some pretty good orb management on the Vitality
Yeah, gets
side.
the orb.
I can't wait to see for Vitality.
And they want him to plant. And this is good. They're min-maxing.
Much more direct approach with
Get
Safe
close to
leading
the
pack from
showstopper.
front with Durka and himself diving in on the duelists. That's a dangerous duo for anyone to deal with.
Appreciate it,
Some of that
Paradox.
supportive utility has been fantastic. Seavoff, we've already seen an early round lurks on the Omen, being able to take a lot of that later space as your opponents, at least in their mind, hopefully
Durka
overreact
looking for
to
kills.
direct play.
Does he pick the right
This is literally what
direction?
made that, like,
He
Haven
does.
initially was, okay, we're just gonna
Oh no.
take, say,
Oh
one of the best
no.
duelists
He's
in the
one
world
away
last
from
year, or at least in
showstopper.
EMEA, and then we're gonna take Durka and put him on a duelist, probably the best duelist in EMEA last year. So it's like, it feels like a band-aid fix, but one that could very much work for them.
Especially if you're not ready for it. And then look, if they came in today on FUT thinking, yeah, Safe might pick up the Yoru here on split, then Someone needs a raise. Maybe everyone does.
Good.
I reckon
boy.
guys somehow saw it coming.
Nice.
He knew it was going to happen someday, but did he know it would be today? 2-0, and FUT pulling out the rifles, but Vitality are in a very healthy position. This is effectively a full
Yeah, it's just really the Marshall that's, well, okay, that is a rifle down.
Now there's a rifle on the floor. Zeus winning the battle
Seavop's
of the
not
Aurors
really in a
when it comes
position
to,
to
the full
trade that
setting them up with
gun,
a man
though.
advantage early.
But yeah, that is the difference, though, is that I think we can expect that Safe is going to be hard to play against, but Zeus at times is the hardest player in the league to play against. Individually, whether things have gone well or
yeah,
bad
when
for
Zeus
FUT,
is hot,
it
I
seems
think
like
he
a
is
lot
one
of
of the
the time
hottest
he has
players
been there.
in
And you think even back
EMEA.
to their defeat.
He just has some games every now and then that are a bit of a stinker, but
even when they weren't able to take that victory over Fnatic, they've definitely got to be careful. A man down already, 3 rifles in hand.
I mean, if Vitality get this bonus, that's everything they could have wished for and
3
more.
players on the A site. I think
Get spotted.
maybe that little bit of extra information might just pull one
You got to
back.
start checking garage. Yeah, they do. FUT. They're playing it well. They even push out. That's good. And you start to go over.
Towards B. Passive heaven control on
So
B as
overall,
well.
good reactions from the Prowler hit.
Just passive control across the board, really respecting some of that early dueling ability that Vitality have. Holding on the site, that nade though is going to force Cracks into the open. A Battle Dirk is happy
He
to take.
tried to just trade one for one on that. That's
Zeus comes in to
unfortunate.
fill the gap.
They're filling in one by one, though. I don't like this.
Patiently as the time ticks
DJ
away.
spray is good.
They need to make a move.
Wait, how did
Although now
DJ
he's
get
been
that
spotted.
spray?
No more element of surprise.
Oh.
Big swing from Seavop. They found their
Yeah,
pick, but
DJ?
they need the plant. 6 seconds on the
Oh,
clock. and
dude,
out
the
ammo.
bullets just-
Yedajay goes
oh.
down, but they
Still
managed
2v1?
to get that plant in. Seavop 1v2.
A little shaky.
Captain immediately, but he's picked
I mean, good
off.
bonus,
The round
but
goes to FUT. A narrow margin in it though.
If they'd lost another round to running out of ammo, I would have lost my mind.
Oh.
That would have been a rough one, but no, a good resurgence in the end, and clearly Vitality very happy to leave it late. Maybe having that expectation of, okay, someone's going to overpeak, someone's going to swing. Thinking back to Fracture, that was happening every single round, like they were taking those fights, but it was calm and methodical in the end. And that'll be enough, but there's still going to be a repurchase here.
Barely,
Now Dirk
but
has
they'll
got off
take
to a
it.
decent start. Showstopper already online, something he can look to implement in the early round. And
Do they have a
already
alt
looking
round
like
from
a
the get-go? No, they're just going to
for
wait
this
it
mid
out.
control.
A little early in the game to let it rip.
Certainly, but not off rip. We're gonna wait a moment. Let that orb go up to block out the line of sight. That was FUT's orb, of course. Yedajay using it to reposition
Kind of
into heaven.
free
That
mid
leaves Vents
control,
open,
though.
and that's
So
exactly where
FUT
they're going.
have just given
Walking
this
their way in
up.
there with the Hunt.
They immediately push out a garage, so I'm okay with that.
Solid position early
So you
on
gave
for
up mid, but
Vitality.
you get
They've got some
extremity
map
control.
to bounce off of the springboard into. Trying to make up for what they've lost is Zeus. Aggressive is this B main aggro, actually.
Yeah.
2 players, Mr. Fallen and Ada Captain, pushing up, and I don't know
Yeah,
that they're
Zeus
gonna
is in
stop.
position just to bail out. Cracks' position is not
How
the
much
greatest.
Zeus do? In
Like,
fact,
he's
it's
basically
nothing.
watching for Zeus,
He just
but
gets the
he's holding
info,
close.
Falls back. Doesn't have a lot of support.
Yeah,
The
and he's
timing
open to
here
so
to
many
save is
angles. He needs to
everything. If
start to
can
back
find
out.
Cracks, it could be huge, but instead he's also just ducked back towards the site, and with this mid fight coming,
No matter where he goes now, he's just in a one and done situation. I don't really like that.
This position comes. Of course, that showstopper is still available for the entry.
They heard that gate crash. They know that he's potentially going to TP onto the site. Oh, nice pick by
Okay,
Cracks.
well, if that's the one and done, then that's huge.
The TP very much expected, but less. Gets the
Oh
element of
my
surprise up
goodness.
top, pounces for a double, but that's all he'll get. Seavoff in a
Oh
familiar
my.
position, but the spike not planted this time, and players everywhere.
What
Great
a
adjustment
shot.
by FUT. You got to give it to Cracks. That was a nasty shot.
I think the weirder thing for Vitality is you've just come out of that Fracture game expecting your opponents to be ridiculously aggressive, and this has been the most patient
Dude,
and
what is
calm
that
FUT
tracking?
I've ever seen in my life. Really slowly taking B main control. They're using paranoia, smokes. They're even keeping that control. Then you have the initial aggression that comes out from Zeus. He hears any sound, he's like, I don't fancy taking this fight, I will fade away. The guy that was running it down A main every round on the defensive side has gone, no, I will fall back to sight and play nice and calm.
FUT are winning
and
the
so he
map.
gets down to the 20-second mark there.
Well, wishy-washy, aren't we?
He's back to his old trick.
Zeus.
Knowing he's up against the
Dude, he is still greeting for more.
And last round as well, just to say, the fact that Krax gets pressured by your player Durka diving in with the ult, he has to fall back out of that top position. But he knows when that gate crash that he's been warning about for 30 seconds now, when that comes
Vitality's...
in, Zeus will be the one to take that player down.
I mean,
he
they
emerges from the smoke just in time while Krax is covering
They
the main
really
walkout.
just don't
A
seem
beautiful
to...
trade-off
I don't
of
know. Like, this
responsibilities,
happened
and that
even
just
in
comes with
kickoff, even
trust
when they were
and
winning,
playing with each
is
other
that
a
the
lot.
moment
You
they
can
would
see
get
now
challenged,
2-2,
they would just,
man
you know, like, Sasha talks
massive
about this a lot,
plays
where
up against these
they suddenly
weaker
would just have to
weapons.
slow
Dangerous
everything
Mr.
down.
Fallen.
They'd
For
have to
second there,
stop,
they could have
basically,
pushed up as a
before
unit,
they
3
could
players
catch up,
blitzing into
like,
him.
think about what they want
But
to
he's
do.
again created that extra little bit of space.
And I'm all for being patient, but
Stun to slow them down. And a passive fallback.
the current meta doesn't really favor that in every single situation. There's a time and place
Might be a
for it.
little bit late to the party. Mr. Fallen's goal once again is just to try and slow them down as much as
The eyes
possible,
just
but he's
aren't
under
getting broken though, so
some
that's a little
serious
worrisome
pressure.
for FUT.
Smoke will be there to cover him and still just surviving within this smoke. Even
Reload, the
potentially gonna go
reload,
through it.
spike,
That's the spike on the ground. Another coming up, and
comms,
Captain
Vitality.
finally making that
I
long
get that it's an
rotation
eco,
through.
but
Well, only one standing. Sivov in these same positions again and again and again. 3-2. Very clean stuff from FUT.
It really is just textbook Valorant there. Even the smoke going down from Attic Captain, that provides a little bit of extra space, allowing for this player on site, Mr. Fallen, to stay alive that bit longer while he completes the wraparound through middle, knowing even if they were
not
in mid,
looking
they would have, which they were
good.
not long
I
ago
mean,
when
they're
he pushed
attacking
B main,
on
they were.
split, but
But then they would
still.
have to go towards the site. Maxi's dealing with
Yeah,
one
got
player
ya
with a weaker weapon.
raise.
And in fact, he was dealing with none, so the backstab comes in to complete that arc with Mr. Fallen. Beautiful play. And 3-2 as a result. The lead is now there for FUT. I don't know how Attic Captain wasn't actually caught by that Prowler. Angle slightly off, I suppose.
The interesting thing with this is that Vitality have basically, other than Astra for Omen, they've taken the Fnatic comp from yesterday that beat FUT, like using the exact same composition. The thing is, I think Fnatic are always very good at those very late round executions. Whereas so far for Vitality, it has just been a complete failure in that regard. And although sure, FUT haven't had a mass amount of time to adapt from yesterday, you've kind of given them an opportunity to learn
Paradox.
from the mistakes.
Exactly. You think they've come in
Welcome,
here with
welcome.
no idea what went wrong yesterday? It's going to be most of what they talked about. The reality is, we'll see that in the second half. If I remember correctly, the Fnatic game, it was FUT struggling on the attack in 4 rounds in the first half. So we'll see.
Do you think
if they
Fader is
maybe
doing a good
need
job for this
really
team? I thought he
big
wasn't on
margin
trust for
coming
Nemi,
out
so
of
we
this
was
one.
coaching. He was
I don't
recently
know
got
where
some
the
back on the bit.
expectations are to be set, but again, with the learnings
Do I
from
think
the
he's
previous
doing
day,
a good
Vitality
job?
have the
I
work
think
cut
that's
out for
hard to
not just
quantify,
in that
given
second
where the
half, but in
team's
this
at
round
right
as well.
now.
With Kicks and Durka down, 3 players coming in through heaven, but this super passive hold that FUT have shown in almost every round towards this A site so far. They are playing back, allowing Vitality to take the space, confident on their crunches after. With Cracks down, there's still more players than they should expect.
Oh, dude, Zeus is so
saves the day
good.
with the double. Just one left, and he'll clean him
Dude,
up
you know who
to
I want to see
make it
battle
look
is
easy
Zeus versus
against
Hyunmin.
Sivov, putting 4-2 on the board.
I think
with
Zeus
money
versus
in the
Hyunmin could be
bin
real
for the
fun.
attacking side.
All I'm gonna say is Sivov's clutch statistics are getting blitzed in this
You know?
match. He's been in what, like 3-4 already? 1v3 scenarios at the end of rounds.
2 to 1v3, and now this.
This one was actually tougher because you had those early fights into middle. It was something we mentioned, that the defensive side were leaving pressure around that part of the map, and they get 2 openings. The second that happens, it almost looks like it's done. And well, Vitality are going to take
The Preds are
themselves
still
the balls. You can
on. That
understand
they
it with
are.
the pistol second round and then 4 in a row for that defense. And a lot of them have looked incredibly comfortable for FUT.
I have one real question, and that's, do you
Yeah,
think
they have
that
similar
Yenisei
aim
gets that
styles,
loud in scrims as well? There's no way, right? No man's throat can withstand that amount of screaming.
Well, you say
Man's
that.
throat can endure that much screaming.
Bring this up again. Do you remember the last time we casted Ascent?
Right. I mean, exactly, Snoggy. We don't really know. And it could be a combination of both. It could be a combination of just how the comms break down. I mean, who knows, right?
It's probably longer than most of his scripts.
That's practice. That's practice. And the most impressive thing is there's never a voice crack. There's never a break. Push him to the limits.
I don't know. I
We just don't know what the cause is when certain things go wrong. It's very easy to, or not it's easy, but like, you can see very obviously when sometimes the success should be credited to the coach. Sometimes that's much more visible. But I think failures is always, you will never really know, right? Durka has always made the grand finals of EMEA regular season playoffs. Yikes. I mean, I don't know. Is he all, maybe not anymore. Maybe it's more about Fnatic and not Durka.
Fortunately, he's already been somewhat denied. Now, Zeus has been switching up his position almost every single round. I think Les managed to get quite a bit of ground in the last, so maybe just looking to try and remove him from position. But for who Zeus is, he has been incredibly tempered with his aggression. This timing, like, could have been nice, but...
Okay. Durka's trying to sell it, but...
Fading.
Dude, see what FUT does? Immediately, they don't know if it's a fake or not, but they don't see a pinch, and immediately they salvo and paranoia in case it's supposed to be a timing hit, and that wrecks Vitality. So now they have to reset.
I haven't found it yet.
But like, now's the time you have to go for another hit because the salvos and the paranoia has been used. I mean, it's an eco. Send it.
The fact that you've got Yedushay holding on to that control to play
Oh,
up from
Zeus gets information and yeah. This is rough.
Try and fail.
How are all the Bangkok teams so bad except for G2 and Vincent? I mean, did they all regress? To be honest, let's say Vitality was already kind of slipping at Bangkok, right? I don't think it's so much that everyone regressed. I think it's they were very focused on
for that plan to come through, but they can cause
Bangkok, and kind of a lot of these teams kind of had to pull everything they had at Bangkok, whereas I think you know, the other teams caught up. And I would say G2 therefore deserves their flowers, but also I think the way G2 plays, that's why we kind of reference them as like they play the closest to perfect Valorant, is because even if they pulled out their best, like the foundation of how they play each map and how they play each game, you don't have to like flip the entire table just because there's a small meta shift or whatever. And they're usually kind of ahead on the meta shift anyway. So I think they, obviously mentally it's still taxing, which is why I think they deserve their flowers, like the schedule, etc. But they didn't have to adjust as much, whereas T1, I think, struggling to adjust, for sure.
Placed onto Cracks. He's actually going to use the Nightfall just to try and get him out of there, and Safe has done what, but Yedushay has done even better!
Oh, Yedushay.
Already from this aggressive position.
They're getting stopped. They went fast. They went fast. They had an ult. They went fast, chat. That's what everyone wanted.
Now they're in a position where you're pushing through a smoke, running into open territory where you've got no idea.
Yeah, EDG's undergoing change. DRX, I think, you know, who knows if Flashback never bailed on the team, then who knows what they look like.
There'd be a lot less time on the clock. A 1:15 save would be a new thing.
So I think it's a combination of everything. But I wouldn't say so much that the teams all regressed. It's just some of them have situations that they had to battle through. Some of them, you know, you're kind of relatively behind because other teams caught up, etc.
I suppose not second smoker. I suppose less is more the second smoker. But with the wall,
you could also argue that America's maybe isn't that competitive. Yeah, maybe.
The worry is most of the time when you avoid the A site,
that could be part of it.
You won't be running into Zeus.
But I don't think that that's entirely fair.
Nice shot on the first.
I think it's just like a, well, it could be true.
Is there, but I don't think he wants to overface this one. Viper's Pit might be utilized. Never mind, Anacaptain does want to do that. And with the tail utility going in, the salvos is going to deny them a plant.
I mean, it's a 3v2, so they're actually going to send it to try to... No way, dude. Goes for the round win.
Yeah, and even if Mr. Fallen loses that fight, second player won't be able to trade him out from behind that wood. A very nice play from Adacaptan,
Yeah,
delaying
I mean,
them, putting the pressure on.
the great thing
Salvos
about,
do the same.
you know, was it simply America's being weaker or G2 and Sen looking strong? We'll find out. We'll find out at Toronto.
Could have given them something to play with. The reality is now ult stacked up on the other side too. Very impactful once Yedege has the pin. Mr. Fallen.
Yeah, no, Trex is definitely very good.
For Vitality,
but sometimes it's a, you know, chemistry thing, whether it's personality, whether it's how you communicate, whether it's how you view the game, whether it's agent pool, whatever else it might be.
It is a sea of cyan with 6-2 on the board. FUT, they're taking everything.
You know, everyone freaked out when it was Mind Freak getting benched on Paper X, but look at where it's gotten them now.
Tries to survive the second while Adacaptan with an immediate trade. It's the first time we've really seen a proper battle for B main. Viper's Pit.
Thoughts on Adacaptan? Wow, I don't think I've ever had anyone ask about my thoughts on Adacaptan.
Okay, when we haven't been able to capture B main as we have in every
I
other
think he's a very, very good player.
That early pick was nice, but
he definitely feels like kind of like a.
Now they've got B main anyway.
Serious problem. The one thing is,
He kind of reminds me of Zunba from Korea. Like he's got some creative uses and he's fairly reliable.
Might make them think about stacking up heavier towards that B side.
Everyone on FUT has stinkers every now and then, but
still
you know.
in position. The haunt goes through. The information now there. And never mind Mr. Fallen leaving for the other side of the map. In fact, they've even let the Viper's Pit fall without a captain covering that.
Everyone.
They are so certain this will be an A play. And they couldn't be more right about that.
Dude, Vitality are just getting red.
Such a huge error. No one shot the horn. They were too busy thinking about, okay, who's going to shoot it? So
yeah, everybody.
And now they've got to try and
everybody getting tagged by the haunt is terrible.
Mr. Fallen, but the time is ticking once again. They managed to clear at least one of them.
Okay.
That leaves it down to the remaining two. One of the best scenarios we've seen for Vitality so far.
He's gonna wrap all the way around though.
Made, but they could look to rectify. Patience, stop the trade.
Dude, the positioning from Yedege is so good there. They both look heaven.
It was the best chance of
they
Vitality,
didn't hear him drop.
even with everything going. Oh, completely wrong. And yeah, gone. Flex the spray at the end of the round. Adacaptan, you have earned it. 7-2.
Do you think FUT would last well at a Masters if they do qualify? I think they would do just as they always do.
Right now, 7
good enough to potentially make playoffs. Good enough to make top 8.
And they're able to recover.
But I wouldn't expect more afterwards. That is.
That one.
Yikes.
That's painful.
That's caused issues.
But yeah, I will also say though, like obviously, you know, maybe America's just isn't as competitive, but I do think the America's representatives so far look the strongest in terms of like overall power level. Obviously, we don't know who's going from EMEA yet, but
there's a chance he would have done that anyways, just off it being broken, but without a captain covering it.
But I think all three of G2, Sen, and MIB are, I think all of them are very good, very different styles too. What the heck? Dude, he tries to fake TP, what the hell?
The picks go back the other way though for Vitality. A 3 versus 3 they've ended up in.
That's what I mean. He's like, he gets a little ballsy, he gets a little creative, but I like it.
Mr. Fallen wasn't sure if Safe actually stuck the TP or faked it. Viper's Pit still available. It has been for a while for less, and yeah, I think definitely a time to try and invest it. The battle of Cracks versus Sivov.
To be fair, chat, I would argue that if you're IGLing as a duelist, the Yoru is what you want to IGL as more than the Raze. Because oftentimes the Yoru is going to lurk and flank, etc. anyway. I don't know how you died to the salvos there. That is
a great opportunity, and now Sivov, he needs the ace. He needs to find it all for them to be able to win this.
They can see
already.
It. They should know. Yep.
Half, and his head has been spotted over the top of the box. It will be the defusal coming in for FUT, and I don't know how they've won that one.
Man, my heart goes out to Sivov. That's the 6th clutch he's been in on this map so far.
Artist has to go. I mean, some people can do it. Not everybody can do it.
To win this one. Trying to carry them kicking and screaming through this round, but just too much asked. Adacaptan getting that double, phenomenal.
Adacaptan.
They recover from
what a round.
Not only finding the picks to level up the scoreboard in that sense.
That's Shin Ramyun flavor.
But then the pit going down, Safe not being able to take
I mean, all of them are pretty good. Shin Ramyun Black's pretty good, but honestly, I think just because I grew up with it as well.
You can see Shivov being left last
just because I grew up with it as well, just the original is
those rounds
solid.
Out of his grasp, feeling the gap extend in FUT's favor. That's got to be tough.
You mentioned that they struggled to get rounds on the attack. Right now,
this is a rough timeout, man.
Rounds. Maybe even a pistol will do the
job. I was hoping Vitality would wake up here in the lower bracket, but
it doesn't look like they're slowing down much.
Well, this is really where Faded needs to earn that paycheck, because we are currently sat with the team that won kickoff. Now, we haven't seen that before.
That's an interesting way to think about it, Snoggy.
I think it was what, KC?
I think that's fair as well.
Not being able to sort of replicate the same sort of success, but it's not the same team. We're talking about a Durka.
Who's your favorite Friends character? You know what's really funny, chat? Vitality have the best 5v4 conversion rate at 85%. Okay, the real question we need to be asking here is...
That hasn't held up here, I'll tell you that.
Well, the real question is how many 5v4 have they had?
In a lot of scenarios. Zeus is running it down again. Back to his old tricks.
How many first kills, true first kills have they had? That's the context you need for a stat like that.
Every time they've had that opening, it's traded back almost immediately.
So the fun fact, I've never actually watched a full episode of Friends.
Yeah, no, you got to back off on that one. Destroying the gate crash as well. Less pressure put into the backside. Here comes the showstopper. Weaker weapons in play, certainly on Safe, but that rocket will make up for it. Mr. Fallen down and out.
This should be a smoother. Oh my!
5v4 conversion is high.
No
this was
way.
A 5v3, but we're back to equal footing.
No
Safe
way. This is bad. Less. He gets hurt. Dude,
Zeus. The flankers down. It's all on to
They're waiting for him to peek out.
This looked like a shoe-in. A third round.
That's the drop.
Last. But instead,
Util in, he gets seized.
Not Shivov this time, but still an impossible task. With Zeus putting up the quad kill for 9 rounds. FUT are hammering Vitality into the dirt.
I can't believe they came back from that. Like, you lose the double opener straight into the site. Player goes in with the showstopper to clear out the back, and then the first one is just madness, like full 180 from
After G got eliminated, haven't really watched Valorant. Would you mind giving me a quick rundown of the region?
With all of these fights,
yeah, Klepto. We'll do it in halftime here. We'll do that in halftime.
Well. The screams are going to echo all the way back to the coaches.
Yeah, you're not happy about this at all.
The play was right. The decision was right.
Everything was perfect.
They still don't manage to win the round.
And yeah, robots. All the Bangkok reps are done and dusted, more or less. I think Liquid is in a good place to try to make it.
They
but
started so passive, but they're getting more and more aggressive as the game goes by, because
my punt pick for EMEA is BBL, so I'm kind of on the Heretics Fnatic BBL train. But I think the safe bet is Heretics Fnatic Liquid.
That's really where the preparation comes in, right? That's the first 30 seconds, the first minute, the first
Don't lose a 5v3 is not a call from the coach.
I mean,
no, exactly. And those
Snoggy,
5v3s, those 5v4s,
couldn't the reverse argument also be made, though?
Shows they're one of the best teams. Might have even said the best, but certainly way above the average when it comes to 5v4 conversions and a 5v3
What are we doing? Why are we forcing them TP with no other util?
Nice.
No.
The captain stayed in the corner.
Dan Yedege wins in mid. It's cooked, chat. Vitality is the super team project is. I think it's we have to deem it a failure. Oh, okay. Well, hold on. FUT have issues with ammo. Yedege, you want to reload that gun? Because I'm not liking that it's not full.
I'm seeing a clutch scenario. I'm seeing FUT with what is now a 9-round streak.
He's only got 11 rounds. I don't feel good about this, man. They've died to the reload so many times this match.
It's been tough so far. I like this though. Stacked up on the backside of firing squad, an impossible task for Yedege. He swings in and he's out.
Dude,
of the
he tried to fade away, kill
Vitality,
Durka first.
3 rounds on the board at the half. But like we said, for FUT, even that 4-8 we called a weakness, well here it would be enough to take them across the line.
Yeah, it has looked like.
All right, before I forget, so Klepto in YouTube chat was asking for a quick rundown on the regions. Americas, G2 still reigns supreme. Sen look rejuvenated, and MIBR is friggin' Aspas and Verno bromance. That's not true. They're overall they're very good. MIBR looks very good, but MIBR is definitely much more of like the kind of, you're still centered around Aspas, you're still centered around making sure your duelist can go in and pop off, things like that, but they have a very good supporting cast. Sen are a bit more of the kind of fluid playstyle versus G2, who's obviously very, clean Valorant. Then you've got, CN, XLG just won. So that's huge. Ascension team, and it's the first team to win a stage finals for China, and it's an Ascension team. So that's massive for XLG. EDG no longer even going to Toronto, so that's sad. But, they're working with their new rookie pickup or call-up from their academy team. BLG, kind of the most... They're the standard but kind of colorless team of China, in my opinion. XOG, I think, are better, basically the better version of Billy right now. So, yeah, that's rough. And then Wolves are going to Toronto. They've got good fraggers. Honestly, they started playing better as a team in playoffs, but I don't have too high hopes for them. And then EMEA, we're watching right now. I mean, Heretics are back in form. Heretics kind of feel like Gen G in Pacific, where they're rediscovering their strengths from last year, but in the current meta. So that's very promising. I think Fnatic's are starting to get comfortable. They're starting to find their chemistry, but they lost to Heretics, I would say pretty handily. So I think there's a gap there where things just looked a little shaky for Fnatic going up against a very, very strong Heretics. And then Liquid. I think the coaching staff, that's a team where the coaching staff deserve their flowers, because they continue to cook up comps that work for them. And they're playing well. And Nats' IGLing has been great.
Of the 3 times we've seen it this year, a 4-8 attack, a 3-7 attack, and a 1-11
Oh, TMV's having the time of his life with Wolves going to Toronto. Well, he was until XOG won China, so now Sideshow's having a better time. But
maybe when they need it most. An aggressive start into the round, but it is Durka to start. We're back in a 5v4.
So yeah, that's the quick rundown. But EMEA, honestly, BBL's looking exciting. They could be kind of a underdog team to go to Toronto. I mean, FUT's always a good candidate, safe candidate to pick for a Masters. So we'll see.
Still so much more to do.
MIBR feels like flipping 5 coins every time. If at least 3 land heads, they probably win. 4 land heads, they're probably the best team in America. And 5 land, they could be the best team in the world. The coins are the players, and landing heads is having a good day.
To kick things off.
Bro left out Pacific region. Well, they were asking, they stopped watching after GE got knocked out, so it's a Pacific fan. So in Pacific, RRQ is going to Masters Toronto. Crazy. But RRQ did just get wrecked by Gen G today. Definitely seemed like there was a mental block more than anything. So we'll see how they do in the lower finals. And the train has departed for Toronto. Paper-X going to Toronto. And Gen G, like Heretics, look like prime. Oh,
nice conversion.
Prime form.
Nice pick on Ada Captain lurking out on B. The opening pick going to FUT made me a little bit scared, especially with the stat we just saw. But I imagine
Sideshow's sad. Well, is he really sad, or is he just losing it?
Very much in Vitality's favor, and it's kicks to pretty much secure this one. Mr. Fallen, it's not like he's got a Bucky. It's just the classic to play with on backside.
Doesn't have a Bucky or his ultimate.
Exactly, yeah.
Those 2 things might be able to save him, and I now know exactly where he is. A big round from kicks as well.
I mean, very necessary rounds here.
Ultimate orbs towards
4 people left alive. That's big.
Important. And that's the thing. I look at this Vitality squad heading onto the defense. They need to get that momentum, and I think that's exactly what they've done here.
Will the train continue after a longer break in new rails, though? I am curious how they'll look in the new meta, because I think they should have a relatively easier time figuring out what they want to do on the new meta. Obviously, we don't know all the agent changes, but how quickly will they identify what other teams are doing on the new meta? That's the big question.
They're going to write it off. You might see less energy behind that. It's only natural. But here, this is your last chance.
T1's definitely in a rut, Klepto. T1's definitely in a rut. I think they're struggling to figure out how they want to play the current meta.
Already.
RQ looked great until the Gen G match today, but like they were just straight up losing duels as well. So I think there was a big mental block.
Fading away from it.
I mean, Gen G played well. Like, I'm not taking that away from them, but even if RQ loses, I would have expected a better fight out of them. But
now, FUT themselves have the guns in hand. Zeus already.
I mean, that's how I feel, Snoggy, and I think the loss against Gen G today kind of proved my point. Is that RQ is a very good team, but oof. Dude, both of them getting kills is rough. Yeah, now you just push. Oh my gosh. But yeah, I was saying that like RQ is a good team. Like they've now finally proven why some of us thought they were a good team. But can they keep that up in pressure situations against better teams around the world? Well, if you can't do it against Gen G, I mean, again, they could come back. But if you can't do it against Gen G, then do you really think they can do it against other teams?
Just teleport to the same position and go. There's no way
What would change my mind on that is if they beat Paper X tonight, and then they come back and put up a really good showing in the grand finals against Gen G. Even if they don't win, right? It's like 3-2. It's just banging maps all the way through. Then I'd be like, okay, they learned their lesson.
Now go the other way. They're going to expect that. So I've got to now not go the other way because I didn't go the other way last time.
Condition them by never doing it.
Exactly.
Think you're going to do it eventually.
Yeah, they're like, there's no way he's still doing that.
But he does. Yeah.
That's true, Paradox. Last year's Stage 1 Finals was also Paper X Gen G.
There was a decent amount of rifles invested in 2-4 Vitality. Still though,
it all comes around.
Ready for the next, and they will still be able to purchase quite comfortably. In fact, I'm wondering if Safe may even be looking to get an operator in here.
Oh, dude, Zeus! I want to see Zeus versus Hyunmin, man.
I'm seeing what's on
it's not happening at Toronto, so I guess they both got to make champs now.
Put in 10-5, everything, indeed. The life of Stage 1 on the line. They'll put the credits up to match it. Operator for Safe. Early pick towards the B side.
People just say RQ. Even RQ. I'm pretty sure I asked them. They were like, just say RQ.
Looking at that A site. It will be the old sent through to find the info. One spotted. What's Zeus's idea? Salvos in play. Decoy sent and a great flash. That is beautiful from out of Captain. The paranoia lands, and with it the opening pick.
But this is the difference between FUT and Vitality. FUT are like, hey, this round we're just doing this play. We're going to commit to it, and we're going to make sure we use util. We're going to use util so that it works. Like, we're going to force it to work.
Another obscure.
It's speedy, it's pacey, it's thorough. And it can feel like an overinvestment, right? You have the Yoru go in, you have the ult, you have a Prowler, you have a Haunt, and then you also have the Paranoia. But also, on a timing round, with the op purchase, if it guarantees you the site, and it's so fast that you have good post-plant positions already, it's worth it. And if it doesn't work out, still now you've added a mental stack. Hey, we can do this. You better watch out.
As he came out of his ultimate, so
from his teammate. Exactly. Trying to say.
So it's not exactly an inspiring position. And look at that. It was literally the only damage done. We end up 11
Do you think G can make stage 2 playoffs with MC? Playoffs?
The pistol in the follow-up in both halves.
I think they can make playoffs, but it's just...
That's 4 rounds.
It's just, but Pacific's playing field is so tight, right?
For you. This is a FUT game. They are going to dominate based on what we're seeing. And Vitality,
so how likely is it is hard to tell because 4 teams have to not make it. And
opportunity. Operator still in play. Rifles across the board. If you lose this one, your chances of pushing to
like Zeta was starting to pick up speed. You know, I think Team Secret in their last match showed that they might have some new looks for stage 2. So who knows? But
the upper bracket matchup between FUT and Vitality. And it was 13-4 in Vitality's favor to send them into the lower bracket. Is looking like a completely different story this time around, but Durka is there to find the start. He's definitely been like one of the few beacons of hope in this map, at least. Looking better on the race.
Honestly, I think this Masters Toronto, if Heretics makes it, I think the favorites have to de facto be Heretics,
All they have to do is
Gen
convert
G
that
and
advantage.
G2, but
Durka, nice blast pack.
and then
They
send,
still
you
win
know,
the duels,
if
though.
we're doing more than one from
For Zeus. It's a 3v2. The
more than one from each region, but
into FUT's court.
it's tough. But I guess just because I'm listing 2 out of the 3 teams from Americas, I guess Americas should be most likely.
But it's on to Safe instead. 45 HP. And a
I
one-way
mean,
smoke,
what are you gonna do with the
blocking them
op
out
here?
from any real hope of taking this round across the line. The defuse no longer possible, saving the op an equally difficult task. He's boxed in. The spike set to explode. The flash gone, but nothing for Vitality in the next round. And 12-5, it's 7 in a row needed.
I think if you want to look back throughout the performances of this stage, I think this has to be the peak for the captain. Like, the man has been insane all the way through. Zeus,
Dude,
obviously,
so
the man is inevitable, it seems.
now that I've thought about it, the more I watch it, I want to see Zeus versus Yunmin, man. We gotta wait until champs to even potentially watch that. That's rough.
Obliterated by FUT in this matchup alone. And with 7 in a row needed for Vitality to survive in stage 1, it is looking like FUT will be the
This
ones
was
to
a
continue
wash,
forward
chat.
in this tournament. Look to make that 3 streak of matches to take themselves to Toronto. We said it. They don't miss out on both Masters. That's not a common thing since partnership began. FUT have always been there. And this is a statement.
They've left a gap in that smoke. Originally, it was Sivov trying to put the pressure on, but he gets forced back off the angle because Ada Captain was watching and waiting.
I mean,
Operator
they're getting
in hand,
desperate.
flash used.
Dude,
There's
these
players here.
peek outs,
Genji's
like,
gonna peek, but the
there's
shot
no
isn't landed.
there's no
This was
logic to
a
the
big
timing that you're
opportunity.
peeking out
The
here
man
with
advantage
2.
potentially, but now Sivov is isolated.
Yeah.
And Safe stuck up close. He's not
It's
caught by the
actually
ult.
kind of sad
One
to
player
watch
is
this
that
break
might sell
down
out
like
the
this.
fake. They might not expect him to still be
Okay,
so close.
he still
And he'll
sticks
get his
around for
reward,
one,
Yedege
but
pulls it back into their favor. Now the op stuck behind a smoke. They need
okay,
another hero.
ult and ult.
Showstopper,
Showstopper, that's
for
huge.
another. Vitality with a real opportunity. Both
Sees
players
hits.
spotted. Nade in
Fallen
on the
is- Fallen is
C's.
gone,
Mr.
almost.
Fallen barely survives, holding
Okay.
on for dear life.
Goodness,
but
but, like,
sends him packing.
Dude, they had to use 2 ults and like
Of a monstrous comeback.
a
At least
lot,
Vitality have to hope it is.
a lot of
I think they used both
individual
pauses in
play
the second,
here
so
to
it
make
is
this
literally
happen.
down to, or sorry, in the first half. It is down to them at this stage. No call-ins, no check-ins unless Geist decides to give them one. Which I'll be honest, I think for a few rounds he's not going to be doing so. No. You've already seen your opponents utilize pretty much everything in terms of ultimates. Nothing is close at this stage, and a plant with Yedege
Should you call 23 Fnatic a super team?
on that Viper's pick
Well,
could be enough
it
to put this to
depends.
bed.
In
Safe
retrospect,
stepping up,
kind
though.
of, but I think super team has to have the implication that it's like,
What? Zeus! In such a crucial
What?
time for Vitality! Pulling out a play like that! The pit now blocking off so
wait,
much.
what? How?
The
What?
pathway they'd like to use to get back in. The plant secured. And an operator through a pit. Oh, this is disastrous. Of all the times to make a play like that, Zeus, he may be out of the round, but his mark on this round is clear.
Playing time. They have the ultimate ready salvos, yeah. In a matter of seconds.
Yeah, I don't
this
know.
clock might be enough for them to win this, and they still have a couple of
oh
other
my God.
snakes within the grass. They also
The
have to
stream's
try
dying.
and deal with every other piece.
We're just gonna watch in low res because I don't want to miss this because it's gonna be the ending, I think.
As Vitality look like they might be going out with a whimper Sivov, unless all that stands in the way of FUT, and
Yikes,
will
man.
not stand much longer.
Just an absolute beating.
Vitality packing your champions of kickoff.
Yeah, so to me, a super team would have to be like, I wouldn't call something a super team in retrospect, you know what I mean? It'd have to be a roster where I'm like, oh, I can see all of these guys having an argument for either best or like, you know, like a very tied top 3 of their role. And at the time, while, yeah, if you followed closely, like you knew Leo was good and stuff like that, it's,
and the second more dominant than the first with a
but
13
I wouldn't say all parts of that roster were as well proven.
Strong, on form for that lower bracket run.
And also, we just
for sure. There's never been
the game was much younger, so it's kind of hard to have that history.
They don't look to start that here.
Yeah. For the side of Vitality, obviously it's a brutal
I stayed up for that. Dude, Vitality knocked out is rough.
As they are the first out.
Feels bad.
This is a first time for everything, not making it to that grand final. But the team that has put them there have found their form at the perfect moment. And a captain having one hell of a series. Zeus showing that he is definitely one of the best duelists in the league. And this is the squad that we want to see.
FUT showed up today, though.
It truly feels like they can beat anyone.
Vitality are still struggling while FUT showed up. All the individuals showed up today. Cracks had classic Cracks moments. Out of captain as well. I guess Fallen's the only one that didn't have like classic individual Fallen moments, but you know, his Colin is one of the more reliable ones for sure.
Take those elimination games lightly.
Zeus is crazy.
I mean, we asked that question.
EDG was crazy.
Could they bounce back? I have to say, I didn't expect it to be quite this dominant. And even in that last round,
I think Trex did. I think Kix was the only one that didn't really, but I think because the other names were so high, I think Trex was really high in stock as well. At least he was for me.
In there for the first bloods, more than double what anyone else is putting up. This kid is so much fun to watch.
Well, either way, we are going to be heading things off to an interview. And I want to ask, can a captain teleport anywhere than into the same place? That's my question. Sorry, I've stolen one, but can that go through?
I will try and save that for you, Tom, for the next time you're on the desk. You can ask him yourself. For now, I'm joined by Alpha Captain, and I'm going to do some translation.
No, I like how she did that, though.
First of all, congratulations on that win. You got your revenge from kickoff. How great does it feel to eliminate a team as strong as Vitality when you couldn't beat them the last time?
Öncelikle tebrik ediyor. İntikamınızı almak nasıl bir histi? İlk kickoff turnuvasına göre neler hissediyorsun?
Bizim için çok keyifli bir maçtı açıkçası. Takım olarak cidden bir iki haftadır tam böyle istediğimiz oyunu oynayamıyorduk, sergileyemiyorduk. Kickoff'un da zaten intikamını almış olduk şu an. Çok güzel bir oyun geçirdik. Rakibin eline sağlık.
We really enjoyed during the game. In the past weeks we couldn't put our full potential into the game, and today we played really well. And this also ended up with taking our revenge from the last tournament.
Yeah, I felt like maybe you had revenge in mind. Now, it's not just about the fact that you showed up today. It's about the fact that you didn't show up yesterday, and 24 hours later you put out a performance like that. What happened?
They overcame
How did you
it.
guys
I don't like the
manage to do
schedule,
this
but
today after yesterday?
they overcame it. And also, if you use ESDF, no, that used to kind of be big in some circles for movement instead of WASD.
Ne olarak yorumluyorsun?
Dün maçtan sonra bir takımca konuşma yaptık. Koçlar, patronlar, herkes dahil. Güzel bir konuşma oldu açıkçası. Güzel bir motivasyon konuşması oldu. Bizi birazcık kendimize getirdi. Zaten ya böyle oyun oynamamız lazım. İletişimimizin kuvvetli olması lazım. Son birkaç hafta kopukluk vardı. Şu an kendi oyunumuzu gösterdik. Güçlüyüz. İnşallah böyle devam eder.
Yesterday after the game we have an extensive meeting with our coach, team owners, and we discussed what were things were missing, and we pointed out that it was missing. Communication was missing in the last couple of weeks, so we talk about it, we managed to solve it, and today we showed it.
Oh, we definitely saw that today.
Yeah.
I have to talk about
that
the
they did.
vetoes. Everybody had an opinion about your map veto yesterday. A lot of people said maybe you trolled giving Fnatic the maps that you did. I know it's not within your control because Gaius does all of that, but did you feel that way when you saw Fracture, Lotus, and Haven? And is that why today you went for something like Fracture?
Kısacası dün yapılan map veto'da Gaze'in yaptığı map veto'larda sizin bir etkiniz olmamasa da dışarıdan trollendiğiniz olarak yorumlandı. Bugün ne düşünüyorsun yaptığınız map veto hakkında ve dünkü yaptığın seçimler hakkında ne düşünüyorsun?
Koçuma, koç ekibime her
Being a translator was so hard. Everyone has different techniques. Like the way I do it is I just really listen, and then I think of it in a way that I'm just retelling the story.
I always trust my coach and our coaching team, so I'm always behind their decision. I can't comment on this, so that's all I can say.
Very diplomatic answer. Thank you for that. Now, when it comes to this stage of the tournament, having good energy is so
saw
important.
her boots. That's crazy.
And Getaje never runs out of energy, it feels like. So do you think having someone
Yinsu's
like
shirt
him,
is also fire because Navi won earlier today, and her T-shirt says "Born to Win," and that's what Nachos Vinceras stands for. That's what it translates to.
Hiçbir zaman bitmiyor. Sürekli takımı yüksek tutuyor. Yetüce gibi bir takımda olması sana nasıl hissettiriyor?
Ya Yetüce kanı hızlı bir genç. Bu nasıl çevireceğim bilmiyorum abi. Ya bizim yani enerji kaynağımız zaten her round sonu nice diye bağırıyor. O ne kadar çok bağırdıkça, ne kadar çok sesi yükseldikçe biz de daha çok hype'lanıyoruz. Biz de ona destek veriyoruz. Hep böyle birbirimizi yükseltiyoruz. Onun enerjisi direkt takıma yayılıyor.
Yetüce is like a very fresh blood young talent. And he is always putting energy to us. Whenever he screams, we get more motivated.
Yetüce is
he is always
super young.
Positively helping us to perform well.
I forgot he was a rookie last year.
You Captain, you're young. You're
Yeah,
all
that's
very
true.
young.
Yeah, but Yetuje's even younger.
Everyone knows Yetuje is the loudest, but who do you think on your team is maybe the second loudest, the person that brings the second most energy?
Yetuje'yi sürekli en çok fazla yani sesli konuşacak ve takıma enerji getiren biri, daha doğrusu enerjik biri. Yetuje'den sonra takım.
Yeah, no, we were joking about that earlier. That probably actually a lot of the VCT fans don't know what NAVI stands for.
Yani Yetüce çok bağırıyor. Bir yandan Zeus'tan ses geliyor, Dodo'dan geliyor ama yani Yetüce'nin yanında bir tık üstü kim olarak diye sorarsanız yok, herkes eşit bağırıyor. Genelde Zeus çok vurduktan sonra anlık bir bağırıyor.
So it's Zeus and Dodo is always speaking after Yetuje shouts. But if you ask me who is the second best after screaming Yetuje, I can't really tell. But all I can say, when Zeus had multiple kills in a round, he's the second one who's talking most.
Oh, that's good
Yeah,
to know.
Zeus seems to scream a lot too.
You play the loser of BBL versus Team Heretics. I'm not saying it's going to be BBL, Forza BBL. I'm not saying it is, but BBL have never made playoffs, so you've never been in a situation where you have to potentially eliminate another Turkish team. If, a big if, it is going to be BBL, how do you feel about this? And does that change anything for you?
Risky question, but no, I like it though.
Şu an tabii BBL kaybetti demiyorum ama eğer ki BBL kaybederse, çünkü daha önce BBL hiçbir zaman playoff yapmadı. İlk defa bu playofflarda BBL'le karşılaşacaksınız. Bu konuda ne düşünüyorsun?
Ya BBL bu sene cidden çok güçlü. Geçen senelere nazaran çok iyi bir çıkışı var. Takımdaki zaten arkadaşlarla da samimiyim geneliyle. Volkan olsun, Yampi olsun, hepsini severim. Yani lower'da karşılaşmak açıkçası istemem çünkü ikimizden biri elenmek zorunda. O kötü olur. Ama tabii ki de bizi yendikleri için birazcık
What are you saying? This is a lengthy answer.
Bunu diyebilirim.
Compared to last year's, it's obvious that BBL is playing better. And also inside the team, we are also aware that they're playing good. I know the team BBL players very well, like Yampi, like Volkan, Sociable. I know them well. Also, compared to, I don't want to see them in the lower bracket because we really want to go to Toronto. And if we match on the lower bracket, that means one of our going to be eliminated. So, but it will be also nice to see them having a rematch, so we will be really motivated.
I mean, they could both go.
Game happens.
Imagine 2 Turkish teams at a global event. That'll be great. That'll be great. But thank you very much, Ada Captain, for joining me. Thank you, Yama, for translating. Congratulations. We'll see you in a couple of days. Now, today was all about elimination, but tomorrow, 2 teams will qualify to Masters Toronto. Make sure you all have a lovely, nice sleep. Come back and join us starting with BBL versus Team Heretics, and we'll see you then.
Well, that was a rather
For KC and Navi, there will be
rather
no
disappointing
second chances.
rather disappointing match, honestly. That's yeah, have a good one, Paradox. What a anticlimactic note to end on, chat. Yeah, it was underwhelming. I was kind of excited for this, but I was excited for the Navi KC game. Ended up being better. I actually think that was an interesting match. It was a little slow at times, but I think it was an interesting match. But FUT Vitality just didn't put up a fight. So is it fair if I love RQ but hate Crazy Guy? I think that's fair. Oh, but I think, you know, don't hold the hate for too long. You know, who knows? I mean, I definitely think it's like for instance, you know, I'm a Simon believer, but the way he handled being benched was definitely not good. Oh, but I'm not gonna hate him for it. you know, crazy guy. The way he handled some of the situations last year, not good. But I think everyone on that team last year, I think they all had their moments where they didn't handle it very well. So, yeah, I thought FUT versus Vitality would be at least more like firepower for sure. Maybe Dirk on the older EMEA setup would have performed better. That's messed up. All right, chat. That's gonna be it for today. Let's all go get some rest. We'll be back for Pacific tonight. It's gonna be a BO5 between RRQ and Paper Rex. Oh, when did we ever think we were gonna say those words, huh? But it should be exciting. Hopefully RRQ gets some rest and they come back at least confident, like regardless of who wins, because I would like to see. I would like to see a good game out of those two for sure. And then we'll continue on with EMEA as well. Wait, is there EMEA later tonight as well, or is it just Pacific? This weekend there is, right? They go all the way through? Am I crazy? Yeah, Heretics. Oh, Heretics BBL, Liquid Fnatic. Tomorrow's definitely going to be a good day. All right, that'll be it. I will see